The words echo in his mind. Let's break up. Standing alone in the rain, Mincio recalls the conversation, her voice calm as she stated, Chiha, we've been together for a long time. Let's not regret it. A hollow laugh escapes him, the weight of her words settling deep within. He covers his mouth, trying to stifle the pain, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Later, indoors, his thoughts return to her words, as she continued. Now that the exam and everything else is over, we should. He clenches his jaw, a single word escaping his lips. No. Chiha, meanwhile, had delivered her verdict with a calm, almost serene expression, convinced that this is the best for us. Mincio's face contorts in anguish as he remembers her reasoning. So, it's better we have a clean break than someone who... He cuts off, unable to finish the thought, realizing, I see it's. His eyes wide with desperation, he screams into the void. Are you out of your mind? How can you do this to me with me like this? Mincio's hand clenches, knuckles white, as a wave of raw emotion washes over him, the memory of her words echoing in his mind. His eye, wide with a mix of pain and disbelief, reflects the torment as he silently questions, so you even know what I've been doing all this time? The scene shifts, a fleeting image of a bus moving through the city, a fragment of a past moment, where Chiha, seated beside him, had calmly stated, I need some more time. The memory lingers on their feet, a silent pause in their journey, before another fragment shows her, book in hand, offering a gentle reassurance, I believe in you. Back in the present, Mincio's face contorts with anguish, a desperate whisper escaping his lips, Chiha. His body tenses, a sudden, violent movement betraying his inner turmoil. As his voice rises to a raw, desperate cry under the vast, indifferent night sky, Chiha. If he had known he wouldn't see Chiha for such a long time after that, he might have acted differently, standing before a large screen, lost in thought. A deep regret etches itself onto his face, the memory of a past decision haunting him, as he thinks, I wouldn't have sent her. That wasn't like that. Lying in bed, his mind races, unable to find peace. He stares blankly at his phone, the device a portal to a world he feels increasingly disconnected from. A quiet question escapes him. What's the date today? His hand clenches into a tight fist, a silent testament to his inner turmoil. Sitting up, a new thought surfaces, a flicker of possibility. Should I do something new for a change? The glow of a laptop screen illuminates a quiet workspace, where Mincio sits, surrounded by scattered papers, his expression heavy with exhaustion. His hand rests on the computer mouse, clicking rhythmically. As a familiar weariness washes over him, the thought echoing in his mind, it's the same as always. I'm tired. The digital stream of information continues to blur past, followed by another, softer echo from the past. I believe in you. Chiha, her long dark hair flowing, gazes out a window with a faint, knowing smile, as if reflecting on those very words, lost in her own thoughts. Mincio sits hunched over his computer, the air around him thick with a palpable sense of exhaustion and frustration. With a sudden, sharp movement, papers scatter from his desk, a physical manifestation of his inner turmoil. His gaze falls upon a document, a single word escaping his lips in a defeated whisper. Damn it. A memory surfaces, taking him back to a time 2 years prior, when he had just graduated from university. Back then, he was brimming with pride and ambition, loudly declaring his plans to study for the civil service exam, convinced that his overwhelming self-importance was all he needed to succeed, while Chiha listened patiently. He recalls drinking, the taste of his words still bitter in his mouth, even though that wasn't his true path. Despite not truly wanting to be a civil servant, the pressure had left him no choice but to bury himself in books for the sake of his career, a dream job that felt more like a burden. Through it all, Chiha had never stopped believing in him, her unwavering support a constant, quiet presence. Yet, he was damn sure she must have been ashamed of him. Mincio stares at his computer screen, a single, frustrated huh escaping his lips. On the display, a familiar face appears, Chiha, alongside text proclaiming something to be very fair and objective. But his gaze is sharp, his mind already racing. He knows he's already thousands of words behind the average, yet a defiant part of him insists he's still pretty good. As his fingers hover over the keyboard, a memory of Chiha flickers in his mind, and he internally dismisses whatever he's seeing as a blatant ripoff. The screen displays a vibrant, fantastical illustration of a prince and princess dancing. A classic scene of heroism and romance. It's the typical tale, a prince rescuing a princess by defeating an evil counterpart. His thoughts, however, are cynical, accusing them of merely profiting from children's imaginations. Slumped in his chair amidst scattered papers, Mincio's internal struggle continues, a quiet voice reminding him that he should be studying. His eyes reflect a complex mix of emotions. Playing that game had offered a fleeting sense of relief, but the thought of the character's inherent sadness now weighs heavily on him. He finds himself constantly striving to keep smiling brightly, even when doing things he doesn't truly enjoy. Looking at the idealized figures in his game, he wonders if they are truly as happy as they appear. Mincio continues his session, immersed in a game of Princess Maker. A small in-game purchase is made, as he clicks to spend 2,000 won. The screen flashes with a bright, ethereal light, revealing enhanced visuals within the game. And a genuine smile spreads across Minseo's face as he acknowledges. The graphics are far better than he had anticipated. But then, a sudden, unexpected glow emanates from his eye, causing him to question what is happening. Bathed in an otherworldly, starry light, Minseo is overcome with surprise, his reality seemingly shifting around him. The digital interface shimmered, its geometric patterns glowing with cool blue light, as a system message confirmed the completion of the loading sequence. Suddenly, the sterile digital world gave way to a vast, open sky, where soft rain began to fall, creating a gentle, rhythmic sound. The clouds drifted lazily above, with hints of lush green foliage appearing at the very bottom of the view. As the transition completed, the message, "The loading has been completed," reappeared, now against a backdrop of vibrant nature. Minseo found himself floating in an ethereal forest, his body now that of a tall, athletic figure with long, ash-blonde hair and golden-green eyes, clad in fantasy attire. A voice cut through his disorientation, calling out to him, "Leo, look over here. That's a Gogoran." He turned, catching sight of another figure in the distance, as the voice continued. "It's sad we'd have gone our whole lives if we see one." The unseen speaker's voice grew more insistent, trying to get his attention. "Leo, can you hear me?" Still processing the sudden shift in reality, Minseo could only manage a confused, "Huh?" Still reeling from his sudden transformation and the strange voice, Minseo stands bewildered in the ethereal forest, a question echoing in his mind. Is she calling him again? The young woman with ash-blonde hair and golden-green eyes looks up at him, her expression a mix of concern and exasperation, asking, "Are you playing a joke again?" Her face, though unfamiliar, stirs a strange sense of recognition within him, making him wonder, "Wait, why does this look familiar?" Just then, a system notification materializes before his eyes, confirming his deepest suspicion. The task of raising Lena has officially begun. He stares down at the young woman, the name now clicking into place, a stunned whisper escaping his lips. "Lena?" The realization hits him with full force, the game's title echoing in his mind as he finally grasps the impossible truth. He is truly inside the game. A wide, almost manic grin spreads across his face, the system message confirming his new reality once more, as raising Lena has started solidifies his fate. Lena, still confused by his sudden change in demeanor, asks, "Huh? Leo, what happened?" She looks at him with concern, the system providing a crucial detail about their connection. This is their first meeting, and Lena already has a high affinity for Leo. A stark, digital declaration hangs in the ethereal space. "Let's break up." A simple bow and a quiver of arrows rest on a wooden surface, hinting at a world of adventure. A young man with light brown hair and green eyes stares into a mirror, a question forming on his lips. "Leo, huh?" He stands in a shimmering, digital landscape, the realization dawning on him. Am I really inside the game? A thoughtful expression crosses his face, his brow furrowed, as a soft knock echoes nearby. A wooden door creaks open slightly, revealing a small figure in a green dress peeking out, a voice in his mind adding, "And let's not forget about her." Lena, a young girl with ash-blonde, wavy hair, stands bathed in golden light, her presence radiating warmth. She tugs gently on his arm, looking up at him with a familiar question. "Again?" A gentle smile touches his lips, the narration confirming their bond. Lena and Leo are childhood friends. Above, a bright, sun-drenched sky stretches endlessly, as he ponders the nature of this body. He recalls a serene moment, the first time spent with her, amidst a vibrant, sun-dappled forest. Sitting alone, he contemplates a difficult decision, believing it to be a divine mandate from which there is no escape. His childhood friend, Lena, now appears before him, expressing gratitude for the many things she has learned in the last few days. His gaze is distant, as if seeing beyond the immediate surroundings, understanding that this place holds a deeper, perhaps spiritual, significance as Nemo's heart. The narrative shifts to an overview, revealing a map of the region, identifying it as the border territory of Gaddon, a land known for its strict order. The image of two robed figures, symbols of spiritual authority, appears as the narrator reveals Lena's ambition to become a priest. Minseo's expression is troubled, a silent thought hanging in the air. Noticing his intense gaze, Lena questions his unusual scrutiny. Her hands are clasped together, a gesture that could signify prayer, contemplation, or perhaps a quiet resolve. He dismisses the thought with a quiet word, though his mind is consumed by the monumental task ahead. He is here to raise Lena as a princess. This is his sister, Princess Lena. She is the sole princess of the kingdom of Gaddon. A wry smirk plays on his lips as he wonders, how is he supposed to raise her to be a princess? Especially when he finds himself in a place where there isn't even a lord, let alone a prince. The sheer absurdity of the situation leaves him utterly perplexed, his thoughts echoing with confusion. Later, his hand reaches out to pluck ripe berries from a verdant bush. He gazes down at his harvest, lost in thought. A keen, golden-green eye watches, reflecting the light. The quiet rustling of leaves filled the air around a small, secluded house, a gentle breeze hinting at the day's weather. From within, Lena observed the sky, noting that it might rain, yet she resolved to venture out today. At the table, Minseo had already prepared an early breakfast, urging her to eat well. She acknowledged his efforts, reminding him that he had been gone all week. Her expression softened as she asked if he truly needed to go to the store again. A small, affectionate sound escaped her lips, her eyes downcast in quiet contemplation. Then, a gentle hum of contentment and a warm smile graced her face. Suddenly, a distinct knocking sound echoed, interrupting the quiet morning. "Oh, Lena, you're here today too." Lena pauses, a hand rising to her hair, wondering if the door had been knocked on. She continues to knead dough, the soft sounds filling the quiet kitchen. But her mind drifts to Mincio, who seems to have been acting strangely these days. In a separate moment, Priest Leslie observes Mincio, noting that he isn't usually very talkative, but lately, he hardly ever smiles. Lena, lost in her own thoughts, feels her life slowly drifting into the distance. As she kneels by the warmth of the fireplace, a silent question hanging in the air. Her hands moved rhythmically, kneading the dough, as her thoughts drifted. She wondered, when did they stop holding each other's hands? A soft memory surfaced, of her and Mincio as children, their small figures walking side by side, hands intertwined, a faint squeak accompanying their steps. The image of their intertwined hands, so small and trusting, lingered in her mind. Looking down, a new question formed in her heart. Was it because he had said he wanted to become a priest? Priests couldn't marry, could they? A deep sense of longing washed over her, remembering a time when they felt so much closer. She recalled her younger self, standing by a table laden with fresh bread, from back when they were just children. Her hands now held a fresh loaf, as a voice thanked her for her hard work, and she replied, confirming she would be seeing them. Someone calls out to Lena, pulling her from her thoughts. Mincio asks if she has finished her work at the temple, and she replies affirmatively, internally wondering why he keeps urging her to leave the sacred grounds. He then offers to walk her, a gesture she accepts. Lena thanks him, but a question lingers in her mind. Had he visited the temple again yesterday and today? He explains that he only gets to go to the temple on his days off, because he wants to become a priest, spending the rest of his time earning a living. Lena's thoughts drift to the patient and wise Shininer, a figure of quiet contemplation. Mincio, looking up at a grand, glowing structure, questions if it's truly possible for him to become a priest. A shimmering, golden light washes over the scene, a moment of divine contemplation. He then calls out to Lena, telling her he'll go first as they continue their walk. Still lost in thought, he chastises himself, a quiet idiot, escaping his lips as he reflects on past choices. Meanwhile, Lena's mind drifts to him, a soft whisper of Leo. Echoing in her thoughts, a profound sense of longing settles, a silent declaration of "I miss you" hanging in the air. As time passes, the world shifts, bathed in the warm glow of a new dawn, illuminating a quiet, dusty room. He awakens, realizing it has been a full month since he arrived in this new game world. At first, he had dismissed it as a mere dream, but the persistent reality now holds him captive. Elsewhere, Chiha reflects on her own past, her painful memories now seeming like distant echoes. Back in his new reality, Mincio ponders, questioning if he should truly attempt to return to his old life. His hand rests on a stack of books, his thoughts consumed by the futility of returning to a life he'd already left behind. What's the point of going back, he muses, when I've already prepared myself for college entrance exams? A slight smirk plays on his lips as he considers his current existence. Should I just continue living like this? He sits on the floor, a wave of frustration washing over him. A sudden, sharp sound from the door jolts him, his hand instinctively reaching out. What? The door swings open with a dramatic flourish, revealing a cloaked figure silhouetted against a bright light. The figure remains silent, its face obscured by the deep hood, only a hint of a beard visible. Mincio stares, bewildered, demanding to know, who is that? The figure's eyes, now visible, fix on him, and a chilling realization dawns on Mincio. Could it be? His surprise deepens as the figure finally speaks, its words echoing with an unsettling familiarity. You were at home. A man in rustic clothing stands silhouetted in a doorway, beckoning Mincio to follow him. As Mincio reaches out, his hand recoils slightly from the man's outstretched palm, a question forming in his mind. Is he truly my father? The man's voice is firm, yet gentle, as he confirms, yes. I offer my hand to lead you to your destiny. A voice echoes, stating that whoever accepts this offering is granted a new family. Later, kneeling beside his father, Mincio observes him working with a creature's remains, a new question arising. Is father a hunter? His father instructs him to extract the blood, causing Mincio to look up in surprise, asking, huh? Me? A moment of realization crosses the father's face, a quiet, almost apologetic, oops. Mincio, wiping his hands, muses to himself. It's been so long since I've been out, so I forgot. His father watches him with a thoughtful expression, while Mincio, touching his head, wonders with a hint of concern, did he notice? Mincio's hands worked diligently, attempting to secure the creature's legs with a rope. Following the instruction to first tie a rope around its legs, he knelt, concentrating on the task. But the creature proved more agile than expected, and he found himself struggling, beads of sweat forming on his brow. With a sudden burst of energy, it broke free, sending him tumbling to the ground, leaving him to lament, it's definitely my body, but my body remembers how to fail. He lay there for a moment, gathering himself, a determined glint in his eyes. A voice then cut through the quiet forest, calling out, "Leo, are you there?" Mincio looked up, surprised by the interruption, and responded, "Oh, Lena, what happened?" Lena approached him through the trees, her long dress swaying gently as she walked. She smiled, a playful question in her tone, like right now. He still felt useless, unable to even perform a simple task, a sentiment that echoed his earlier struggles. But his thoughts were interrupted as Lena's voice cut through the air, calling out, "All right, let's go." Soon, they found themselves amidst the vibrant green of a sun-dappled forest, where Mincio walked beside her, his expression thoughtful. A question weighed heavily on his mind, wondering if something was amiss. Then, turning to Lena, he asked, "Do you remember? 10 years ago, a kind priest had treated his injured father." Lena watched as Priest Leslie's hands glowed with a soft, golden light, healing the wounds of Mincio's father. Since that day, he had yearned to become someone who could help others, just like the priest. A young girl's golden green eye reflects the dappled light of the forest as a voice calls out to her, asking Lena. The young boy, Mincio, looks down at her with a gentle expression, his gaze full of earnestness. He smiles softly, explaining his motivation. "It's just, I also want to help people, like you helped the boy with you." A faint blush spreads across his cheeks, his thoughts unspoken. Later, sitting together in the quiet woods, he asks her directly, "How about you? Do you want me to become a priest? Or would you rather I didn't?" His expression remains hopeful, awaiting her answer, as he begins to speak. However, an older, unseen voice interjects, discussing Lena's improved health. She still should go because her condition got better. "You know what? Come down from the mountains after not bad. I hope to find you there." A young Lena beams with pure joy, her face alight with happiness. Kneeling before her, Mincio asks why she wanted him there, then repeats his question, wondering why she keeps asking him the same thing. His hand gently covers hers, a silent gesture of comfort. He looks up at her with earnest eyes, his expression full of sincerity. As the scene shifts to a starry night sky, an older Mincio walks alongside Chiha, their footsteps echoing softly through the quiet evening. Suddenly, he reacts with a surprised, questioning sound, his brow furrowed in confusion. Standing before a building under the night sky, he wonders about the strange feeling stirring within his chest. From an unseen source, a voice exclaims Lena's name, then questions if this is truly the girl they knew as Nana. Priest Leslie laughs with unbridled joy, his arms thrown wide in a welcoming gesture. Meanwhile, Lena looks on with a startled expression, asking what he could possibly be saying. With a more serious demeanor, the priest declares that another will guide them to the cathedral, proclaiming, "Praise be to the Lord." Mincio extends his hand towards a robed figure standing beside Priest Leslie, as if in a formal greeting or acceptance. Lena, her concern growing, calls out a name, while Mincio remains focused on the robed figure. A wave of profound shock washes over Mincio's face, his eyes widening in distress. Chiha flinches, her eyes wide with surprise, as the question echoes in her mind. "The priest wants me?" Meanwhile, in a more formal setting, an elegant woman informs the elderly priest of their journey to the monastery, while he acknowledges her presence, saying, "I've heard, young lady." He then turns to Chiha, offering to recommend her for priesthood. A flicker of disbelief crosses her face as she considers the possibility of becoming a priest, a thought quickly followed by the realization that Lena might finally be able to leave her village. Elsewhere, Mincio recalls a painful memory, the words echoing in his mind that he was once called a monster. This was the kind of pivotal event that happened to Lena. If a monastery was involved, then a grand castle, home to the king, must also be nearby. And within that castle, there would be a prince. Mincio, currently appearing as Lena, considers the possibility of her meeting the prince. He muses that if she were to enter the monastery, becoming a priest would make such a meeting difficult. A memory flickers, recalling how the dream of becoming a princess had long since faded. With Lena's impending departure, he wonders if this tedious existence might finally draw to a close. He adamantly refuses to return to the hardships of his own life. In a memory, Lena, in her original form, asks Mincio if he heard the priest. Back in the present, Mincio, still in Lena's form, contemplates the alternative, remaining where he is. His hand extends, reaching for an unseen connection. His fingers intertwine with another's, a silent, desperate grasp. Lena thanks Mincio for his kind words, but insists she wants to stay. Meanwhile, Priest Leslie discovers Lena alone, exclaiming his surprise and calling it a momentous opportunity for her baptism. Mincio, hearing of the baptism, recalls Lena barely mentioning it before. To gain divine power, one must undergo a baptism, an act of installation into another person. This sacred act is precisely what is called baptism. However, only unmarried students are accepted to receive it. Mincio realizes this is a critical moment for Lena, determining whether she becomes a powerful priestess or merely a princess. The important thing, the narration emphasizes, is to dedicate one's heart to God. Lena's expression remains thoughtful. He looks out into the night, the weight of a decision heavy on his shoulders, knowing they are scheduled to leave early the next morning. Meanwhile, the priest offers a final chance, telling him to seek him out by morning if he changes his mind. With that, the old man turns and begins to walk away, his footsteps echoing softly into the quiet night. Mincio and Lena stand together, watching the priest disappear into the distance, the weight of their choices settling between them. He looks down, his mind racing, wondering what he should do now, a faint memory of Lena calling his name, Leo, echoing in his thoughts. But then, his gaze hardens, a resolute decision forming. He is not going anywhere. Lena, looking at him with a gentle smile, assures him that being with him is enough for her, and she is happy. As he watches Lena, who is now praying, Mincio silently wishes for her comfort and well-being, a heartfelt prayer for Lena. He reflects on his past, acknowledging that his own selfishness had inadvertently ruined Lena's dream, but a new resolve hardens within him. As Lena clings to him, finding solace in his embrace, he vows to her, "Lena, I'll make you happy for the rest of your life." She looks up at him, her expression a mix of hope and lingering doubt. And with tears streaming down his face, he hears her gentle warning, "Make sure you never regret your decision." A soft sob escapes her as she buries her face into his shoulder. Time passes, and under a sky filled with stars, a small house stands peacefully. As he casually mentions his future plans, "So Lena and I are planning to get married around the end of the fall, right?" Mincio's father takes a long, slow drink from his wooden mug, the liquid gurgling down his throat. Though he knows his son is a man of few words, he still wishes Mincio had told him about the marriage sooner. He lowers the mug, his gaze meeting Mincio's across the table, a quiet moment passing between them. The two men sit opposite each other, the rustic table between them holding the weight of unspoken emotions. Breaking the silence, Mincio's father slides a small, ornate pouch across the table, prompting a questioning glance from his son. He gestures towards the pouch, instructing Mincio to use its contents to add to his wedding funds. A warm smile spreads across Mincio's face as he looks at his father, beginning to ask when he had prepared such a gift. His father turns his head away slightly, avoiding eye contact as he offers the gesture. Mincio's gratitude is clear in his simple, heartfelt thanks. He looks upon his father, a quiet understanding passing between them. Suddenly, the resonant clang of a bell echoes, signaling a momentous occasion. Inside a grand hall, Mincio stands beside Lena, both adorned in wedding attire, as Mincio's father watches from the side, the ceremony unfolding around them. A delicate bouquet of white lilies rests nearby, symbolizing purity and devotion. Suddenly, Lena jolts awake in her bed, a soft gasp escaping her lips, her eyes wide with surprise. Her hands instinctively reach out, as if grasping for a fading memory. Yet, in another moment, she stands poised and elegant, a vision in her wedding gown, clutching the same bouquet of lilies. The flowing fabric of her dress cascades around her, adorned with delicate floral patterns. Mincio's father, his arms crossed, gazes at her with warmth, remarking on Lena's exceptional beauty and how lovely the bride appears. Lena stands before Mincio, who offers her a gentle smile, telling her he has something for her. Nearby, a kind-faced priest smiles warmly, as Mincio looks on. The priest then presents a beautifully wrapped, traditional book, inviting her to take it. With the book in hand, the priest raises his arm in a gesture of blessing over the pair, wishing them that God may always be with them, as others look on. Suddenly, Lena is overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face, as Mincio gently asks monk Leslie why she is crying. Still weeping, she looks down, uttering words of profound gratitude. Mincio turns his head, a soft smile gracing his lips, his gaze filled with tenderness. He extends his hand towards her, and their fingers intertwine in a comforting embrace. A sudden realization dawns, a quiet exclamation escaping into the void. It's a memory, a gentle echo of the past, as the narrator recalls Mincio's father, a kind man whose presence filled the room. His warmth and gentle nature are etched into the mind, a testament to the man he was. In this cherished moment, Lena's voice rings out with pure affection, declaring her love for Leo. He gently takes her hand, a gesture of comfort and shared emotion. A wide, genuine smile spreads across his face, his laughter echoing softly in the memory. But the scene shatters, replaced by a chilling vision of a spectral figure, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, as a stark message appears. Lena has been married. The spectral form collapses, its ethereal body dissolving into shimmering particles. Then, Lena is seen in a warm embrace with another man, both smiling softly, a stark contrast to the preceding distress. A fragmented vision flickers into existence, showing a dark-clothed figure standing above a distressed, white-haired individual, whose hand reaches out in desperation. Then, the scene distorts, breaking into a chaotic cascade of static and digital noise. The visual corruption intensifies, tearing through the fabric of reality with a sharp, crackling sound. Distorted architectural forms briefly emerge from the chaos, only to be swallowed again by the relentless glitch. As the static clears slightly, Mincio stands amidst the digital ruins, his voice echoing a desperate cry for Lena. A system message materializes before him, its ornate frame announcing the conclusion of his journey. "Thank you for playing Raising Lena." Then, a radiant portrait of Lena appears, bathed in a warm, golden glow, holding a bouquet of flowers. Mincio now stands alone in a vast, ethereal space, surrounded by countless shimmering particles of golden light. His somber expression reflects the weight of the system messages that follow, revealing Lena as spouse Leo in a final recognition hunter ending and a childhood friend ending for Leo in a bonus village. As the system interface flickers, displaying profiles for Mincio, Lena, Chiha, and Priest Leslie, a stark message appears, announcing the end of Raising Lena. The game's conclusion is abrupt, detailing how Leo and Lena have reached their respective endings, leaving Mincio to stare at the glitching screen, his mind reeling from the sudden finality. Suddenly, the digital world dissolves into an ethereal golden glow, leaving him suspended in a void, questioning the very nature of his surroundings. As the golden light persists, a deep, unsettling crimson begins to bleed into his vision, a single, blood-red eye reflecting the chaos within him. His hand glows with a soft blue light as a profound realization dawns on him, the name Leo echoing in his mind, confirming his identity within this strange existence. The thought of his life being nothing more than a manipulated game fills him with a growing fury, a desperate plea escaping his lips as he demands to know who controls his fate. Overwhelmed by the injustice, he can only utter a single, anguished question. In the golden light, a luminous portrait of Lena materializes before him, and a wave of profound longing washes over him, a silent confession of how deeply he misses her. As the vision fades, leaving him in a dark, empty space, he is left with nothing but a bewildered expression and a single, confused utterance. He stands in stunned silence, his mind racing as he tries to comprehend the impossible situation unfolding around him, wondering who else could be involved in this bizarre reality. A wave of confusion washes over him, leaving him utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in his perception of reality. He turns away, perhaps seeking an escape from the overwhelming thoughts, his gaze lost in the shimmering, ethereal space. Then, a familiar face flashes in his mind's eye, the image of Chiha, clear and vivid, as if she were right there. The vision dissolves into a cascade of light and shadow, the world around him glitching and distorting. His hand clenches, knuckles white, as sweat beads on his brow, a silent testament to the immense pressure building within him. One of his eyes glows a furious red as he desperately thinks he needs to find a way out of this nightmare, somehow. The glitching intensifies around him, and he questions how he could possibly break free from this digital prison. A final system message appears, stark and unforgiving, declaring his failure to clear Raising Lena, yet confirming that as Leo, he became an excellent father and lived happily with Lena. A system message flashes, declaring that with this achievement, one of his hidden abilities will be unlocked. Before another ominous message appears, stating, "IT will start again." Mincio's face contorts in anguish, his mind screaming, "Don't talk nonsense." He stands in a glitching void, a knife clutched in his hand, his left eye glowing an ominous red. His hand reaches out desperately as the ground beneath him gives way, sending him tumbling headfirst into a swirling abyss of light particles. He falls through the shimmering expanse, his gaze fixed upwards, the endless descent continuing through the starry, glitching darkness. A desperate cry of "No!" escapes him as he plunges further into the void. A blinding white light gives way to a serene, snow-covered landscape, where a gentle breeze rustles through bare trees. And Mincio's eyes slowly open, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Clad in dark, practical armor and gripping a sword, he stands amidst the snow, a stark contrast to his previous reality. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, breaking the silence with a familiar name, "Leo. Leo, are you listening to me?" Mincio turns, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he murmurs, "Leo? Could it be that I'm back?" His gaze shifts, landing on a figure in the distance, and he whispers, "Lena? This time for sure I'll..." But before he can finish his thought, the voice interrupts again, sounding exasperated. "Huh? I called you first, didn't I?" Lena, now clearly visible in a simple dress, confronts him, asking, "So you want to get?" A sudden, sharp pain lances through Mincio's head, forcing him to clutch his temples as a disturbing vision flashes before his eyes. He gasps, watching a hand within the vision begin to glow with an eerie blue light, the unsettling image causing him to recoil. The intensity of the vision overwhelms him, sending shockwaves of pain through his mind. Collapsing to the ground, he coughs, struggling to regain his composure, as a familiar voice calls out, "Hey Leo." Lena's concerned gaze falls upon his distressed eye, her voice filled with worry as she asks why he has been so distracted. He looks up at her, recognizing her form, but a sense of unease washes over him. As he focuses, her image seems to crack and shatter, revealing a deeper, unsettling truth. A grim realization settles upon him. This is not the Lena he once knew. He finds himself in a desolate, snow-covered landscape, the cold biting at his skin as he murmurs, "This place is..." A soft wind whistles through the frigid air as he and Lena walk through a snow-laden town, its structures dusted with white. He stares down at something in his gloved hands, a silent realization dawning upon him amidst the falling snow. This wasn't just a new place. It was a completely different scenario, a world governed by unfamiliar rules. In this realm, the very concept of a princess was said to be cultivated only after death, a grim truth that hinted at the harsh realities of this existence. He recalled the game Soul Maker, where players could choose their starting occupation, from merchant to bard, knight to magician. The chosen occupation of their guardian determined their initial starting point, a critical decision in this intricate world. Now, seated in a quiet study, he finally understood. This place was the Aston Kingdom. The continent is divided into various regions, one of which is the Aston Kingdom, where feudalism and a tribal system coexist, with a tribal chief and a lord jointly governing the castle. In this unfolding scenario, the character known as Lena, or Lena Snake, is depicted as the daughter of Dehorman, the great warrior of the Einar tribe. And the character known as Leo, or Leo Dexter, is the eldest son of a renowned knight family. The only consolation Mincio finds amidst this new reality is that despite everything, it's still the same world, the same continent. There's even the familiar Demos village, proving this isn't some ruined game with a shattered worldview. He continued to delve into the ancient texts, absorbing the vastness of the Aston Kingdom's capital. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through his concentration, calling out his alias. Leo, where are you? The blonde woman, now identified as Lena, looked up a grand staircase, her voice echoing through the hall. Turning to him, she questioned his presence. Oh, why are you here? Lena then accused him of secretly pursuing knighthood, while he vaguely mentioned plans for a trip. He averted his gaze, and she simply stared, a silent understanding passing between them. With fierce determination, Lena declared, that will never happen. She struck a confident pose, a playful yet serious challenge in her eyes. Later, in a training hall, he insisted it was time to train, while Lena firmly stated that this time, he would not interfere with her dream of becoming a knight. In a snow-covered village, Mincio and Lena stand ready, facing three figures who appear to be their adversaries. With a swift, almost imperceptible movement, Mincio's dark boot kicks up a spray of snow as he lunges forward. Before the first opponent can react, he delivers a sharp strike, sending the figure reeling back with a grunt of pain. His eyes wide with an intense focus, he questions the very nature of this confrontation, wondering why he must engage in such a thing. Despite his internal struggle, Mincio continues his relentless assault, his footsteps echoing softly on the snow. Another swift kick connects, sending a second opponent sprawling with a furious cry of "You bastard." His expression hardened, he repeats his earlier question, the frustration evident in his voice. As he holds a third opponent by the neck, Lena, eager to join the fray, calls out, "Hey, let's fight together." But he dismisses her, warning the half-wits that there's no second chance after death. His words hang heavy in the cold air, a stark reminder of the stakes involved. The training session concludes abruptly. As Mincio kneels before Lena, his voice laced with concern, asking what troubles her. Yet, his own thoughts betray him, a quiet realization that he himself is becoming distracted. Lena, frustrated by his sudden lack of engagement, demonstrates a sword technique, questioning why his performance has faltered so unexpectedly. He responds with a swift, powerful demonstration of his own, a surge of blue energy accompanying his blade. The blue aura intensifies around him, a visible manifestation of the turmoil within. Later, he gently reassures Lena, telling her she's doing well, despite his own internal struggles. A single tear escapes his eye, a silent testament to the pain he carries. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a sudden exclamation of "What?" echoes through a bustling dinner, hinting at an unexpected development. An older man with long, braided hair and a scar across his cheek observes, questioning if Leo is wielding magic strangely. Meanwhile, a younger man in a dark suit dismisses the notion, uttering a firm nonsense. Another man, jovial and boisterous, laughs heartily, proclaiming that it's only natural to want to show off one's abilities once in a while. The scene shifts to a dinner table, where the man in the suit, now identified as Mincio, insists that's not it. A woman at the table interjects, her voice gentle, telling everyone that's enough, and they'll make her future son-in-law feel bad. Mincio, caught off guard, responds with a bewildered pardon, as the jovial man from earlier asks if he and Lena got married. His eyes wide with surprise, Mincio stammers a hesitant yes, escaping his lips. Later, walking away from the gathering, Mincio's expression darkens, the words "future son-in-law, don't tell me," echoing in his mind. A hand, adorned with a ring, gently clasps another, a silent testament to an unexpected bond. Mincio's mind raced, grappling with the impossible demand to transform Lena, the woman he was promised to, into a princess. He questioned the severity of his situation, wondering if being married was truly so terrible, yet acknowledging the inescapable truth that he had to be wed to her. With a heavy heart, he knew he couldn't lie about his circumstances, hoping that no one would despise him for the choices he was forced to make. His thoughts drifted to Chiha, a silent acknowledgement of his true affections. Later, as he walked through a corridor, Lena's voice cut through his contemplation, asking what he was doing there. He offered an awkward smile, his gaze distant as he searched for the right words. Turning away, his expression hardened with resolve, realizing that no matter how much he pondered, there was only one path forward. Lena, unaware of the internal turmoil, offered a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with warmth. As their hands met, Mincio's internal monologue solidified his painful decision. He would have to be cruel to Lena and break off their engagement. The moment he had made up his mind, a soft embrace from behind startled Mincio, as Lena asked if he could please take her to her room. He recoiled, a wave of confusion washing over him, unable to comprehend what was happening. Firmly, he pushed her away, urging her to get a grip. Lena looked up at him, her voice a soft question, calling out his name. She tried to pull him closer, suggesting they drink more beer and that he tell her everything. A flush spread across his face, his discomfort evident. Her voice, a gentle whisper, repeated his name. Suddenly, she lunged forward, closing the distance between them. The unexpected force sent him tumbling backward, landing with a thud. He looks down, a single boot descending, as he questions her presence. A stark building stands against the sky, a loud impact echoing. Meanwhile, Lena's face glows with a soft, ethereal light, her heart thumping with anticipation. Her eyes flutter open, revealing a playful glint in their golden-green depths, her heart still racing. Mincio's hand reaches down, a soft tap, as Lena looks up at him from the ground. Elsewhere, a white-haired man in rustic attire sprints through a shimmering, particle-filled environment, his movements swift and determined. He soon joins a group of similarly dressed individuals, their chatter filling the air around a rough-hewn table. Kneeling, he receives a reprimand for his tardiness, to which he simply replies that he overslept. This is all because of Leo, she thinks, her hand clenched in frustration. She finds herself doing things she's never done before, unable to even sleep. The usual Leo had never refused a request, but things have changed. Meanwhile, a white-haired knight, known for his kind and boring demeanor, stands ready. But now, his sword swings with a powerful clash. The connection of his blade has become unusual, far from the novice he once was, as he parries a dark-armored opponent. His heavy swordsmanship leaves no openings, a skill that now has others saying he'll give them his sword and take their head. Yet, looking at his reflection in the polished steel, he thinks it's not knightly at all. But he turns to Mincio, his expression unreadable, asking what brings him to this place. Mincio, taken aback, can only stammer a confused, "What?" as the knight muses aloud that he thought he'd been beaten more severely. A slight smile plays on the knight's lips as he repeats the question, "You got beaten more badly?" Mincio, clearly annoyed by the knight's persistent questioning, mutters that he likes the current Leo too. Their conversation is abruptly cut short by a woman with light brown hair, who loudly declares that she and her husband are going first. Her hand gestures emphatically, and Mincio's face registers a flicker of irritation. As they continue walking, Mincio sighs, thinking to himself that she doesn't even care about the incident. The woman, with a confident smile, continues to speak, asking what's wrong with going first and offering to teach him how to be a man so he doesn't go alone. Mincio simply walks on, his face a mask of exasperation. Mincio's heavy breaths fog the cold air as he pushes through the snow-covered forest. His eyes suddenly ignite with an electric blue glow, confirming the direction of their quarry's escape. Spotting a fresh trail, he points ahead, calling out to his companions. As a massive, tusked boar-like creature snarls back, its own eyes burning crimson, ready to charge. The ground trembles as the beast begins its furious sprint, its powerful form barreling through the snow. As the monstrous boar charged, the hunting party stood ready, their eyes fixed on the approaching threat. Before it could reach them, the white-haired knight moved with blinding speed, his blade igniting with a pale blue glow as he lunged forward. He sliced through the creature with devastating force, sending a torrent of blood erupting from its body. The impact continued, tearing through the monster. A crimson rain showered down as the beast fell. The battle was over as quickly as it began, the white-haired knight and Mincio standing over the fallen monster, while Dehorman and the other hunters observed from a slight elevation. The massive boar lay dead in the snow, its tusks broken, as the hunting party gathered around it. Dehorman let out a booming laugh, declaring that he had found an excellent hunting ground, and though Noel was terrible at hunting, his son was amazing at it. The white-haired knight then turned to Mincio, asking if Leo had ever hunted before, wondering aloud how he was so good. He considers the situation, a faint hum escaping his lips as he reflects on the past. It had been a few months since the year they came of age, and now, he found himself joining a hunting party led by Dehorman, standing alongside Lena, the white-haired knight, and the tribal chief in the snowy wilderness. Thanks to the hunting skills he had learned in the labyrinth and the hunting grounds, he had adjusted quickly, finding it wasn't too difficult to adapt to this new environment. Lena, looking at him with a knowing smile, remarks that it's time to save face, implying a need to prove himself or maintain their reputation. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoes through the air, causing Lena to turn her head abruptly, a surprised expression on her face. Mincio, too, reacts to the unexpected noise, his gaze snapping towards the source with a similar look of alarm. As Lena looks back, a voice calls out her name, Eliane, to which she responds with a questioning HM. Mincio's expression remains one of surprise, his eyes fixed on whatever has drawn their attention. He advances, a dagger glinting in his hand, his voice sharp with accusation. As Lena turns, her eyes wide with tears and disbelief, barely able to utter a response. A cruel smile spreads across his face, promising her demise, daring her to make a move, to try and escape her inevitable defeat. For a moment, she seems to retreat, her footsteps crunching in the snow. But then, with a sudden burst of speed, he lunges, his sword arcing through the air. only to recoil in surprise as Lena executes an unexpected maneuver, forcing him to call out her name. The brief counter is not enough, however, and she collapses to the ground, leaving him to stand over her, demanding her surrender. A hand grips a dagger, its blade glinting faintly against the stark white of a snowy landscape, a fleeting image of conflict. Then, a gentle smile graces the face of a blonde-haired man, his blue eyes soft and inviting, surrounded by an ethereal pink glow. This vision shifts to a dark-haired man, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek, his expression tinged with sorrow amidst the same soft, pink light. Back in the frigid reality of the snowy forest, the white-haired knight pauses, his rifle held ready, a curious sound escaping him as he spots something on the ground. "Huh? What's this?" he murmurs, a sharp ack, echoing through the quiet woods. From an aerial perspective, the vast, snow-covered expanse reveals a trail of distinct footprints, leading deeper into the desolate woods, while two small figures, Mincio and his companion, follow their path. Mincio points ahead, his voice low. "I think there's something up ahead." The white-haired knight turns to him, asking, "What is it, Mincio?" His gaze sharpens, analyzing the tracks. The footprints are going downwards, yet there's little trace of weight, he observes, his mind already piecing together the anomaly. A closer look at the paw prints confirms his suspicion, the snow disturbed but not deeply compressed, suggesting either a small creature with disproportionately large feet, or one of extremely light mass. The white-haired knight turns to Mincio, a hint of excitement in his tone. "Wouldn't it be better to go and check it out? We can't let it go unseen, can we?" Mincio's thoughts drift to a past betrayal, a bitter memory of being abandoned to fight alone, a wound that would never truly heal, knowing that escaping their current predicament would prove equally challenging. Beside him, the white-haired knight offers a silent, concerned glance, his expression mirroring the gravity of the situation. Mincio acknowledges the unspoken sentiment, agreeing that caution is indeed wise as a fluffy white tail disappears into the snow. A moment later, the full form of a majestic white fox-like creature emerges, its pristine fur stark against the winter landscape. It lets out a sharp cry, a snarl of aggression, yet Mincio observes, these creatures are merely reacting to perceived threats, not acting with malice. Elsewhere, a guttural roar echoes through the snowy peaks as Dehormon charges, leading his forces into a fierce confrontation. The white fox-like creature lets out a pained shriek, blood splattering as it takes a brutal hit from an unseen assailant. With blood streaking his face, Dehormon bellows, a fierce command for everyone to join the assault. An axe swings down with deadly force, its blade a blur of motion. A white fox-like creature, its eyes glowing with feral intent, lunges with blinding speed, forcing an armored figure to brace with a spear. Meanwhile, in a different snowy landscape, Mincio and Chiha recoil in sheer terror as another massive white fox-like creature appears before them, its presence overwhelming. His mind racing, Mincio wonders, why were they the first to discover such a phenomenon? This wasn't something that could be perceived by ordinary means. A grim realization dawns on him. Was this by any chance an event? But what exactly was the purpose of this event? Far away, amidst grand architecture and lush greenery, important figures gather in a stately chamber, their discussions shaping the fate of distant lands. Back in his study, Dehormon reviews a document, his expression thoughtful. An aide approaches, and Dehormon looks up, inquiring about the situation. He confirms the mission's progress. The Barrow of Myth forces have already been dispatched to Delta. He continues his assessment, explaining that the royal family has always coveted military power and land. Announcing their next move, he states they will send in troops starting next month, a declaration the white-haired knight finds absurd. Dehormon then questions the knight's concern, asking if they truly couldn't care less for Lena as long as she remained useful. Meanwhile, in a different chamber, a stern-faced man addresses Lena, his words hanging heavy in the air. Back with Dehormon, the white-haired knight reacts with a sharp gasp, his shock evident. Lena herself appears deeply troubled, her expression clouded with distress. Her father, the warlord, smiles thinly, confirming that as his daughter, she will do whatever is needed of her. Dehormon, pleased, declares this great, adding that her presence in war will be a great honor for their knighthood, while the white-haired knight calls out her name in concern. Lena, resigned, states that it has always been her fate, a sentiment her father acknowledges with a knowing, "I know that, dear." Mincio's thoughts drift back to a past memory, specifically recalling the mythical lake event, and the chilling thought of what might have happened if Lena had been ensnared by the mythical fox. Such an incident would have rendered her unable to participate in the impending war. He knew about the war beforehand. But that didn't mean he was willing to send Lena to her death. A flashback reveals a younger Lena, embraced by a woman and Dehormon. As Mincio clenches his fist, the weight of his past decisions pressing down on him. He sits across from the woman, his gaze distant as he stares out the window, lost in thought, while she watches him with a quiet intensity. Mincio sat absorbed in a book when a soft creak announced Lena's presence, her quiet voice calling out to him. His gaze shifted, a determined resolve hardening his features as he declared his intention to join the war. His conviction was clear, stating he would join Lena and become a knight. Suddenly, his hand slammed down on a book, the sharp sound emphasizing his absolute refusal. The scene shifted to a clash of steel, Minseo's sword arcing down with powerful intent, met by Lena's blade, which deflected the blow with surprising skill as she asserted her growth, claiming to be more skilled than before. Standing amidst towering bookshelves, Minseo's voice was stern, dismissing her desire to go to war with her current abilities as an absolute impossibility. His face contorted in anger, his voice rising as he called her a child, questioning her right to decide his participation and reminding her that he was her father. His words hung heavy in the air, a clear warning. If she continued to speak of participating in the war, he would ensure she got her legs broken. Standing firm, Minseo reiterated his command, his voice sharp and final, telling Lena to leave if she understood his words. Lena, turning away, made a last, desperate plea, but the door closed, leaving Minseo alone to stare out the window, then sink into a chair, the silence heavy around him. His face etched with regret, he softly uttered Lena's name, a whisper of sorrow in the empty room. Minseo couldn't shake the memory of his father's words, a chilling promise that he'd smash his legs. The harsh accusation still echoed in his mind, calling him an insolent brat. Now, lying defeated on the cold floor, he found himself in a desperate situation. But even in this state, a fierce resolve burned within him, refusing to be swayed by mere words, determined to show them what true arrogance looked like. He gritted his teeth, a pained grunt escaping him as he pushed through the agony. His leg, however, hung limp and useless. A grim realization settled over him. He hadn't been able to find any healing items. As he struggled, the jeers and laughter of others echoed around him, a cruel symphony to his suffering. He gazed out at the city lights, knowing there was no choice but to wait for the day of deployment. The day before deployment, Minseo found himself in a sparring match, facing off against the white-haired knight in a quiet village square. With a confident smirk, she challenged him, proposing they have a match. He gave a simple affirmation, readying his staff for the impending duel. His expression remained focused, his eyes sharp and unwavering. The knight, with a subtle humph, launched her attack, her staff whistling through the air. But Minseo was quicker, intercepting her strike with a solid block, warning her to be careful as their wooden staffs met with a dull thud. The force of the impact reverberated, as the two continued their intense exchange. He lunges forward, twin blades glinting, while his opponent stands ready, a single sword held defensively. With a blur of motion, Minseo closes the distance, forcing the white-haired knight to plant his feet firmly, preparing for the onslaught. A determined glint in his eye, Minseo challenges, "This isn't enough to shake you, huh?" His foot strikes the ground with a sharp impact, as the white-haired knight lets out a surprised cry, caught off guard by the sudden acceleration. Minseo leaps into the air, bringing both swords down in a rapid, relentless flurry of strikes. But the white-haired knight is ready, a faint, protective aura beginning to shimmer around his arm as he prepares his defense. With a resounding clang, the knight's single blade meets Minseo's dual attack, sparks flying from the powerful collision. A brilliant blue energy erupts from his sword, forming a shimmering shield that holds firm against the assault. The force of the counterattack sends Minseo reeling backward, his momentum broken by the knight's formidable defense. He gasps, caught off guard by the sudden shift in momentum. The white-haired knight, his blade glowing with a fierce blue aura, lunges forward, initiating a rapid flurry of strikes that force Minseo to meet each blow with his own twin swords. The knight's sword flashes, a blur of steel and light, pressing his advantage with relentless precision. He continues his assault, driving Minseo back with every powerful swing. Minseo tightens his grip, bracing for the next impact. But the knight's speed is overwhelming, landing a sharp blow that sends him reeling. The glowing blade cuts through the air, its momentum unbroken. The white-haired knight, his blade poised, acknowledges Minseo's progress, remarking that he seems to have grown stronger. Minseo, however, quickly retorts, assuring him that he wasn't simply idling away his time. Before the words fully settle, the knight unleashes a powerful, sweeping attack, sending a wave of blue energy that forces Minseo to recoil. He presses his advantage, a flurry of glowing strikes following the initial impact, each one pushing Minseo further onto the defensive. The force of the assault vibrates through his entire body, as the knight's sword continues its relentless dance, aiming for another precise hit. Amidst the chaos, Minseo's eyes narrow, spotting a fleeting opportunity. Yet, before he can capitalize, another strike connects, drawing a pained grunt from him. The white-haired knight looks down, his voice calm but firm, warning Minseo that his unique swordsmanship won't save him if he's too slow to act. The white-haired knight stands triumphant, his sword planted firmly as Minseo kneels before him, defeated. His own weapon lies discarded nearby, and Minseo sits alone, the weight of his loss heavy upon him. A frustrated growl escapes him as he clenches his fist, unable to believe the swift end to their spar, yet a flicker of resolve ignites within, vowing to show his true strength upon his return to rank. But before he can even rise, the knight strikes again, a blinding flash of motion disarming him once more, sending his sword flying with a sharp impact. Another powerful blow lands, its vibrant energy rippling through the air. The white-haired knight shouts in exasperation, his patience wearing thin. He grabs Minseo by the collar, a blue aura flaring around his hand, but Minseo meets his gaze with fierce defiance, shouting his understanding of the challenge. The knight's expression twists in anger, yet Minseo's face remains resolute, a silent promise of what's to come. Moments later, the white-haired knight lies on the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips, defeated by Minseo's unexpected counter. Minseo stares down, a single word echoing in his mind. The knight's voice, gentle yet firm, reminds him to focus on his practice, promising a safe return. Minseo leans into the knight's embrace, finding solace in the moment. A tear glistens in his eye, reflecting a deep emotion, while the knight's gaze holds a quiet determination. Their forms become one against the vibrant sunset, a memory etched in time. The warm light of morning streams through a window, pulling him back to the present. Minseo lies asleep, his clothes discarded on the floor beside the bed. A soft sound escapes him as he slowly begins to stir. He stirs awake, his eyes slowly fluttering open as the last vestiges of the dream fade. Suddenly, a name escapes his lips, a startled cry echoing in the quiet room. Meanwhile, at a nearby table, the elder warrior pauses, his expression shifting to surprise as a faint tremor runs through the air. Then, a booming laugh erupts from him, his mirth filling the space with unbridled joy. He turns to the young woman beside him, a mischievous glint in his eye, teasing them about their unmarried status. The young woman, Lena, looks away, clearly flustered by the elder's blunt remarks, while the elder continues his playful jabs about her naivety. Finally, the elder calls out to Minseo, inviting him to join them for breakfast, to which he responds with a simple affirmation. Outside, the morning sun bathes a distant castle in light, as figures on horseback approach its gates. As Minseo prepares to depart, Dehorman offers a final, heartfelt plea for him to take care. While Minseo, with a hint of defiance, declares his intent to kill them all, Dehorman chuckles softly, and Lena adds her own earnest wish for him to remain healthy. A moment of shared understanding passes between the two men, Dehorman's arm resting heavily on Minseo's shoulder. Later, standing before the grand castle walls, Minseo and Lena share a more private farewell. Their gazes lock, a silent conversation passing between them. As Lena, with a hopeful smile, promises Minseo she will return, he pulls her into a tight embrace, a silent acknowledgement of their bond. Lena's arm wraps around him, her voice soft with concern, imploring him not to get hurt too much. With a reassuring smile and a gentle pat, she tells him not to worry. With a hand resting on his belt, Minseo makes a solemn vow to himself. He will return as a knight. Then, raising a horn to his lips, he prepares to sound the call. A deep, resonant blast echoes across the sky, announcing the start of his journey. He looks up, his gaze fixed on the horizon, as the sound fades. Standing before a grand castle, clad in new armor, Minseo prepares to depart, observed by a few figures in the background. His expression is one of unwavering determination, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Through the massive gates, a procession of knights on horseback begins to ride out, their departure marked by the creaking of the ancient structure. The sky weeps as they leave, a heavy rain beginning to fall. He remembered the moment clearly, a blur of motion as he swung his sword with all his might. His face was set with grim determination. He had intended to pursue Lena and join the fray. But then, everything changed in an instant. A fleeting image of a clear blue sky and a vibrant yellow flower flashed before his eyes. His eyes widening in shock, bathed in an ethereal glow as he plummeted through the air. His hand instinctively tightened around a wooden staff, a desperate anchor in the sudden chaos. He landed with a jarring impact, his boots striking solid ground. The staff, however, splintered and broke upon impact, leaving him disarmed. Now he found himself standing alone on a narrow, sky-high path, gazing down at a vast, cloud-filled expanse far below. A stark, digital message flashes before him, declaring Lena's demise, followed by a cold, impersonal farewell from the system. Her profile, once vibrant, now stands as a grim testament to her final moments, juxtaposed with his own, as if mocking his failure. As he stares upward, a blinding light piercing through the ethereal space. His own name echoing in his mind, a question of his very existence. His hand clenching into a desperate fist. As the light intensifies, threatening to consume him. His face contorts in anguish. The memory of Lena's warrior profile burning into his consciousness, the system's cruel summary confirming her fate. A choked cry escapes him, the bitter truth that he couldn't protect her, couldn't even be by her side, tearing through his resolve, leaving him to curse his own pathetic weakness. After the story concluded, Minseo, also known as Leo, found himself left behind in this world, questioning if he could truly bear the weight of the damage inflicted upon him. A sudden jolt of realization snapped him back to the present, his expression twisting in anguish. His stomach churned with a sickening lurch as the system's cold, hard truth echoed in his mind. He had failed to clear, raising Lena, and now, he was condemned to become a knight, protecting the castle of Avir for the rest of his life, with some of Leo Dexter's accomplishments being inherited. Slumped against a wall, his thoughts drifted back to a simpler time, when his only concern was hunting. He clenched his fists, a wave of regret washing over him, wishing he had known this outcome, for he would have acted differently. A glowing interface materialized before him, presenting a stark, restart option. Meanwhile, in a distant, bustling medieval town, life continued its course amidst towering structures. A young man with ash blonde hair and striking yellow eyes looked up, his expression a mix of weariness and quiet determination. The desolate room remained, its wooden floor slick with an unsettling dampness. Huddled in a corner, his form a picture of utter despair, Mincio seemed to have found a temporary, if miserable, refuge. Meanwhile, a young man with wavy blonde hair and sharp golden eyes stirred, his mind reeling as he realized he was in a completely different place once again. A soft voice echoed in his thoughts, calling out to him. Looking down, he saw the familiar face of Lena in his arms, a gasp escaping his lips as he recognized her. His immediate concern, however, was a primal one, a gnawing hunger that demanded his attention. A quiet conversation unfolds between two figures, one observing that there is something distinctly different about Leo compared to other children. In that regard, Lena is no different, prompting a question about why Leo allowed her to remain in such a state. Acknowledges the situation, realizing that this time, they are siblings, and Lena is in a terrible condition. A dire warning echoes, stating that if she remains in this state, she will surely perish. He pulls her close, offering comfort as Lena appears deeply distressed. A foot steps down onto the ground, surrounded by faint, glowing particles. A bustling market street teems with life, its stalls overflowing with goods and the air thick with a murmur of commerce. Within one of the shops, a young blonde figure stands beside a dark-haired man, who declares, "This time, we're living as beggars together." Lena's gaze drifts longingly towards the food displayed on the counter, her hunger a palpable ache. A single thought consumes her, food. The dark-haired shopkeeper, observing her desperation, scoffs, "A beggar? You too." Outside, the market continues its vibrant rhythm, unaware of the quiet struggle unfolding within the shop. Suddenly, the shopkeeper's voice cuts through the air, "Hey." He raises a heavy wooden club, its solid weight emphasized by the sharp sound of its movement. With a menacing glare, he warns Lena, "Leave while I'm being nice." As Lena stands before a stall, caught in the act, she offers a quiet apology, admitting her intent to steal, while the shopkeeper dismisses her with a curt, "I get it, so get lost." Stepping forward, Mincio attempts to reason with the man, pleading, "Can I please get something? I promise I'll repay you." The shopkeeper, however, only grows more enraged, raising a heavy wooden club and shouting, "I said there's nothing for you, just get lost." He points the club menacingly at Mincio, threatening, "Do you want to get hit?" Mincio flinches, a sharp sound echoing his surprise. But his resolve hardens as a grim realization dawns on him. If he backs down now, both he and Lena will surely perish. The shopkeeper lunges, grabbing Mincio's arm with a firm grip, his club still poised to strike. Mincio's eyes narrow with fierce determination, his mind racing. "I can't let this happen. I have to protect her. I have to throw it away." The shopkeeper, now looking surprised and angry, warns him, "Hey, if I tell the other merchants about this, you'll be dead meat." He then mutters, "Saying no to thy neighbor's beggars." Kneeling over Lena, Mincio apologizes for the drastic measures he's about to take, knowing they are unreasonable, but insists he cannot let her die, revealing a contingency plan. Standing, he tells her to take care, a fleeting thought of Lena's gratitude for his kindness passing through his mind as he instructs her to wait there. With heavy footsteps, Mincio turns and walks away, leaving her behind. His bloodied hands press down on Lena's stomach, which glows with a painful, sizzling energy, a desperate attempt to mend her wounds. Later, Mincio sits exhausted beside her recovering Lena, contemplating their next move and the necessity of finding a river in this large city, grateful they had some hidden money. He walks through the bustling market street, his gaze sweeping for any sign of water. Back with Lena, who is now awake but still frail, Mincio gently asks if she knows the location of any nearby rivers. Looking down, Lena admits, with a touch of shame, that she has never even seen a river before. Her pale face turns to him, expressing her concern that without water, they will undoubtedly fall ill. A small, glowing crystal, clinking softly, catches Mincio's attention. He examines the curious object, realizing Lena possesses something similar. The item appears to be ancient, its origins shrouded in mystery. As dusk begins to settle, Mincio suggests they head back, and Lena readily agrees. However, a moment of uncertainty washes over him as he admits he's lost his bearings. Lena, a playful smirk gracing her lips, teases him about his momentary lapse, promising to guide the way. With a determined rustle of her dress, she prepares to take the lead. Her steps are light and purposeful as they begin their journey. They navigate through a narrow, shadowed alleyway, the sounds of the city fading behind them. Mincio looks around their squalid surroundings, a sigh escaping him as he questions why they are forced to live in such a place. Lena, crouched low, her voice filled with sorrow, laments the thought of someone else discovering their plight, fearing their sadness. But even so, she continues to worry. Mincio reaches out, his hand gently brushing her hair. He then settles down, offering her comfort as she leans against him, declaring he will sleep first, then she can rest. His heart aches to see her in such a state, yet he finds solace in simply being able to see her face, even under these dire circumstances. A quiet gasp escapes him, his golden-green eyes reflecting deep concern. Lena looks up, her own golden-green eyes wide. As her eye begins to glow with a faint golden light, Mincio's voice, filled with worry, asks what is wrong. She dismisses his concern, her voice soft as she tells him it is nothing, urging them both to sleep, and he quietly agrees. Still visibly distressed, Lena leans into Minseo's comforting embrace, her hand gently held in his. A soft sigh escapes her as she clutches a small, blue object, her expression heavy with sorrow, while Minseo reflects that he had thought he could manage things somehow. He gazes at her with a mixture of concern and determination. Even though he'd been separated from the comics, the other scenarios where Leo and Lena didn't interact had helped him gain a huge advantage, especially since she was a year or two younger than the protagonist, Linux. Standing beside Chia, Minseo muses that he had thought he'd be able to create a firm foundation for her next time around, but Lena was far too lovely, and in a world where slavery was officially sanctioned, beautiful people were the most desirable products for slave traders, a grim reality underscored by the presence of figures like Dehorman and the white-haired knight. Knowing this, Minseo understands that Lena must be kept safe in a hidden location, while intentionally obscuring his true intentions to keep her secure. He recalls a past scenario where he was unsure of the source of their sustenance, and it was always the two of them working together to find it. He considers the various items that played crucial roles in these complex situations, artifacts that only he, with his unique knowledge, would recognize. It's a common trope, he muses, the secret of the Duke and their suffering, but the most impactful scenario involves Lena declaring her rightful place in the Duke's succession. In a vivid mental image, Lena stands tall beside the white-haired knight, looking down at a fallen figure, asserting her claim. This particular path, he realizes, offers the clearest direction for a definitive conclusion. A sigh escapes the blonde-haired man, his expression thoughtful. It's a narrative, he concludes, that heavily emphasizes the latter half of the story. In a tender embrace, the white-haired knight holds Lena close, a silent wish escaping his lips, hoping for just a bit more strength. Their figures appear small within the vastness of a grand, ornate hall, where the knight greets her with warmth, declaring, "There you are, our lovely princess." Lena responds with a bright, almost childlike cheer, her smile radiating pure joy. Later, the knight stands alone in the same grand hall, a thoughtful question on his lips. Lena. As tears well in Lena's closed eyes, a silent sorrow etched upon her face. She walks away, glancing back with a wistful expression, leaving the grand hall behind. Later, in a more humble setting, the knight sits with Lena, remarking on his hard work, while she asks if he drank his water. He confirms he did, pointing to a simple metal cup, which is revealed to be his brother's water. She watches as the knight, holding a half-empty cup, questions why she didn't drink more. Offering it to her, he insists there's still some left, but she gently refuses, stating it's his. A hint of sadness crosses her face as she admits she'd already finished her own. Seeing her expression, he asks if she's hungry, suggesting they go. Kneeling before her, he takes her hand, and she hums softly in agreement. The scene shifts to an aerial view of a grand city, a place people called the capital of Orville, a city of dreams, perhaps because it was a place everyone yearned to visit. And as time passed, he realized this was the capital of Velida, Orville. This was a memory he wished to forget, from long ago, back when he was known as the Contentment. A fiery, chaotic battle erupts, filled with clashing figures and explosive magic. Long ago, an empire known as Arcadia crumbled, and within its vast dominion, the kingdom of Velida stood. After its collapse, the empire fractured into 7 distinct kingdoms. Among these, Velida was unique, ruled by a king who carried the ancient blood of the dragon. However, with the dragon's power, came a terrible curse of disposition, twisting the hearts of those who inherited it. He closes his eyes, a pained memory flashing through his mind, the weight of the past pressing down on him. Meanwhile, Lena looks down, her voice soft as she wishes, "It'd be nice if I had someone I could entrust my time to for now." Her golden-green eyes reflect a deep uncertainty, a silent question hanging in the air. Observing her quiet contemplation, the white-haired knight gently calls out, "Lena?" Minseo kneels, his voice filled with urgency as he calls out to Lena, her hand lying limp, a clear sign of her weakening state. Lena leans against him, her voice a weak whisper as she admits to feeling dizzy. He looks down at her, the grim reality settling in. She has a high fever, and red spots now cover her body. An older man approaches, advising Lena to wait a moment, assuring her that her brother will return with medicine. A quick glance falls upon a nearby bread sign. While Lena sits alone, her condition seemingly worsening. Minseo sprints away, determined to find help. Minseo frantically searches the unfamiliar streets, his heart pounding with each passing moment, realizing that no matter how hard he looks, he cannot find a hospital. His voice cracking with urgency, he pleads with a small group of townspeople, explaining that his sister is gravely ill. Dropping to his knees in a desperate plea, he begs for their help. His hands clasped tightly, the weight of his sister's condition pressing down on him. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his despair, assuring him that the hospital is right around the corner. He looks up, his tear-filled eyes wide with surprise and a flicker of hope, barely able to process the unexpected answer. An elderly woman in a hooded cloak stands before him, asking if he is indeed looking for a hospital. She points the way, instructing him to turn at the next corner, and urges him to go quickly, knowing his sister's life depends on it. Her gnarled hands grip a simple staff, a silent testament to her wisdom and perhaps her age. He pushes onward, Lena's frail body a heavy burden on his back, as a faint thought escapes her lips. Her consciousness fading, she feels her own form growing smaller, weaker, with every desperate stride he takes. Then, a soft voice breaks the silence. "Brother, I had a dream. Just a long dream. We're almost there." Mincio spots a building with a prominent green cross, a beacon of hope in the distance, and lets out a ragged breath as he pushes towards what appears to be the hospital entrance. A heavy thud echoes as he approaches. He continues his desperate sprint, his focus solely on getting Lena inside. But his path is suddenly blocked by a stern-faced man, who watches him with an unyielding gaze. The man extends a hand, his voice firm as he demands, "Just get lost unless you want to pay." Mincio, still carrying Lena, tries to reason with the man blocking his path, promising to pay him later. His heavy steps echo as he continues to move forward. His hand clutches his wallet, ready to offer payment. But before he can, the man's aggression causes him to stumble, sending both him and Lena crashing to the ground. Mincio immediately checks on Lena, calling her name in a desperate plea. He looks up, pleading with the man, explaining Lena's condition and promising to pay whatever is demanded. The man, however, is unmoved, his voice harsh as he dismisses Mincio. Before Mincio can react, the man violently shoves him, throwing him aside. He then grabs Mincio by the hair, pulling him close with brutal force. Mincio's gaze falls upon a small, glowing blue gem, a desperate thought forming in his mind. Holding it out to the imposing, bald man with a long braid, he pleads for assistance, offering the recently acquired treasure. He insists on its value, hoping to sway the man with the promise of wealth. Falling to his knees, Mincio bows his head in a gesture of utter desperation. But the man merely scoffs, turning his back and beginning a slow count, his words a chilling threat to Mincio. The glowing gem, now rejected, clatters to the ground, its light dimming slightly. A single tear escapes Mincio's eye as the man's countdown continues, his face etched with anguish and a flicker of resolve. Lena remains motionless on the ground, her unconscious form a stark reminder of the urgency. The man finishes his count, walking away with a final, dismissive offer, leaving Mincio and Lena abandoned in their dire situation. A woman stands in a bustling town square, observing the scene with a composed expression. A man in simple attire walks with a heavy step, his gaze fixed downwards. The woman's expression shifts to one of concern, a quiet agreement escaping her lips. The man continues to walk away, leaving the woman to look down at a figure on the ground, asking if they are all right. Mincio, on his knees, looks up with tear-filled, golden eyes, a choked sob escaping him as he struggles to speak. A heavy thud echoes, marking a moment of collapse or impact. His golden eye, wide with distress, seems to crack under the strain. Mincio sits alone on a sunlit windowsill, trembling uncontrollably, his mind reeling from the recent events. Disoriented, he looks around the unfamiliar room, his first thoughts immediately turning to Lena, wondering where she is and what has become of her. Mincio's voice, raw with desperation, echoed through the quiet room as he called out Lena's name, his gaze fixed on her still form. Just then, the door creaked open, and Chiha stepped inside, calmly acknowledging his presence. A gasp escaped him, his attention momentarily drawn from Lena to the newcomer. Lena remained still, her face peaceful in slumber, yet her unconsciousness was a heavy weight in the room. Mincio quickly turned to Chiha, demanding to know what the priestess had said and if Lena would be all right, his voice laced with urgency. Chiha, holding a small vial, dismissed the priestesses as mere charlatans who relied too heavily on their sacred healing. Confused, Mincio asked for clarification, and she explained that Lena had already received treatment, but she herself didn't believe the priestesses were the only ones capable of healing, having worked with them long enough to know their limitations. With a determined expression, Chiha asserted that even she could perform an examination. Mincio, seeking guidance, asked what he should do now, to which Chiha simply replied that he could only wait. Still concerned for Lena, Mincio attempts to secure her treatment, but Chiha regretfully informs him that the cost is too high for her to afford. He then offers to sell his own goods to help, but she quickly dismisses the idea, stating his efforts would be of no use before deciding to leave. Left alone, Mincio ponders her abrupt departure, a question lingering on his mind. Chiha reappears, catching his attention, and he admits he doesn't know what to call her. After a moment of thought, she reveals her name to be Kagaya. Later, a spoon is gently offered. As Mincio reflects on Lena's mysterious illness, doubting it stems from the same mana flow that caused his own troubles, he gently urges Lena to eat, continuing his devoted care. He accepts the situation, though a deep-seated conviction tells him it cannot be possible. He distinctly remembers Lena dying cleanly, a memory so vivid he had refused to eat in its aftermath. Yet, that proof, etched into Lena's very memory, cannot be used, as it simply makes no sense. If Lena truly died cleanly, then her current existence is an impossible contradiction. He couldn't even be sure if the event of Lena's death was real or not, and generalizing the situation, he didn't know if it was right to even begin to investigate. Even if this was a plotline that had been repeated with difficulty, with Lena starting off in the worst of conditions, it still felt wrong. This entire scenario, he concludes, is simply not real. He decides to think backwards, unraveling the mystery from its conclusion. A memory flashes, Lena's voice weak, calling out for her brother, pleading for water. What if the memory he saw was a fabrication, a trap designed to mislead him? The thought solidifies into a harsh accusation. You lied to me. He recalls the moment with stark clarity, a memory of leaving Lena alone, only to return and find her drinking dirty water from the floor. The image of her, frail and desperate, is burned into his mind. A wave of guilt washes over him, remembering how he had left her alone and gone out. From a window, he had looked out, silently pleading for Lena to survive. He clutches his head, a faint echo of Lena's voice from that time piercing his thoughts, calling out for her brother. Later, by her bedside, he had asked how she was feeling, but she had begun to speak of a dream. He had urged her to drink some water first, while she questioned why he was asking about her dream. With a gentle smile, he had told her to remember those memories exactly as they were. Lena had then taken the cup and slowly drank the water. A chilling thought, let's break up, echoes in the mind as Mincio watches over the injured girl, hoping that if she rests, she might recover by tomorrow. Gently, he urges Lena to drink, supporting her as she leans against him, still weak from her ordeal. A single tear escapes from beneath her bandage, a silent testament to her pain. Suddenly, her eyes snaps open, glowing with an eerie golden light as a faint hiss escapes her lips. As Mincio holds her close, a chilling, reversed sign appears in the background, declaring, Lena has died. The words loom over her distressed face, a haunting vision of a fate that should not be. A young woman with long, wavy ash-blonde hair stands bathed in a soft, golden glow, her name, Lena, appearing beside her. Similarly, a young man, Mincio, appears in his own column of light, his dark hair contrasting with the ethereal radiance surrounding him. His expression shifts to one of profound regret, a heavy burden weighing on him as he confesses, I accidentally caused my sister's death. His face is etched with sorrow, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Yet, in another moment, perhaps a memory or an alternate reality, Lena leans contentedly against him, both of them sharing a quiet, peaceful drink in a rustic setting. Such creatures are not suitable for someone like him, he thinks, as a Stark system message declares, thank you for playing. A sharp notification sound rings out, confirming his failure to clear raising Lena. The system continues its harsh judgment, informing Leo that he could not protect his beloved sister, and as a penalty, all his progress will be reset, though initial funds will be provided as compensation. He wonders, until when now? The weight of the repeated failure settles upon him, the system's words echoing as he realizes, it's like I'm stuck in a time loop. The screen confirms his grim suspicion, simply stating, restarting again, as the title of the game, The Raising of Lena, appears. Suddenly, the oppressive darkness gives way to a vibrant, sun-drenched landscape, a stark contrast to the digital despair, with a new title card briefly flashing, Princess to Overcome Death. In this serene new setting, a small, furry creature perches on a tree branch, drawing the attention of Leo, who looks up as Lena excitedly calls out, Leo, look at that, it's Kokorn. A gentle smile graces his face, a world away from his previous anguish, as he softly remarks, seeing Kokorn means we'll have good luck today. Walking hand in hand, Lena glances back at him, a playful question in her voice, Leo, are you listening to me? Lena calls out, her voice bright and clear amidst the rustling leaves. As Mincio, walking slightly ahead, wonders why she has suddenly fallen silent, before reassuring her that he has returned. Their eyes meet, a moment of shared tranquility. But a subtle shift in his demeanor causes her to pause. He is consumed by the weight of all these past events, a silent question echoing in his mind. Could he truly start over with her from the very beginning? His steps falter, a sudden halt in their peaceful stroll, as he internally refutes the idea of a true fresh start, acknowledging the unfairness of the situation to both himself and Lena. Lena, sensing his turmoil, asks what is wrong, her innocent question punctuated by his own thought that this is the point when she becomes a princess. He turns away, dismissing her concern with a casual reply, while his mind races with the terrifying implication that if Lena remembers the past, they will never be able to leave this place. Lena, noticing his distant gaze, asks what troubles him. His mind races, presenting him with a stark dilemma. Only two choices remain. The question hangs in the air, will he follow the priest? A vision of Lena standing before two solemn, cloaked figures, with another observing from the shadows, flashes through his thoughts. The first option, yes, looms large. If he chooses to send her away, she would become a priestess, eventually ascending to the role of a princess. The alternative, no, is equally stark. For if he doesn't send her away, she faces death by a marching evil, a grim fate depicted with her standing before a single cloaked figure. The weight of the decision crushes him. No matter the path, he cannot achieve his goal. The impossible choice gnaws at his sanity, driving him to the brink. His hand trembles slightly as he holds a small, framed picture, a snapshot of a happier past with Lena, now a poignant reminder of his current torment. He stares at the glowing system window, a stark message appearing before him. Elio, you must protect your beloved villager after release of power. If you fail to do so, a penalty will be imposed. As his gloved hands clench, a silent resolve hardening within him. With this newfound power, he believes he can finally protect the village, his ultimate goal to clear the game. The game, he knows, will eventually conclude in autumn. So, the only logical course of action is to ensure they leave the village before then. Later, he hurries to find his father, seeking approval for his plans. By the warmth of a crackling campfire, his father remarks on Leo's significantly improved hunting skills. Leo then turns to him, ready to share something important. He recalls a stroke of luck from a while back, catching a monster in a trap, which yielded a magic stone he then sold. Mincio explains to his father that he sold the magic stone he acquired, just as a system message confirms he has gained the skill mana detection. His father, however, expresses deep concern for Lena and her family, believing it impossible for them to leave with their current circumstances, prompting Mincio to ask if he can accompany her. He knows he won't get permission, but a new system message confirms he has also acquired the skill mana control, further solidifying his resolve. His father questions his suggestion, then firmly states that he cannot get permission, his expression unwavering. Despite the refusal, Mincio's internal conviction remains strong. He has to go anyway. As the two men sit by the crackling campfire, the conversation seems to have reached an impasse, leaving Mincio to ponder his next move. With a determined glint in his eyes, he makes his decision, ready to act on his own terms. Mincio smiles, a subtle blush on his cheek. The full moon hangs high in a clear, star-dusted night sky. The celestial body glows brightly, as if acknowledging his silent gratitude. "Father, thank you," he murmurs, the words echoing softly in the quiet night. The scene shifts to a sun-dappled forest clearing, where a worn saddlebag and quiver rest on the grass. Mincio sits beneath a tree with Lena, a narration box revealing his resolve. "Even though my father is strictly against it." He turns to her, a thoughtful expression on his face, musing, "Well, in just a little while Lena will. I'll tell you." He continues, looking intently at her, while she simply offers a questioning glance in return. Embracing her from behind, a warm smile spreads across his face as he asks, "So you want to go to Nevis with me?" Lena turns her head away, a playful smirk on her lips, as she declares, "Never mind. Just breaking up with the person I hated the most." She looks at him with a worried expression, suggesting there are many other ways to achieve his goals than the path he seems set on. But Mincio counters, asking if she truly desires to become a hunter, and then pauses, leaving a dramatic silence. Lena's thoughts drift to the Holy Kingdom, believing it would be a better destination, as a capital city would surely offer a more stable livelihood. Mincio, however, remains resolute, asserting that if they go together, they will reach their destination, acknowledging that traveling alone would take at least 2 dangerous years. He then reveals a pouch of coins, proudly stating he has saved a significant amount of money, and asks what she thinks about combining their resources. Lena's eyes widen in surprise, a sudden thought crossing her mind as she asks if he stole it from his father. He smiles, reassuring her that it was money he earned from his father, not stolen. Looking at her intently, he emphasizes the difficulty of going alone, then softly asks if she will go with him. After a moment of consideration, her expression hardens with resolve, and she declares her definite intention to go. As the new path began to unfold, Mincio found himself reflecting on the journey ahead, a quiet determination settling over him. Meanwhile, Lena, her heart filled with gratitude, expressed her thanks for the unexpected companionship. Turning away, she confirmed her resolve, believing their plan would indeed succeed. Later, Mincio sat beneath a towering tree, reflecting that even without Lena's presence, he would have embarked on this journey alone. The sky stretched endlessly above them. As they prepared to leave the familiar sights of the village behind, a new adventure awaiting them beyond its borders. Soon, 2 carts rumbled along the dusty road, carrying goods and hopes towards distant lands. On one of them, Lena playfully called out to Mincio, who reassured her that their journey was no burden. These carts, a lifeline for Jarek's village, traveled to the capital twice a month, trading goods for necessities, and Mincio offered Lena a drink, solidifying their shared path as they ventured forth. As he and Lena prepared to leave, a kind villager offered them a final blessing, a small gesture of goodwill that they gratefully accepted. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through the ground, a subtle reminder of the world's instability, even as he tried to focus on the path ahead. The village, now a collection of distant rooftops under the warm glow of the setting sun, began to shrink behind them, a familiar comfort fading into memory. As they walked, leaving behind the well wishes of the remaining villagers, Lena declared their departure, urging them to take care and be safe on their journey. A hint of doubt crept into Mincio's voice as he suggested they could simply remain, but Lena quickly countered, reminding him that a comfortable life was not what they sought. He still harbored reservations, but Lena, with unwavering resolve, dismissed his worries and urged them onward. With a renewed sense of purpose, he strode forward, the rustle of his cloak accompanying each determined step. He cast one last glance back at the fading village, a silent acknowledgement of the life they were leaving behind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the quaint town, Mincio and Lena found themselves settled in a cozy room for the night. With a reassuring smile, Mincio confirmed their plans, promising to see her in the morning. Lena's eyes widened with childlike wonder, exclaiming that this was her very first time sleeping in a proper bed and how incredibly nice it felt. A hint of confusion crossed Minseo's face as he gently reminded her that they had, in fact, slept on the floor just recently. Lena, however, simply beamed, playfully remarking that if his words weren't so peculiar, she might have taken offense. Minseo chuckled softly, acknowledging her point with an amused smile, finding her reaction rather endearing. After a night spent in the comfort of beds, Minseo and Lena rested peacefully, though the unfamiliar luxury seemed to weigh on one of them. Despite the soft mattress and warm blankets, Lena found herself wide awake, her mind racing even as her body yearned for sleep. She sat up, her gaze distant, while Minseo remained deep in slumber beside her. He slept soundly, unaware of her quiet struggle. Later, Minseo stood over her, a thoughtful expression on his face as he asked, "Would you like to come to Nevis with me?" Now dressed and standing together, he offered her a reassuring smile. He explained his preparations, mentioning the money he had saved and some additional funds from his father. Acknowledging the potential dangers of the journey, he reiterated his invitation, asking if she would join him. Later, in a serene, grassy landscape, they sat together, a quiet understanding passing between them. Lena looks down, a quiet gratitude settling over her as she thinks of Minseo. She recalls the moments of despair, admitting to herself, "I almost gave up." Now, seeing him restless in bed, she asks softly, "Minseo, are you all right?" Observing his troubled sleep, she wonders if he is caught in a nightmare. Meanwhile, Minseo's own thoughts drift to a confession he almost made. "To be honest, if we hadn't gone to Nevis, I was going to confess my feelings to him." Lena simply watches him, her expression unreadable. As he stirs, she offers a soft, understanding word, "Perhaps." Then, leaning closer, she tenderly presses her lips to his. Her eyes gently close, lost in the quiet intimacy of the moment. Still cradling Minseo, who remains in a state of troubled semi-consciousness, Lena's voice is filled with a desperate apology. Her face flushed with emotion, she repeats his name, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Meanwhile, a name echoes through Minseo's troubled mind, a plea for forgiveness directed at someone called Viner. Eventually, the turmoil subsides, and he drifts into a deep sleep, leaving Lena to watch over him with a sigh of relief. Sitting by his bedside, she silently apologizes to him for her actions. She resolves to remain by his side, patiently awaiting his return to consciousness. As the light of day filters through the window, she gently rouses him from his slumber, her hand resting softly on his forehead. As he slowly sits up, she asks if he rested well. As the morning light filtered into their temporary lodging, a gentle voice assured him there was plenty of water and food available, encouraging him to take his time washing up. Stretching languidly in the bed, Lena added that they would eat breakfast before heading out, instructing him to leave his luggage there. Soon after, Minseo found himself wandering through the bustling village streets, observing the morning activity. Approaching a food stall, a vendor greeted him, asking if he had slept well. As Minseo took a piece of food, he heard a familiar voice call out, "Oh, Leo." Continuing his stroll through the market, he heard the same voice remark, "I see you slept here." He then approached another vendor, Hans, asking if he had already sold everything, to which Hans replied that his things had indeed sold out. Hans then inquired if Minseo had eaten, who admitted he hadn't yet, planning to eat there in a bit. Accepting the offer, Minseo decided he wouldn't refuse the food. In the quiet of a medieval town, Minseo walks purposefully down a cobblestone street. A cloaked figure trailing behind him as he muses. He has no real reason to be annoyed, yet the rumors of someone recruiting people from elsewhere still linger in his mind. Meanwhile, in a different time and place, Shiha sits hunched over a laptop, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the keyboard, lost in concentration. Back in Minseo's thoughts, a memory surfaces, a tense conversation where he considers it's possible someone is trying to dodge him, before a voice cuts through the air, calling out, "Leo." The memory intensifies, the background shifting to a stark red as the voice demands, "Did you sleep with Lena?" Minseo's own startled "What?" echoes the shock of the accusation. A chilling, unsettling smile spreads across his face, a silent response to the volatile question. Snapping back to the present, Minseo continues his walk, the memory still fresh as he realizes that's why the other figure has been following him. He ponders the past event, wondering if that person would have truly done such a thing, and if they would have gotten away with it. In a memory from his past, Minseo, then known as Leo, finds himself in a medieval town, responding to a companion's question, assuring him he was merely on the verge of sleep, wondering what had transpired with his friend. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name, as Lena approaches, asking if he is ready. As the three begin to walk together, his companion, Hans, inquires if another member of their party will be joining them. Leo confirms their intention to eat together, urging them to proceed. Later, the group, now including the imposing Dehorman, gathers around a table laden with food, discussing their destination, the capital, or perhaps a castle. Dehorman, considering their route, points out that heading in their current direction would mean a significant detour. Leo muses that traveling directly to the capital would avoid any detours, but then questions the availability of caravans there. Noticing the sudden silence from his companions, he reassures them, believing that where there is a market, there will always be caravans. Turning to Hans, Leo shares his assessment, suggesting that a fair number of caravans are likely heading west from their current location. Mincio, known as Leo, sits across from Dehorman, considering his words, as he asks if he should introduce someone to him. Dehorman, in turn, inquires if Leo knows anyone, prompting the young man to cross his arms thoughtfully and ask if they can depart today. As Lena and Hans join them at the table, Leo then instructs them to simply find out the information without asking too many questions, telling them to say they saw and followed him. Later, in the bustling town square, Leo and Lena approach Hans, who greets them warmly, confirming his goods sold well, though he doesn't recall seeing them before. Hans, a merchant with a kind face, confirms his success, prompting Leo to reassure him that it is fine. Before introducing Lena as his companion, he explains that they wish to buy travel and asks if there is a way to the capital. Hans, however, informs them that he is not heading in that direction, but offers to introduce them to other caravans that are. Both Leo and Lena respond with enthusiastic agreement, their faces lighting up at the prospect. As the merchant confirms his success, Hans explains that his own journey will take him in a different direction, but he can still assist them. He offers to introduce them to other merchants heading to the capital, assuring Mincio that his goods sold well and he's not just trying to get rid of them. With a thoughtful puff from his pipe, Hans agrees to make the introductions. As the group walks through the bustling village streets, Mincio expresses his gratitude to the merchant. He thanks Hans profusely for his help, acknowledging that Lena still seems a bit uncomfortable with the situation. Hans, with a kind smile, wishes them well and bids them farewell. Mincio, Lena, and Dehorman continue their journey, leaving the merchant behind as they head towards their next destination. As the day fades, the full moon rises high in the star-dusted night sky. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, a caravan of covered wagons begins its slow, rhythmic journey across the land. As the carriage rumbles onward, its rhythmic clatter fills the night, carrying the group further from their starting point. Dehorman sighs, finding the journey tedious, while Lena, looking to Mincio, calls out his name, a hint of impatience in her voice. He responds with a questioning glance, as Lena reminds him of their agreement, a year of work once they reach the capital. A deep regret washes over Mincio's face as he looks away, muttering a quiet apology to Lena, confessing that he had lied to her. His thoughts drift back to a time when Hans, the merchant, spoke to a younger version of him, believing Lena was earning money in the capital to fund her journey to the Holy Kingdom. A young Lena, dressed simply, is seen in a village setting, unaware of the true nature of the plans being made for her. Hans had assured the boy that the money would be enough for them to live comfortably for years, but then revealed the shocking truth. They were not actually going to the Holy Kingdom. The memory culminates in the stark realization that Lena, far from being a commoner, was in fact a princess, her true identity a carefully guarded secret. From the very moment he decided to embark on this journey, Lena had been inextricably linked to the troubles in Nevis, all because of him. Turning to her in the carriage, Mincio inquired about her past, asking what kind of work she had done there. He then brought up the bakery, wondering if it was the same one where Hans's aunt was the only one capable of making those specific items, implying a unique skill. He continued, noting that such specialized work would command a high price in the capital. A memory surfaced, taking him back to a younger version of himself speaking with Hans, who explained that if Mincio hadn't intervened, Lena would have already encountered someone significant. Hans elaborated, revealing that she would have met a prince, currently en route to the capital church. The younger Mincio's resolve hardened, a silent promise forming in his mind. He would make Lena a princess, despite his past actions. After a long and arduous journey, the traveler finally arrived at his destination, a small, peaceful village. He was immediately contacted by a new upper merchant lord, with a meeting scheduled for the following day, but before leaving, he decided to secure lodging for the night. Mincio then made his way to a workshop, intent on acquiring a specific item. A burly blacksmith, with a stern expression, greeted him with a question, asking if he possessed the necessary permit for a sword. Mincio, caught off guard, admitted he didn't, wondering if there was any alternative way to obtain one. He pleaded with the man, explaining that he had someone he desperately needed to protect, and asked if the blacksmith could make an exception just this once. The blacksmith's eyes narrowed, a clear sign of his growing irritation. With a slight smirk, the blacksmith dismissed his plea, stating firmly that there was, of course, no exception. Mincio, still searching for a weapon, notices a familiar mark, wondering about its significance. He muses aloud, "My father once owned this tattoo. He has the same one." A voice confirms, "He's a hunter." The words hang in the air, followed by a skeptical query, "Really? So, you're not a lord's hunter?" The burly blacksmith, turning with a gruff expression, simply states, "All right, follow me." He leads Mincio into a workshop filled with an impressive array of finely crafted weapons. Then gestures broadly, "Pick one." Mincio surveys the selection, his gaze falling on a particular type of blade as he asks, "Only one-handed swords?" The blacksmith, clearly annoyed by the question, retorts, "I've told you, you can't pick and choose." He then adds, with a hint of exasperation, "It's hard to believe you don't have a daughter." Mincio stands before the blacksmith, a look of quiet disappointment settling on his face. Two simple swords lay on a white cloth, their blades reflecting the dim light of the smithy. Mincio picks one up, testing its weight and balance, only to find himself asking, "Are all of them unbalanced?" The blacksmith, Hans, shrugs, admitting he doesn't truly understand the craft. Simply, actually, I don't know how to make them. You were going to be a hunter, so I thought I'd make one for you. A look of resignation crosses Minsio's face as he makes his decision. I'll take this. He holds the chosen sword, a sigh escaping him. Huh. At least I got something. Despite the sword's flaws, a flicker of determination ignites within him, knowing that his swordsmanship skills might still provide a chance to use it effectively. A sharp, decisive sound echoes, as a foot stomps down, crushing a piece of paper beneath it. Later, in a different room, Lena looks towards him, a hint of concern in her voice. Leo, where did you go? What's that? He stands with a wooden bucket, the clatter of it echoing slightly as he considers the task of getting beer. A voice from behind him complains that they never get a chance to drink, always having to be on guard. He turns, questioning if it's only him who has to be so vigilant. Lena, with a slight smirk, offers Viner as an example of someone who doesn't share his concerns. A faint smile touches Minsio's lips as he listens to her reasoning. She continues, explaining that even priests drink during ceremonies, and he seems to acknowledge her point. Lena suggests he think of it as a gift for a priest, though she privately admits Viner might have been overdoing it. She then adds, almost as an afterthought, that he'll be of age in just a few months, a fact that seems to surprise him. With a broad smile, Mincio finally relents, agreeing to take just a little. He lifts a mug to his lips, taking a long, satisfying gulp. Lena, her cheeks flushed, savors her drink, exclaiming how amazing it tastes. She then playfully complains that working with Leo makes her feel a bit dizzy, to which he retorts that it's part of his charm. Mincio, observing her, muses to himself that if she gets drunk, she'll inevitably start talking about her ex. Lena, however, continues her recollection, remembering a time she got into trouble for something she said in church. He nods in agreement, prompting her to ask if he remembers when she first arrived. She recalls how cold he was back then, his demeanor as unyielding as the waterfall beside which they once stood. Lena presses on, asking if he also remembers her first visit to the church. She recounts how others speculated about their relationship, concluding that they've shared so many fun memories together. With a warm smile, Lena confesses that the more she gets to know him, the more she feels like she's becoming the real Leo. It would be easier if she could just accept things the way they were, she thought, as a memory of her confronting Mincio surfaced. What do you mean? She demanded, her voice laced with frustration. When you keep being so cold to me, what are you planning to do? His response was blunt, almost dismissive. Because I'm not gay, he stated, leaving her to stammer. Huh? Another memory, another confrontation, as she questioned his intentions. What are you doing? She asked, a hint of desperation in her tone. You're not going to tell me to be a priest, are you? Even in her dream, she yearned for his acknowledgement, reaching out to him. You can at least give me a blessing, can't you? Her hand reached out, surrounded by blooming flowers, as she cried out, what are you doing? The dream shifted, and Mincio stood over her as she lay in bed, his words echoing with a strange intensity. What is this? He questioned, his gaze piercing. Do you know who I am? I'm going to be a priest. Lena stirred in her sleep, a soft blush coloring her cheeks as she mumbled, move aside. Meanwhile, Mincio stood alone, his back to the viewer, lost in his own thoughts. After the unsettling dream, Mincio and Chiha find themselves in a bustling town, having finally arrived at their destination. It has been so long, Mincio almost forgot the way. As they approach a familiar building, Mincio muses aloud, wondering if his companion is truly a merchant, given their particular tastes in lodging. Inside, Hans looks up, a wide smile spreading across his face as he recognizes the newcomers, greeting his old friend with enthusiasm. Mincio returns the sentiment, acknowledging the long time since their last meeting and playfully chiding Hans for his absence. Later, at an inn, Mincio addresses the innkeeper, politely requesting a room for himself and his companions. The innkeeper, however, seems hesitant, observing the group with a critical eye and questioning the nature of their visit, noting they appear more significant than mere merchants. Hans quickly interjects, urging the innkeeper to simply provide a room and vouching for Mincio and Chiha as his travel companions, assuring them they will be helpful for his work. Still cautious, the innkeeper asks about the duration of their stay, while Mincio warns that they will find another inn if their request isn't met, emphasizing their need for safety. Convinced by the potential for long-term guests, the innkeeper finally relents, agreeing to lead them to a good room as the group begins to ascend the stairs. He follows Hans, who gestures for them to come along, leading the way through the inn's bustling interior. Hans then turns to a man with a prominent mustache, instructing him to wait here for a moment, before adding, I'll get the things I promised you last time. Footsteps echo softly, as the innkeeper leads them into a spacious room, announcing, This is the room. Chiha's eyes widen in pleasant surprise, a soft exclamation escaping her lips. Hans beams, asking them, Isn't this so much better than the last room? A small vase of delicate flowers sits on a nearby table, adding a touch of simple elegance to the space. The innkeeper, his expression softening, explains, since a friend asked, and you seem like good people, I'll give you this room. He then adds, almost as an afterthought, it's for just 3 silver coins. Hans's eyes widen in disbelief, questioning, pardon, 3 silver coins. The innkeeper chuckles, a sly grin spreading across his face as he corrects him. Haha, no, It isn't. 3 silver coins it is. Hans bids farewell to the innkeeper, expressing his gratitude before departing. Meanwhile, Mincio explains to Chiha that while the inn is on the outskirts, making it affordable, the facilities are quite good. Chiha, looking around the comfortable room, wonders aloud if they will be staying there for less than their previous worksite. Her face lights up as she gazes out the window, exclaiming at the amazing view, then offers a cheerful "see you next time" to someone unseen. From above, Lena is gently lowered to Mincio, thanking him brightly as she descends. She expresses her appreciation for his kindness, hoping to see him again, while Mincio muses to himself that if fate allows, their paths will surely cross once more. Chiha then suggests to Lena that they go explore the town center. As they take in the sprawling view of the town, Lena excitedly points out a massive castle in the distance to Leo. Mincio and Lena stand together, marveling at the imposing structure. Looking down at the young boy, Leo offers a comforting thought, assuring him that this situation is far from the worst possible outcome. Amidst the bustling sounds of the market, someone calls out to him, asking what is happening. A small, glowing green orb is held aloft, a testament to the young man's recovery, as he has been free from illness for 2 years now, perfectly healthy. Leo inquires about the boy's condition, and another man enthusiastically confirms that he is better than ever. With a warm smile, Leo expresses his joy at seeing the boy, who reciprocates with an equally heartfelt declaration of how much he has missed him. Beyond the settled lands, barbarian tribes still roam the unexplored territories, a harsh reality of the world. The retrograde tribes face a similar fate to the barbarians, often found in desolate states. These groups are largely ostracized, treated as outcasts by the central and northern kingdoms. This harsh reality means that, in the worst possible scenario, there are only a few people Lena can truly meet and connect with. Mincio and his companion stand overlooking a shimmering, ethereal landscape, a profound truth echoing in his mind. Only the wisdom gleaned from the very earth and sky could ever truly be worth pursuing. As Mincio seems lost in thought, his white-haired companion gently steadies him, asking what troubles him, then suggests they leave the unsettling scene behind. Mincio, still somewhat distant, apologizes and agrees that it is time for them to depart. Walking through a bustling market, Mincio considers the possibility that exploring the ancient ruins might offer a crucial clue to the past, a thought his companion acknowledges with a quiet hum. From a distance, a local merchant named Hans watches the two strangers with a keen, observant gaze. As Mincio and his companion continue on, Hans calls out to them, urging them to approach him. Their footsteps echo softly on the cobblestones. As Mincio, now holding a sword, hears his companion question if the object he carries is indeed a blade. A villager eyes Mincio's side, questioning if the object he carries is a sword. The villager continues, observing its unusual appearance, and asks if Mincio is there to sell weapons. Mincio quickly denies it, assuring the man he is not a merchant. The villager points out the obvious contradiction, telling him he should at least try to hide the weapon he's carrying. Mincio apologizes, explaining he was unaware of the rules, having just arrived in the Newland Kingdom. The villager, still skeptical, asks to see the sword, and Mincio obliges, pulling it from its sheath. A small laugh escapes Mincio, as he explains he only bought it for self-defense on his journey. Both men stare at the blade, the villager exclaiming his surprise at its unique appearance, while Mincio, equally bewildered, wonders why his looks so different. Mincio explains that keeping his sword is necessary, as monsters are already reaching this area, making him question if he should continue to carry it. The villager, however, counters, stating that bringing a sword into the city is prohibited and suggests Mincio dispose of it before entering. Mincio agrees to be careful, but the villager suddenly notices something else, a glint of metal catching his eye. His gaze falls upon a mark on Mincio's arm, and he demands to know if the tattoo signifies Mincio is a convict. Mincio stands, his unique sword at his side, the questioned tattoo clearly visible on his forearm. He calmly explains that the tattoo has been there since he was a child. Still unconvinced, the villager scoffs, wondering what kind of fool would walk into a castle gate with such a visible tattoo, not even properly balanced. Finally, the villager relents, telling Mincio to go ahead, but to be careful in the future. Mincio simply watches the villager, his expression unreadable. Having just entered the city, he finds himself immediately confronted by a young woman who sternly declares, "I've told you once, you can't bring that sword out. You can't even bring it into the city at all, Flash." She continues, her tone laced with suspicion. Not only that, it was defective? Only a fool would be fooled by something you claimed that you'd forged yourself with that thing. Then, a sudden shift in her demeanor, a bright smile spreading across her face as she exclaims, "Hey, I know how to use a sword." With a playful giggle, she teases, "Hee hee, you're so silly, Mr. Hunter." She muses to herself that she would be happy to have such a good person help her. Turning, she walks away from the bustling street, glancing back as if expecting him to follow. Later, inside a rustic home, the young woman states her terms, "I'd like to see how you work, before I'll pay for your pay." Mincio, a slight smile gracing his lips, readily agrees. "Okay, I will." He thinks to himself, such a brave girl. "All right, come tomorrow." The two stand together in the warmth of the home, the young woman gently cradling a small bird in her hands. The next morning, he stands before a grand building, contemplating the terms of his new employment, wondering about the exact compensation for his efforts. His companion, Lena, expresses her concern, advising him not to simply accept any offer like a naive young girl. Lena, however, quickly retorts, insisting that she is not a child and will get what she deserves for her work. Mincio, still protective, admits he dislikes good offers for others, while Lena observes his kindness. He then speculates that the woman who hired him must be like Hans's aunt, a thought Lena immediately dismisses. Later, the sharp rasp of metal against stone echoes as a blade is meticulously honed, preparing for the tasks ahead. Inside a shop, Mincio questions Hans about his inventory, asking if he has any more of a particular item, to which Hans replies he only recently acquired a few from various sources. Hans then offers something generously, and Mincio, turning to Lena, tells her he will consider it before they depart. They walk along the cobblestone street, the sounds of their footsteps echoing softly. He turns to her, asking if she's truly certain about working in the same place as him. Yes, I guess so, she replies, leaning into his arm. Internally, he thinks, all right, now that I've shown Lena how to get a job, I can start looking for clues to find the prince. He reflects on his choice, having picked a bakery far from where Lena works. Planning to occasionally show her his father's salary, pretending it's his own. She probably won't find out, he muses. But Lena looks up at him with a questioning, As they continue their journey, he notes the door frame is remarkably weak, and recalls a similar experience from his past, wondering if the wood was cut out after being exposed to rain. As they approach a building, Lena announces their arrival with a cheerful declaration. Mincio casts his gaze downward, observing the ground as they enter. They step into what appears to be a bustling inn, its common room filled with various patrons. Behind the counter, Hans, the innkeeper, watches them with a neutral expression. Mincio suggests they rest, sensing a peculiar atmosphere hanging heavy in the air. Suddenly, two armed figures appear, demanding an inspection and questioning if they are suspicious. Mincio and Lena react with a surprised gasp as the situation unfolds. As heavy footsteps echoed through the inn, Mincio moved with a sudden urgency, finding Lena on the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he positioned himself in front of her, a sword materializing in his hand. With a swift, defensive motion, he blocked an unseen attack, shouting for Lena to get back. Two armed figures now stood in the doorway, their presence a stark threat, prompting a surprised, questioning sound from Mincio. His sword, now fully drawn, rested on the floor, ready to be wielded. Mincio stood firm, his sword held defensively, facing the two intruders as Lena remained behind him. A low grunt escaped him, his expression hardening with resolve. One of the armed men scoffed, challenging Mincio, "Step back? You're the ones who should be stepping back. Don't talk nonsense." As a subtle aura began to emanate from him, Mincio's gaze sharpened, ready for the impending conflict. Mincio stands ready, sword drawn, a silent challenge to the two armed figures who have invaded their room, while Lena remains cautiously behind him. One of the intruders, a man with dark, spiky hair, sneers, questioning if he truly intends to fight. Mincio's grip tightens on his sword hilt, a silent affirmation of his resolve. The spiky-haired intruder lunges, his weapon clashing against Mincio's blade, a faint red aura flaring around him as he parries the strike. Both intruders recoil, the spiky-haired man looking surprised, while his companion, a man with light, wavy hair, expresses disbelief. Mincio's voice cuts through the tension, a sharp warning to back off, promising no mercy if they persist. The wavy-haired intruder, recovering his composure, instructs his partner to subdue Mincio, but explicitly forbids killing him. Before the command can fully register, Mincio moves, a blur of motion across the floor. He closes the distance in an instant, his fist connecting with the spiky-haired intruder's face in a swift, powerful strike. He doesn't give the second intruder a chance to recover, striking with such speed that the man cries out in pain. A powerful blow landing squarely on his jaw. With both intruders now incapacitated, Mincio turns his attention to the first one, who remains sprawled on the floor. He grabs the man by his collar, lifting him effortlessly, dragging him across the patterned rug. He then hurls the intruder with immense force, sending him flying towards the far wall. The man slams into the surface with a sickening thud, now completely out of commission. But the second intruder, having shaken off the initial blow, draws two daggers, his stance shifting to one of renewed aggression. Mincio meets his challenging gaze, his own expression firm and resolute. Sword in hand, Mincio stands amidst the ruins, a frustrated sigh escaping him as he realizes the current situation deviates from their initial agreement. Meanwhile, in a separate, dimly lit chamber, a stern-faced man interrogates a kneeling figure, demanding information from the supposed hunter from the city, who insists he is merely an informant, not a merchant. Back in the fray, Mincio gazes at the bloodied edge of his sword, a grim realization dawning on him that he must find another way to overcome this escalating challenge. The situation grows increasingly dire as armored figures surround a fallen combatant, their presence a stark reminder of the worsening odds. With a decisive motion, Mincio's sword clatters to the ground, discarded in favor of a new strategy. But before he can fully adapt, a sudden impact sends him recoiling, a sharp cry of pain escaping his lips. Despite the blow, he quickly recovers, parrying an incoming attack with a swift, glowing counter. Yet, The sheer number of opponents proves overwhelming, as multiple armored figures close in, their combined assault pushing him to his limits. Desperate, he cries out for Lina to come quickly, even as he swiftly draws another weapon, preparing for the next desperate exchange. Still locked in a desperate struggle, Mincio parries a heavy blow, the impact reverberating through his arm as he pushes back against his assailant. A sharp pain shoots through him, and he curses under his breath, clutching his sword tighter as a fresh wound opens on his arm. But even injured, his blade finds its mark, piercing through an enemy with a sickening spray of blood. As his allies begin to fall back, one of them shouts a desperate warning, urging him to run. Suddenly, a new, hulking figure lunges forward, a massive blade arcing down with brutal force. Mincio watches in horror, a cry of despair escaping his lips as the devastating attack connects. From a hidden vantage point, Shiha witnesses the unfolding tragedy, her face contorted in pure terror. Mincio and Lina find themselves cornered within a room, their expressions tense as unseen threats close in. A sudden blow sends him reeling, a cry of Leo, escaping his lips as pain flashes across his face. Despite the injury, he retaliates with a fierce burst of energy, striking back at one of the attackers with a blinding flash. Yet the numbers overwhelm him, and he collapses to the ground with a pained cry. As he struggles, a hulking figure seizes Lina from behind, her struggles futile against his grip. Seeing her captured ignites a furious resolve in Mincio, who roars, "Let go of her, Lina!" The large attacker moves with alarming speed, attempting to make his escape with his captive. But Mincio, fueled by desperation, intercepts the assailant, his sword flashing to deflect the attack and protect Lina. Still reeling from the ambush, Mincio struggles on the ground, his sword barely deflecting the relentless assault of the large attacker who looms over him, Lina held captive just behind. With a desperate grunt, he manages to parry another strike, the blades ringing with the force of the impact. But the assailant's power is too great, and a swift counterattack sends blood splattering as Mincio is struck. Witnessing his injury, Lina cries out his name, her face contorted in terror. The large attacker sneers down at the fallen man, demanding to know why he can't simply stay still. He then points a finger at Lina, warning Mincio not to damage the goods, as she is meant for his boss. Lying wounded on the ground, Mincio's eyes widen as he processes the assailant's words, a chilling realization dawning upon him. They speak of people as mere objects. A guttural sound escapes him as his eyes blaze crimson, and a dark, crackling aura erupts from his body, the very air around him seeming to distort. Now standing, his sword wreathed in shadow, Mincio unleashes a furious counterattack, striking the surprised assailant with immense force. Mincio's furious counterattack lands with brutal force, eliciting a pained cry from the large assailant as blood erupts from the impact point, sending his sword spinning away to clatter loudly on the ground, leaving Mincio standing victorious over the now defeated figure. His attention, however, quickly shifts, and he reaches out a bloodied hand, calling out Lina's name with desperate urgency. His face, streaked with blood, is twisted in a mask of pure fury, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow as he declares, "Let Lina go." A dark, swirling aura erupts around him, radiating raw power as he vows, "I'll kill you all." With his first kill, Leo will experience less pain in the future. The remaining thugs recoil, their faces etched with fear, one of them audibly gulping, the sheer intensity of Mincio's threat causing a palpable shift in the atmosphere. In their panic, the group turns on itself, one assailant suddenly attacking another, their unity shattered by terror. The chaos Mincio unleashed continued to ripple through the ranks of his attackers, as one assailant lay motionless on the ground, another standing over him in the grim aftermath of their internal struggle. A pained scream echoed through the confined space, as another attacker crumpled, caught in the crossfire of their own making. Blades flashed and fists flew, as the desperate struggle intensified, each man fighting for his own survival against his former allies. One assailant, his face already streaked with blood, could only watch in horror as the madness consumed his comrades. Another, equally battered, could only grit his teeth in frustration and pain. The brutal melee continued, as one attacker delivered a crushing blow to another, sending him reeling. Unconcerned by the self-destruction he had wrought, Mincio simply walked away, leaving the desperate men to their fate. From a hidden vantage point, a man in a hat observed the scene with a slight smile, muttering, "That's it. Don't let your guard down. Kill him carefully." A nearby assailant responded instantly, confirming, "Yes, sir." A soft screech echoes in the quiet, as Mincio reflects on the burden of his solitude. He acknowledges the difficulty of facing everything without support, a sentiment that weighs heavily on his mind. Suddenly, a sharp command cuts through the air, demanding an immediate halt to the unfolding events. A man kneels, held by another, pleading desperately, promising to comply with any demand if only his life is spared. The mysterious man in the hat, a sinister smile spreading across his face, acknowledges the plea with a chilling question. Mincio, his face bloodied and contorted in anguish, cries out a warning, his voice raw with desperation. The man in the hat, unfazed by the commotion, issues a cold directive to his subordinates. Mincio, now fully engaged, parries an incoming attack, his sword clashing against an opponent's weapon. With a powerful kick, he sends another assailant flying, clearing a path through the immediate threat. His fist connects with a brutal force, the impact echoing through the confined space. But the strain is immense, and he realizes he has finally reached his limit. An assailant, a burly figure, swings a heavy sword, its blade arcing with deadly intent. The attack is met with a sharp clang, the sword deflected by an unseen defense. Despite his valiant efforts, Mincio is thrown backward, landing hard on the cold stone floor. The assailant from before stands over him, his sword poised for a finishing blow. Other monstrous figures close in, pinning Mincio down as he struggles in vain. Completely overwhelmed, he lies defeated on the ground, gasping for breath. From the shadows, the mysterious man in the hat steps forward, addressing an unseen miss, with a chilling assertion of control, demanding absolute obedience. A large thug holds Lena captive, forcing her to kneel as Hans watches over her. Tears stream down her face, her expression a mask of pure anguish. Hans leans in, a chilling smile playing on his lips, uttering a cold, good. He places a hand on her shoulder, thinking there isn't time for proper training, but this will work. Suddenly, Lena is struck, collapsing to the ground, blood splattering from her mouth as she cries out, "No!" Her face, streaked with tears and blood, is a picture of agony as a voice cries out her name. Hans places a hand on her shoulder once more, as she stands, her gaze averted in resignation. Meanwhile, Mincio reaches out, his hand glowing faintly, a thought of annoyance, so annoying, just knock him out, echoing in his mind. His anguished cry rips through the air, "Lena!" A low groan escapes him as he slowly regains consciousness, finding himself disoriented within a rustic stable. His vision still blurry, he struggles to make sense of his surroundings, a single question echoing in his mind, "Where am I?" With blood streaking his face, Mincio's eyes snap open in a sudden, horrifying realization, and he cries out Lena's name. As he turns, desperately asking where she is, a hand rests gently on his shoulder, and Chiha's voice asks, "Wrong?" His anguish erupts into a raw, heart-wrenching scream of her name. Later, bound and helpless, he continues to question her whereabouts, his face etched with despair. A somber narration reflects on the assailant who introduced him to this world of lies and deceit, confirming their arrival at a new location. Walking alongside Chiha, his gaze fixed on the ground, Mincio laments his past naivety. Disoriented and injured, he stirs on the cold ground, his first thought a desperate whisper for Lena. Above him, 3 imposing figures loom, one of them questioning if he is finally awake. Tied up and helpless, Mincio can only repeat his plea, demanding to know where Lena is, only to be met with a dismissive retort that she remains exactly where she was left. One of the captors then gives a curt order, telling another to take him away, which is met with an immediate affirmation. Mincio struggles against his bonds, a muffled cry escaping his gagged mouth. From a hidden vantage point, Chiha watches, her expression unreadable as Mincio is forcibly led away by 2 figures. Later, he lies unconscious on a rough wooden table, his body still bearing the marks of his ordeal. A muffled groan escapes him as consciousness slowly returns, his mind racing to comprehend the bewildering situation. His eyes flutter open, still clouded with pain and utter bewilderment. He felt a profound gratitude for the moment he was told he was loved, yet a deep sorrow accompanied his decision to decline. As if pulled from a dream, a system message flashed, declaring disconnection detected, while he plummeted through a digital void. His vision glitched and fractured, the world around him breaking apart into static. Amidst the digital chaos, a final message appeared. "Thank you for playing Raising Lena." Then, as if from another reality, Lena materialized, serene and bathed in a soft, golden light. Her image shimmered, a gentle chime accompanying her appearance. A system window overlaid her form, detailing her as the first online player and confirming the childhood friend ending, Princess, leaving him to ponder the word princess. Staring at her, the realization dawned on him, a single word escaping his lips, playing. Her full profile card, adorned with ornate details, solidified her identity as Lena, born in the village of. Despite being poor, Leo had been captured by brigands and sold into slavery, his only hope for freedom being Lena, who sought revenge for her family's demise. Born in the village of Erdl, Leo was too good-natured, leading to his early demise, and though he was imprisoned in Prince Kale's castle, Lena's help allowed him to escape, but the culprits who failed to capture him were executed. Mincio floats in a shimmering void, his voice echoing a desperate plea to stop, wishing only to escape everything. A fleeting image of Chiha crosses his mind. He recalls a tender embrace with Lena, a memory from the game. A system message declares his failure to clear Raising Lena, revealing that over a year has passed since he arrived. Mincio, still suspended in the void, dismisses the thought of returning, as a stern message reminds him that Leo was too naive, merely a tool for Lena's revenge, and that disregarding the rules would lead to punishment. The final message appears, restarting again. A desolate, snow-covered landscape stretches out, the bare branches of trees dusted with white. In the quiet expanse, Mincio stands, a silent sentinel behind the white-haired knight, who offers only a wordless ellipsis. A question hangs in the air, Leo, as the tragic truth echoes. Leo's wife is dead. The snow-covered ground bears the faint imprint of footsteps, a soft thud breaking the stillness, as if in response to the unspoken grief. Mincio looks down at the night, observing someone who shouldn't be there, another soft thud punctuating the moment. Whispers of the past reveal that Leo was rumored to be in the back alley, a naive move that led to him dumping a bag of gold coins for the best information about it. Hans recalls telling the merchant leader about the back alley, though he cynically notes that even if such a place exists, no one would bother looking for him there. He continues, explaining that they are now heading to the city's largest market to sell their own, leaving behind a distinct mark. It was a clear sign that the looming disaster was about to be sold, and without knowing it, they had even paid for it. Walking through the desolate, snow-covered landscape, Mincio reflects on his past actions, a quiet self-reproach echoing in his mind. He calls himself a fool. The biting wind whips through the quiet village, its silence broken only by the crunch of footsteps. A voice cuts through the cold, suggesting they stop here. Mincio lets out a sigh, adjusting something on his arm, reflecting on his newfound resilience, able to adapt quickly this time. The white-haired knight observes him, noting, "Leo, you've changed a bit, haven't you?" Mincio turns to face him, a question in his own voice. "Why did you come to this land?" He reflects on a past mistake, believing that if he had only found an opening, things might have been different. It was all thanks to Lena, he muses, that he was able to continue his training before her death, and he knows that if things continue as they are, the war will rage on forever, even as his father goes to battle. A memory of her hand, glowing with a gentle light, brings her reassuring voice to mind, telling him not to worry. He recalls her fierce determination, her promise to return as a knight. His eyes narrow with resolve. Even if he knows a war is coming, he will face it. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and he finds himself with Lena, who looks up at him with a questioning gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, he reaches out, his voice urgent, telling her to get down too. He pulls her down with a swift, powerful motion, evading an unseen threat. They hit the ground with a dull thud. He pulls her hand, guiding her swiftly through the snow-covered landscape. A stark image flashes through his mind, of her lying still beside a fallen knight, both seemingly defeated on a desolate, snow-covered field. But in the present, she smiles up at him, a soft, almost mischievous expression on her face, and a quiet chuckle escapes her lips. He feels a warmth spread through him, a silent admission that he finds her utterly charming. Yet, the memory of a formidable foe, a shapeshifter known as the mythic fox, still lingers, its glowing eyes and snarling maw a testament to the difficulty of their past encounters. It was always a challenge to face such a creature with only two of them. The thought solidifies his resolve. This time, they must confront the battlefield together. He recalls her peaceful face, her own unspoken promise echoing in his mind, that this time, she would definitely. His own determination rises to meet it, a silent vow to protect her. Above, the bare branches of trees reach towards a pale, distant sky, a quiet moment before the storm. He moves with practiced ease, his sword a blur against the rustic backdrop of the village. His gaze is sharp, every muscle coiled with intense concentration. The blade arcs, cutting through the air with a powerful, practiced swing. A swift, clean cut follows, the sound of steel slicing through nothing but air. He finishes his routine, the impact of his final movement sending a nearby wooden bucket tumbling to the ground. A familiar voice breaks his focus, Lena's footsteps approaching as she questions his early start. She greets him warmly, her expression soft. He, in turn, observes her closely, noting the signs of fatigue and gently chiding her for overworking herself. A quiet sigh escapes him as he gazes up at the vast, open sky, birds soaring overhead. He had always carried a heavy burden, a silent promise made in the face of an unknown future, a voice echoing, "Don't worry." Even now, the memory of that moment could make her heart skip a beat, a soft flush rising to her cheeks. He had been so flustered when they first met, a quiet embarrassment settling over him. It was 3 years ago, in a grand hall where he stood, a figure kneeling before him. With a calm demeanor, he introduced himself. "My name is Leo Dexter." The other man could only respond with a surprised, "Huh." The memory continued to unfold. As he looked down, perhaps contemplating the weight of his own name, or the path that lay before him, a soft, knowing smile touched her lips, her eyes closing as the memory brought a gentle warmth. Back in the present, Mincio turned to Lena, asking, "What brings you here?" She simply replied, "Right." He listens intently as Lena, with a slight smile, reveals that they finally meet again, and she has become a beggar knight. Suddenly, a sharp, chilling sound cuts through the air, and his expression hardens, his eyes widening in alarm. A powerful impact shakes the very ground. He is thrown to his knees, his body collapsing under an unseen force. Nearby, a white wolf cries out in pain, its form contorted in distress. A spear, driven with immense power, pins him to the snowy earth, its tip buried inches from his leg. The white-haired knight looms over him, spear in hand, demanding answers, his voice sharp and impatient, urging him to speak quickly. The vast, snow-covered mountains stretch out around them, a desolate backdrop to the tense confrontation, with the distressed wolf and other distant figures barely visible. Another sharp sound echoes through the cold air. In a stark, snow-covered landscape, the white-haired knight moved with purpose, his gaze fixed on something below. With a swift, brutal motion, an axe descended, striking its unseen target with a heavy thud. Another weapon, a sharp blade, followed instantly, cutting through the air with a decisive sound. The white fox, its fur matted with blood, let out a pained shriek as the attacks landed. This brutal scene was a memory, a flashback to a time when Mincio and Lena ran through the forest, Lena declaring, "Everyone should have my own attacker." Just as in that past scenario, Lena had embarked on her very first hunt. And the white-haired knight, observing the injured creature, had found the white fox exactly as he expected. He immediately reported his findings to the hunting team, and Donghun quickly gathered the entire group. A massive, echoing sound reverberated through the snowy forest. The white fox lies still on the snowy ground, arrows piercing its fur, a faint sound of impact echoing across the barren landscape. Straining against a thick rope, the white-haired knight attempts to secure the injured creature, which struggles with a guttural growl. Two other hunters, Mincio and another man with a ponytail, join the effort, pulling hard on the binding. But the fox's eyes suddenly flare crimson, a low growl rumbling deep in its throat, its fangs bared in a furious snarl. With an explosive burst of power, the beast throws its captors into the air, the white-haired knight among them, as cries of alarm erupt. Its glowing red eye narrows, radiating raw, untamed energy. The hunters scatter in disarray, one shouting a warning as the shapeshifter fox lunges forward. A blonde-haired hunter, clad in fur, swings a heavy axe, attempting to intercept the enraged creature. A voice commands them to scatter, recognizing the true nature of their prey. From the way it's acting, it's definitely the shapeshifter fox. A new hunter, his long white hair tied back, steps forward, gripping a massive axe with grim determination. He declares, his voice echoing with resolve, that he will handle the enraged creature himself. His face contorted in a snarl, the hunter charges forward, a scar prominent on his cheek. The shapeshifter fox, its white fur bristling, meets his advance with a low, guttural growl, its sharp eyes fixed on the approaching threat. With a powerful swing, the hunter brings his heavy axe down. The blade connects with a sickening thud, sending a spray of red energy and fur into the air. The fox recoils violently from the impact, thrown backward by the sheer force of the blow. Despite the wound, the creature lands on its feet, its movements still agile as it prepares for another strike in the snowy landscape. Its blue eyes glow with furious intent, a snarl revealing sharp teeth as red energy crackles around its muzzle, a testament to its unyielding power. As the shapeshifter fox roared in defiance, the blonde axe hunter let out a guttural cry of his own, winding up for a devastating strike as his axe blade glowed with a fierce blue light, bringing it down with immense force. Already pierced by several arrows, the fox flinched, letting out a pained growl as it braced for impact. Seeing the creature momentarily vulnerable on the ground, the hunter urged himself, "Now, throw!" And a volley of arrows immediately thudded into the snow around the fox, before the axe finally connected with a sickening tear, carving a deep, bloody wound into its flesh. Blood began to drip heavily from its injured paw, staining the pristine white snow. Its face, now smeared with crimson, showed the full extent of its grievous injuries. Severely wounded and bleeding, the shapeshifter fox lies broken on the pristine snow, its white fur stained crimson. Standing over the defeated creature, the blonde axe hunter knows that usually, in their final moments, these beasts will either flee or attack with all their remaining might. Gripping his spear, he anticipates the inevitable, thinking, "So, this fox." And with a surge of desperate will, the fox resolves that it will leap. With a sudden, explosive burst of energy, the creature launches itself forward, its body a blur of motion. Mid-air, its form glows with an ethereal blue light, a final, desperate surge of power. But before it can connect, the hunter meets the charge, a grunt of effort escaping him as he swings his axe in a wide, powerful arc. The blade traces a brilliant blue path, glowing with concentrated energy. With a sharp, slicing sound, the glowing edge descends, poised to deliver a final, decisive blow. The pristine snow, once a blanket of white, now bore the stark, crimson evidence of a brutal struggle. As the shapeshifter fox lay defeated, its once vibrant fur matted with blood, the hunter's axe plunged into the ground beside it. Standing over his fallen foe, the blonde axe hunter let out a booming laugh, his face alight with the thrill of victory. From the background, a voice cheered, proclaiming him the best. The defeated shapeshifter fox remained motionless, a stark reminder of the unfair participation in the war. Meanwhile, a dark-haired man with a serious expression pondered the unfolding events, questioning if they were truly inevitable. A quiet voice calls out to Mincio, addressing him as father, as he sits absorbed in a book, a subtle sigh escaping him as he reads. He rises from his seat, his gaze still fixed on the book's contents, which seem to discuss someone moving ahead even if a no is uttered. A small smile plays on his lips as he utters, "Thank you for understanding," a reaction he's grown accustomed to. Then, with a decisive tone, he declares, "I shall go with Lena then." But a sudden thought makes him pause, a surprised weight escaping his lips. He lets out a soft tsk as he reads from the book in his hands, a voice from the text asking if he has any questions. His father's words echo in his mind, explaining the intricate ways the military operates in this world. detailing units of 10 men and their reliance on modern guerrilla tactics. This strategy, he understood, was born from the sheer density of soldiers packed into a single location, making them vulnerable to concentrated bombardment by powerful wizards. His fingers traced the lines on the map, the weight of the information settling heavily upon him. As he considers the question posed by the text, does he truly want to join this war? Turning away from the map, he murmurs that he is sick and tired of killing people. Mincio reflects on his principles, acknowledging that if an enemy were to invade the kingdom, he would readily fight as a knight. But a war, he muses, is an entirely different matter. An unseen figure questions his concern for the kingdom's war, to which Mincio simply affirms his care, adding that it is the circumstance that truly defines one's title. It is for this very reason, Sir Hans declares, that he has been appointed as the royal knight. Mincio, looking downcast, recalls believing he knew better than anyone else, only for that conviction to be short-lived. History, it seems, repeated itself as a new kingdom was born, watched over by a single, powerful king. Under the same dire circumstances, Mincio finds himself kneeling, a crown lying abandoned before him. A civil war erupted, yet there was no clear heir to the throne. The young prince was interrogated, destined to become the throne itself, as two kings emerged from the conflict. These brothers, now kings, were compelled to forge the greatest kingdom in history. The 9-day war raged, a brutal conflict where for 3 days, they killed each other. The war ended in vain, yet from its ashes, two brothers were recognized as kings by their own people. These sons calling themselves kings and forging a pact that would establish their kingdom. As it was established, this new realm grew to become the largest part of the continent. Looking back on it all, Mincio feels a pang of foolishness, his thoughts lost in the weight of history. Meanwhile, a white-haired knight stands amidst blooming cherry blossoms, his gaze distant. Mincio, still reflecting on the past, turns to the white-haired knight, asking him to remain by his side, if only for a short while. The knight, however, responds with a somber question, wondering what would happen if Mincio were to die and leave him a widower. His words hang heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the potential consequences. Mincio's expression shifts to one of surprise and slight offense, as he processes the knight's unexpected and morbid query. He quickly counters, suggesting that if he were to die, the knight would become a widower, implying a deeper connection. The knight's gaze remains steady, asking if Mincio truly intends to risk his life. Mincio, undeterred, draws his sword, declaring that his actions depend on how the knight behaves, prompting a surprised "what?" from his companion. Before Mincio can react further, the knight moves with blinding speed, declaring his intent to teach him a lesson. A swift, unexpected strike lands, leaving Mincio reeling and exclaiming in surprise. The blonde axe hunter raises his arm, a defiant declaration escaping him, that he will remain single forever. Meanwhile, Mincio, facing the white-haired knight, tries to reason with him, insisting that they cannot avoid the war. He continues, his voice firm, proposing an alternative. But the white-haired knight moves with blinding speed, his attack already in motion as he asks Mincio if he has ever seen a man who has died and come back to life. A powerful, glowing strike connects with Mincio, sending him stumbling back, as the knight declares he doesn't want to leave him alone like last time. As Mincio reels, the blonde axe hunter closes in, his arm already raised, glowing with a golden aura, ready to deliver another devastating blow. Mincio turns, attempting to defend himself, but the combined assault is relentless. The blonde axe hunter's fist connects squarely with Mincio's face, a sharp impact echoing through the air. The force of the blow sends Mincio flying backward, his body arcing through the air from the sheer power. He stands ready, sword drawn, facing his opponent across a sun-drenched field. The white-haired knight's voice cuts through the tension, questioning his focus. The stern warning echoes, reminding him of the brutal stakes of their world. Mincio's gaze hardens, thoughts of anything beyond the immediate battle pushed aside. He resolves to focus only on survival, promising himself that other concerns can wait until they return. Time passes, marked by the gentle bloom of white flowers. A little later, the landscape shifts dramatically. They find themselves deployed, a vast encampment now spread beneath the night sky. Amidst the tents, the white-haired knight sits, clutching his leg in pain, while Mincio watches over him. He collapses to one knee, groaning from exhaustion, while Mincio stands over him, reminding him not to drag his feet. Mincio carries a wooden bucket, the sound of its weight echoing softly. He kneels before the knight, instructing him to offer his foot. The knight hesitates, surprised by the gesture as Mincio begins to wash his injured foot. Mincio explains that it is better to clean the blister directly, carefully tending to the wound. The white-haired knight, surprised, asks how Mincio knew he was in pain, despite his efforts to hide it. Mincio continues to wash the knight's feet, bubbles rising from the water. He looks down, a knowing expression on his face, and simply states that he knows everything. Feeling a bit better, the white-haired knight sits as Mincio, still kneeling beside him, begins to speak. His words carrying a gentle reprimand. He explains that dragging one's feet during deployment is a sure way to end up with blisters. Then, with a soft rustle of fabric, Mincio's hand gently pats the knight's head, a comforting gesture that brings a blush to the knight's face. He then announces his intention to set up the tent, and with a soft thud of his boots, he turns and walks away. Left alone by the tent, the white-haired knight lets out a quiet sigh, his gaze thoughtful. After a long day, the two travelers continued their journey, their footsteps soft upon the glowing, mossy ground. Later, as he lay resting, Mincio couldn't help but feel that the day had stretched on endlessly. He found the knight leaning forward, exhausted, and instinctively moved to support him, a silent exclamation of concern passing between them. Holding him close, Mincio mused aloud. Doesn't living like this make it feel like we're almost married? He then confessed his deeper feelings, wishing, I don't want to live in this place though. Would this be too much to ask, honey? Embracing the knight fully, Mincio held him tenderly amidst the soft, glowing particles. The knight's face, flushed with emotion, reflected the depth of the moment, his eyes closed in quiet contemplation. A silent question formed in Mincio's mind. Leo, do you want to do it? Mincio watches, a sudden realization dawning on him, as the white-haired knight reacts to his words. Submerged in water, the knight's expression is one of deep discomfort, his hand reaching out as if in protest or distress. A pained sound escaping him. He suddenly rises from the water, his voice laced with indignation, asking if Mincio truly wants to proceed with their first time, while they are both unbathed and filthy. The knight then suggests they simply get married, before quickly retracting the idea, insisting he isn't ready for that, but offering to do anything else Mincio desires. Later, inside a tent, the blonde axe hunter complains about the noise, asking if the two are on a honeymoon, while the knight questions why they even have their own tent. Mincio leans over the knight, who lies down, causing him to flinch slightly at the proximity. Having just dispatched his foes, Mincio looks down at the fallen, a sense of calm efficiency settling over him. He muses that these are merely minor demonstrations, requiring no true skill, and once again, his prowess shines through as he stands over the defeated soldiers. Dealing with mere soldiers proves to be almost too easy for him. A system notification confirms his thoughts, granting him an achievement for defeating 10 soldiers, a reward that promises to make him even stronger when facing similar foes. Meanwhile, from a different vantage point, a blonde knight spots movement in the distance, exclaiming that there are other knights nearby. His red-haired companion reacts with a sharp intake of breath, her eyes widening in surprise. Unaware of their presence, Mincio remains hidden, confident that he has not yet been spotted. Below, a disciplined formation of knights marches through the dense forest, their armor glinting faintly through the foliage. The blonde knight turns to his companion, asking what they should do now, while she questions if he heard the approaching sounds. A warrior in dark armor unleashes a guttural cry, his sword ablur as he charges into unseen enemies. He moves with impossible speed, a dark silhouette against the vibrant forest, leaving only streaks of motion in his wake. His blade arcs with deadly precision, effortlessly cutting down the soldiers who prove no match for his power. Meanwhile, the red-haired knight turns sharply, her green eyes wide with alarm at the sounds of battle echoing through the trees. Beside her, the blonde knight's expression hardens, a grim realization dawning on him as he acknowledges their own knightly duty. Back in the fray, Darrow's hand tightens on his sword hilt, ready for the next wave of attackers. He kneels amidst the silence, surveying the quiet aftermath of his brutal efficiency. Yet, the fight continues, his form a relentless blur of motion as he presses his advantage. He parries a soldier's strike with brutal efficiency, his blade a silver blur as it cuts through the air. In moments, he stands amidst a scattering of defeated forms, one soldier kneeling in disbelief. From a distance, the blonde knight stares in wide-eyed shock, while the red-haired knight watches with a grim, focused expression. Darrow descends once more, a whirlwind of motion, plunging into another group of soldiers below. The blonde knight's eyes widen further, a gasp escaping him. A shimmering blue aura erupts around him, deflecting a flurry of incoming blows with metallic clangs. His gaze remains sharp, unwavering, as he prepares for the next strike. Suddenly, the red-haired knight stands before him, spear planted firmly, demanding, "Why are you fighting against just 5 of them?" The blonde knight, his face etched with concern, calls out to his comrade, "Senior Katrina, these guys are no joke." Below him, Darrow reacts to the name, a soft sound escaping him. As the name echoes, the red-haired knight's expression hardens, a chilling thought forming in her mind. Don't tell me. She's the one who killed Lena? Katrina's name echoes in her mind. A name she vows never to forget, the name of Lena's enemy. A single tear escapes her eye, tracing a path down her cheek. Meanwhile, a fierce battle rages, as Darrow is sent crashing down, his sword still clutched in hand. The blonde knight recoils from the sheer force of the impact. Swords lie scattered on the ground, testament to the struggle. Mincio, wreathed in a brilliant, glowing aura, descends upon Darrow with overwhelming power. Another figure makes a hasty retreat, their footsteps pounding against the earth. A blonde knight lunges forward, his sword arcing towards Darrow. But Darrow, anticipating the blow, braces himself, his shield flaring with defensive energy as the impact reverberates through him. The blonde knight is thrown back, his attack repelled by the sheer force of Darrow's defense. With a fierce expression, Darrow shouts a command, urging his allies forward. Moments later, he stands triumphant, surrounded by the fallen forms of his enemies. Nearby, Katrina watches the scene, a hint of irritation crossing her features. She calls out to him, her voice sharp with impatience. Darrow turns, his voice firm as he replies, assuring her of his seriousness. The two knights stand facing each other, a silent tension hanging between them amidst the aftermath of battle. With a swift, practiced motion, he parries an incoming sword strike, the clash of steel echoing sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, a pained cry escapes the knight as a fresh cut appears on his cheek, blood welling up. Maintaining relentless pressure, Darrow follows through with another sweeping strike, leaving no room for recovery. The blonde knight collapses to the blood-stained ground, defeated, as Darrow stands over him, his gaze already sweeping for the next threat. Suddenly, a white-haired knight lunges from the side, their glowing blade arcing down, but Darrow meets the attack with a powerful block. The force of Darrow's counter sends the attacker reeling backward, losing his footing. He lands hard on the forest floor, blood staining the leaves around him as Darrow stands victorious once more. Yet another white-haired knight immediately takes his place, engaging Darrow in a rapid exchange of blows. He moves with practiced precision, a whirlwind of motion amidst the clashing steel of multiple knights. A dark-haired knight, caught in the relentless assault, lets out a pained gasp as a blade finds its mark in his side. Before he can recover, another strike from an unseen assailant plunges a second weapon into his back. The force of a third, brutal blow twists the blade deeper, eliciting a guttural cry. His body gives way, collapsing to the earth, the weapon still embedded in his form. He lies defeated, a crimson stain spreading rapidly across the green field. A notification confirms the victory, stating that strength is gained from felling a knight. Darrow surveys the fallen adversary, a contemplative look on his face. He reflects on the sheer resilience of his foes, noting the significant effort required by his group to overcome even a single one. Amidst the chaos of battle, Darrow continues his fierce engagement, his blade a blur against the onslaught of enemies. From a distance, a red-haired knight watches, her eyes flaring with an intense, worried glow as she questions, "Darrow's is?" Her fears are confirmed as he collapses, bloodied and defeated, to the ground. A cry of alarm escapes her lips. A surge of raw magical energy begins to coalesce. And the red-haired knight, now enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, unleashes her fury. Her attack slams into the ground with explosive force, sending debris flying. She charges into the enemy ranks, a whirlwind of motion, while Darrow lies incapacitated behind her. Her movements are swift and decisive. As she strikes down an enemy, an unnamed male ally joining her in the fierce assault. She surged forward across the battlefield, her movements a blur as she closed the distance to her foes. With a powerful surge of energy, a vibrant purple aura erupted around her, signaling a devastating attack. Her blade flashed, slicing through an enemy with a sickening wet thud, drawing a spray of blood. Standing over the fallen foe, her sword still glowed faintly, a testament to the power she had just unleashed. As the dust settled, a man with dark brown hair and a green tunic approached, accompanied by Mincio, asking, "Are you Katrina?" Katrina, surprised by the direct address, responded, "Yes. How do you know my name?" The man's gaze grew distant as he replied, "The day Lena died." Katrina turned away, walking past the bloodied ground as the man's words echoed. Was around this period. Mincio, observing the tension, remarked, "I think it's too early to tell," but the man countered, "With the person who killed her." As the accusation hung in the air, she considered the man's words, wondering if the woman he spoke of was truly the one responsible. Before he could utter another word, a swift, red-tinged strike erupted, catching him completely off guard. The impact sent a shockwave through him, his face contorting in agony as the magical energy slammed into him. Mana, the very essence of power, is said to have been born from the gods themselves, permeating every corner of the world. Theoretically, with enough time and dedication, anyone could absorb this ubiquitous energy and ascend to the ranks of a mage. However, the harsh reality is that most individuals lose their body's capacity to absorb mana long before they ever reach the true potential of a mage. It is a grueling, often painful process, demanding an immense toll on the physical form. Thus, to truly master mana, one must possess an innate physical talent, a rare gift that allows for its sustained absorption. Her eyes glowing with a faint red light, Katrina watches the unfolding scene with a single, hushed word. Similarly, the white-haired man, his own eyes burning crimson, reacts with a sharp intake of breath, recognizing the formidable presence before him. Blades clash with a metallic ring as the dark-haired fighter engages the white-haired man in a fierce duel. His swordsmanship is flawless, a testament to a level of expertise rarely seen. The white-haired man can only think to himself, how can someone be such an expert at such a young age? With a swift, powerful motion, the dark-haired fighter brings his sword down. The blade connects with a sickening crunch, sending a spray of blood into the air. The white-haired man recoils from the blow, his body flung backward, leaving a trail of crimson energy. Lying defeated on the ground, he ponders his fate, realizing that if he isn't careful, this fight could be his last. As the dust settled from his previous victory, the red-haired knight, Katrina, wasted no time, her sword already drawn and ready to strike. Meanwhile, the dark-haired fighter felt a strange surge of power, his strikes resonating with an unfamiliar strength. He wondered if it was the recent achievement that fueled this newfound might, scoffing at the notion of his opponent being merely a goblin. Yet, a grim realization settled upon him. Time was not on his side. With a fierce resolve, he declared his intent to unleash every ounce of his strength, a dark, shadowy aura with glowing red eyes swirling ominously beneath him, promising to give his all. Katrina, sensing the shift, charged forward, her own body enveloped in a vibrant red energy. Her attack was swift, catching the dark-haired fighter by surprise, forcing a sudden reaction. The red-haired knight continued her assault, her glowing blade clashing against his defenses, the sound of steel ringing through the air. Their combined power erupted in a flurry of magical energy and sword strikes, a dazzling display of combat prowess. As a surge of purple and white energy erupted around him, the dark-haired fighter braced for impact. But the red-haired knight was already upon him, her blade meeting his with a deafening clang, forcing him to acknowledge her swift attack. He flinched, barely twisting his head away as her weapon sliced past his cheek, a stark reminder of her speed. Katrina continued her relentless assault, a blur of motion leaving a trail of blue energy in her wake. Their blades met again in a mid-air collision, red and dark energies exploding outwards from the point of impact. Nearby, the white-haired knight watched, his own sword glowing faintly with blue energy, his expression one of utter surprise at the ferocity of the battle. The dark-haired fighter, however, remained resolute, tightening his grip on his sword with renewed determination. He knew he needed to recover his body, a silent acknowledgement of the toll this power was taking. Yet, he pressed on, his blade once more meeting Katrina's in a shower of sparks and colliding energies, their battle continuing to rage across the grassy field. The dark-haired fighter continues his relentless assault, his blade a blur of purple energy as he forces the red-haired knight to defend. But a swift counterattack catches him off guard, a grunt of pain escaping his lips. The red-haired knight's eyes narrow, her expression a mix of frustration and fierce determination. Undeterred, he presses his advantage, his weapon clashing against hers with explosive force. From a distance, the white-haired knight observes the escalating battle, the ground around him still shimmering with residual magical energy. A cold resolve settles over the red-haired knight's features, her gaze fixed on her opponent. Her aura flares, a narration box noting her heightened intensity. With renewed vigor, she launches a powerful kick, forcing the dark-haired fighter to block defensively. But the force of her attack is too great, and he takes a direct hit, reeling from the impact. He continues his relentless assault, his sword arcing with dark, pulsing energy. The blade slams against her defenses, a powerful impact echoing through the air. Nearby, a desperate cry rings out, "Lena!" The white-haired knight recoils, blood splattering across his face from an unseen blow or the sheer force of the battle. But the red-haired knight, fueled by resolve, unleashes a devastating counter, her fist glowing with brilliant blue energy as it connects squarely with his chest. She lets out a guttural grunt, pushing through her own pain to deliver the decisive strike. As the white-haired knight stumbles, Leo rushes to his side, catching him before he falls, calling out his name in alarm. The dark-haired fighter collapses to the ground, defeated, a gash tearing across his arm as the red-haired knight stands over him. His hand trembles, blood seeping from the wound as he gasps in agony. As the battle raged, a desperate cry pierced the air, calling out for Lena, who lay vulnerable on the rain-slicked ground, a dark figure looming over her. Then, with a sickening sound, a bloodied, dark-gloved hand plunged a sword deep into its target. Lena's face contorted in agony, blood splattering as the impact took its toll. Her vibrant red hair, now matted with crimson, spread across the cold, wet earth. Yet, the attacker's gloved hand clenched in a sudden spasm, a sign of unexpected pain or resistance. His blood-soaked sword, now useless, hung limp, dripping crimson onto the ground. Away from the immediate carnage, Mincio held the white-haired knight close, who, in his distress, could only utter a single name, Leo. Tears streamed down his blood-streaked face as he clung to his identity, muttering, "We are knights." The dark-haired fighter maintains his aggressive hold on Lena, her body twisting in a desperate struggle as the air whistles around them. Suddenly, a desperate voice cries out, "Lena!" 2 weeks later, a temporary camp stands under a clear sky, its tents dotting the landscape. Within the camp, Mincio and the white-haired knight stand in quiet contemplation, their gazes fixed on something unseen, a shared silence hanging between them. Mincio, his arm now bandaged, sits on a wooden crate while the knight stands nearby, the conversation about their current predicament beginning to unfold. He gestures to his bandaged arm, explaining that they couldn't even manage to erect the statue of a priest, a task that should have been simple. The knight confirms the grim reality, adding that all the other religious items were also lost. Mincio's expression hardens as he processes the information, asking if they truly discarded all the other sacred artifacts as well. With a somber look, the knight reiterates the unfortunate truth, confirming that it is indeed so. A soft tap echoes as Mincio's foot rhythmically strikes the wooden crate, his mind clearly racing with the implications of their losses. As he stands with his arm still bandaged, Mincio listens to the white-haired knight, who shares news of an impending arrival. The knight then turns to him, his gaze direct, asking if he intends to return home now. Mincio confirms his desire to go home, a sentiment echoed by the night. A quiet longing settles over Mincio's face as he admits, he too wishes to return home. The grand structure of a distant building shimmers under a soft, ethereal glow, and within its ornate halls, the white-haired knight stands alone, awaiting further instructions. Later, back with Mincio, the knight informs him that the administrative officer is now waiting for him. A small group, including Mincio and the white-haired knight, begins to depart from the building, their footsteps and murmurs filling the air as they carry their belongings away. Mincio's hand rests on a table, a quiet moment of reflection before the journey ahead. Mincio informs the white-haired knight that he will be stepping down from his guard duties after the upcoming parade, but not without recommending the two of them for his replacement. A look of surprise and gratitude crosses the knight's face, as she thanks him for the unexpected opportunity. Meanwhile, an older man with a distinguished mustache observes from a distance, his thoughts betraying a deeper political game at play, knowing that once Leo steps aside, he will ascend to another position. Mincio, however, is taken aback by a different piece of information, questioning why a noble would be relegated to a mere side position. The conversation shifts to a past triumph, recalling how Lena's efforts were crucial in capturing two knights. Mincio's hand rests on the knight's arm, his expression firm, declaring that if Lena doesn't acknowledge the captured knights, neither will he. The white-haired knight's eyes hold a gentle understanding, and she offers a reassuring word, telling him that everything will be all right. The older man, however, is visibly agitated by the mention of Lena, acknowledging her achievements but clearly concerned about her influence. In a quiet, intimate moment, Mincio holds another close, his expression one of deep affection. Later, as he walks away from a table where two figures remain seated, a voice calls out his name, Leo. The scene shifts to a grand outdoor ceremony, where the resounding call of golden horns echoes through the clear sky. A formal announcement declares, His Highness Prince Arnold de Claus has arrived. The prince himself, a man of regal bearing in dark, ornate attire, stands poised and dignified. His procession, a vast assembly of mounted and foot soldiers, marches forward with disciplined steps. They approach a grand, elevated platform, adorned with a banner and a long red carpet. At the end of the procession, Prince Arnold stands with Mincio and an armored guard, overlooking the assembled crowd. A system notification appears before Mincio, acknowledging his presence at a significant event. He has gained slight favor from all princes, specifically Prince Arnold de Claus, a boon from all worlds serving the royal. Meanwhile, the sound of heavy, armored footsteps echoes as Prince Arnold descends a grand staircase, his arrival heralded by a sweeping wind across the vast landscape. Mincio stands among the assembled, watching the prince approach the ceremonial platform. Prince Arnold's voice rings out, addressing the soldiers who have fought for the Kingdom of Austin, assuring them that the Claus royal family will never forget their loyalty. He promises honor and substantial rewards to all those present, his gaze sweeping over Mincio and the other assembled warriors. Standing tall in his ornate armor, Prince Arnold exudes authority, his presence commanding the attention of all. A subtle sound of a sword being drawn or sheathed accompanies the formal proceedings, adding to the solemnity of the moment. As Prince Arnold de Claus addresses the assembled, his voice carrying authority, Mincio stands before him, listening intently. He is now known as Honorary Knight Leo Dexter. The sounds of the bustling camp fade into the background. Prince Arnold lets out a small gasp, a subtle reaction to the unfolding events. Later, walking through the camp with Prince Arnold, Mincio finds himself contemplating a different future. He muses to himself that perhaps he'll learn how to cook when he returns. His true desire is to open a small cafe, a place for simple meals with dessert on the side. Prince Arnold teases him, remarking that he'll be eating well, but perhaps not food, to which Mincio confidently replies that he can indeed do well. Mincio, clad in his armor, walks alongside a white-haired companion, who playfully suggests he should receive something for free. Mincio, recalling a past conversation, reflects on how everything he once heard was framed as friends. His companion, however, offers a more pragmatic view, warning that such generosity would lead to bankruptcy in less than a month. Mincio laughs heartily at the thought, while his companion smiles, acknowledging the truth in the statement. As they continue their journey under a sky filled with soaring birds, the companion teases Mincio about how many times he must have considered failing. Finally, after their travels, they reach their destination, a quaint village nestled among rolling hills. A brilliant light washes over the scene, signifying a moment of transition. The two walk through the village streets, its rustic buildings bathed in the warm glow of the afternoon sun. As they continue deeper into the settlement, the white-haired companion ponders something quietly to himself. Under a warm, golden sky, a man with a rugged beard and a woman with flowing hair walk together through a sun-drenched field, their footsteps soft against the grass. A tender memory of two figures embracing, surrounded by ethereal light and blooming flowers. A single blue flower, delicate and vibrant, stands as a silent witness to the passage of time. As more footsteps echo across the verdant ground. 8 months later, the dark-haired fighter stands in conversation with Prince Arnold de Claus, their expressions somber as they discuss recent events. A hand, clad in a gauntlet, reaches out, perhaps in comfort or farewell. As two figures embrace once more, a desperate, pained cry escaping one of them. The dark-haired fighter stands with arms crossed, reflecting on a bitter truth. Despite their victory, they returned with the gloominess of defeated soldiers. He stands opposite a white-haired companion, who calls out his name, Leo. The white-haired man then questions if he should try wielding a sword with only one hand. To which his dark-haired friend affirms, explaining that it was the only way he could practice with a shield too. He then offers to give it a try, but Leo, surprised by the mention of a shield, protests that he would be at a disadvantage. His friend gently taps his chest, declaring that it's fair, with no shields allowed. With the rules set, a sword is drawn, and a confident smile spreads across the dark-haired man's face. Suddenly, he is sent hurtling backward through the air, debris scattering around him. A figure with light, spiky hair is sent hurtling through the air, their body twisting mid-fall. A sharp gasp escapes him, his eyes wide as the ground rushes up to meet him. Yet, even as he falls, the white-haired knight manages to bring his sword up, deflecting an unseen attack with a clang of steel and a burst of golden energy. The dark-haired fighter presses his advantage, his blade driving down with relentless force, locking against the other's defense in a shower of sparks. A dizzying flurry of blows follows, swords blurring into a whirlwind of steel as the dark-haired fighter's assault intensifies. With a final, decisive motion, he brings his sword around in a powerful arc. The impact sends the white-haired knight recoiling, a cry of pain escaping him as bright energy erupts around his body. Standing victorious, the dark-haired fighter lowers his blade, his gaze fixed as he calls out, "Lena." The white-haired knight, defeated, looks up with a trembling expression, a profound shock or realization dawning in his eyes. The final clash of blades rings out, a burst of red energy erupting as the dark-haired fighter's superior skill overwhelms his opponent. Their weapons locking in a brilliant, golden flash. With a final, decisive strike, he forces the white-haired knight back, his expression unwavering as he secures his victory. The dark-haired fighter stands tall, looking down at his defeated opponent, who lies on the ground. Then, a single word escapes his lips, "Lena." The sound of a sword clattering to the grass echoes in the sudden quiet. The white-haired knight's weapon now resting harmlessly on the field. The white-haired knight, still recovering, looks up with a startled expression, hearing the name. His eyes, rimmed with red, gaze downward, as if lost in a painful memory, when a voice softly proposes. And then, a tender embrace follows, surrounded by a gentle, sparkling light. A sudden, painful declaration hangs in the air, leaving Mincio stunned as he hears the words, "Let's break up." Turning away from the red-haired woman, he struggles to process the finality of her statement. His voice cracking as he pleads, "Lena, please answer me." He stops, waiting for a response from her, but only silence follows. His face contorts in anguish as he whispers, "I didn't want to." From a distance, a dark-haired fighter watches the heartbreaking scene unfold, a single question escaping his lips, "Why?" Tears streaming down his face. Mincio looks up, his voice choked with emotion as he cries out, "Look at me." He then casts his gaze downward, overwhelmed by his own vulnerability, thinking, in this state. A painful memory surfaces as he looks down, the words echoing in his mind, "I don't want to get married." He recalls walking away with the dark-haired fighter, their figures receding into the distance. The dark-haired fighter pulls him into an embrace, his voice filled with concern as he asks, "Lena, why are you going to go through all this for me?" A soft, comforting embrace, a moment suspended in a haze of glowing particles and blooming flowers. Their hands intertwine, the dark-haired fighter's grip firm as he dismisses the concern. "That doesn't matter." His gaze intense, the dark-haired fighter declares, "All I need is you." Mincio looks up at him, a soft whisper escaping his lips, "Leo?" His eyes cast down, Mincio confesses, "I love you." The memory culminates in a tender embrace, the two figures holding each other amidst the ethereal glow. As the dream deepens, Mincio finds himself enveloped in a warm, golden light, held securely in the arms of the dark-haired fighter, a sense of profound comfort washing over him. The fighter smiles down at him with gentle eyes, and Mincio, in this memory, recognizes himself as Lena. A soft blue glow emanates from his own hand, contrasting with the golden aura surrounding the man holding him. The memory shifts to a framed picture, depicting Lena and the dark-haired fighter, now identified as Leo Dexter, alongside another woman, a snapshot of a life where Lena was a chef, married to Leo, and smiling. Leo Dexter's gentle smile radiates warmth, his golden aura continuing to comfort Lena in this vivid, role-reversed dream. The dream continues to unfold, detailing the final occupation of the persona Mincio inhabits, born into a royal household, a knight, with an engagement ending for Lena within a Veer castle. However, the system then reveals Lena's true path. She became a chef, married Leo Dexter, and lived a happy life within a Veer castle, even giving birth to 3 children before her eventual passing. The narrative then shifts to Leo Dexter's perspective, a commoner born in the capital who became a knight, married Lena, and also lived a happy life within a Veer castle, sharing the joy of 3 children before his own passing. A sense of contentment washes over Mincio, reflecting on the dream's outcome, believing he at least achieved a happy ending. Yet, a deeper, more primal thought emerges from the depths of his subconscious. He still harbors a desire for revenge. A framed picture appears, showing Lena and Leo Dexter smiling with their 3 children, as the system confirms that revenge was indeed exacted upon Katrina. Despite the apparent happy ending, a system message declares that the raising Lena scenario was not cleared, though it acknowledges that Leo and Lena worked together to become overwhelmingly powerful. A new appointment is announced, granting a reward for the revenge, prompting Mincio to internally question if this reward truly belongs to him, or to Lena. As blue, ethereal energy swirls around Lena, the final system message hints at the reward's origin. It comes through the princess. He still feels the lingering echoes of his abilities, a phantom strength that belies his ordinary life. Even now, his thoughts drift to his parents and Kina, the people who ground him in reality. And then, a sudden, disorienting fall, surrounded by shimmering blue light, as if pulled from one reality to another. A single, clear desire echoes in his mind. He wants to make Lena happy. The dream fades, replaced by the grim reality of a desolate alleyway, where a figure lies slumped against the cold stone. A young woman with blonde hair looks down, her face etched with despair, a familiar, crushing scene unfolding once more. Her voice is a desperate whisper, pleading for her brother, hungry and thirsty. Nearby, a hand clenches tightly, a silent testament to their shared suffering. A voice echoes, inviting Lena to eat. But the blonde girl remains on the ground, her companion kneeling beside her, his hand gently resting on her shoulder as she struggles to rise. A memory flickers, sepia-toned and warm, of them sharing a drink, a stark contrast to their current hardship. Back in the present, the young man offers a silent comfort, his presence a quiet anchor for the distressed girl. She thinks of the dwindling daylight, knowing there will be no food left after dark. A lone mug sits on a table, as she wonders why he hadn't eaten anything all day. Footsteps echo through a sun-drenched alley. As the blonde girl and her companion walk away, their backs to the viewer, moving deeper into the city. They emerge into a bustling market square, filled with people and the promise of food, yet still out of reach. Amidst the vibrant market, the blonde girl gazes at the overflowing stalls, a wistful thought escaping her lips about the abundance of food they cannot afford. Her companion, a dark-haired man, grips her arm, his frustration palpable, eliciting a small gasp from her. Overwhelmed by their plight, he slumps to the ground, head bowed in silent despair. Later, the pair continues their weary journey through the market, the man now carrying a large, empty sack. A protective thought crosses his mind, urging her to return home before she encounters any harm. Clutching a small coin, the blonde girl asks hopefully if this meager offering might be enough to buy them some food. A kind-faced vendor, noticing their hunger, offers to pack something for them, but the girl insists they wish to eat right there. The vendor's gaze falls upon the small coin, a silent thought forming in his mind. He muses internally, admitting he was hesitant to let them into his establishment given their unkempt appearance. The vendor extends a welcoming hand, inviting customers to his stall. At a nearby table, her companion questions her about a small coin she holds, which she proudly reveals she saved for emergencies. Turning to the vendor, she asks where she might buy a croquette. The vendor, observing her earnestness, internally notes that Lena seems to lack much education, but decides to offer the food for free, asking only for repayment when she becomes rich, and she gratefully accepts. With a flourish, the vendor presents a steaming plate of food. Lena and her companion gaze at the meal with wide-eyed wonder. The vendor, ignoring Lena's princess status, resolves to prioritize his own survival this time. As Lena and her companion finish their meal, a series of system messages flash through her mind, detailing various achievements and the fundamental rules of this world: hunting, acquiring starting capital, understanding the back alley, and knowledge transfer. She understands that growth brings skills, skills bring strength, and strength allows her to protect herself and, eventually, others, ultimately leading her to become a true knight. But a deep frustration settles within her, realizing she isn't strong enough yet, unable to protect herself or others as she wishes. With a renewed sense of purpose, she decides to abandon the immediate goal of fully clearing their current objective, opting instead for a partial clear. Leaving the market behind, Lena and her companion walk through the streets, the knight glancing back at the vendor's stall as they depart. Lena's gaze falls to the ground, a quiet disappointment in her voice as she notes, "Not here either." Her companion then asks, "Brother, where are we going?" The two continue their journey, searching for an elusive destination. As they continue their journey, Mincio gestures ahead, suggesting they head to their house. Lena, however, clarifies that she is referring to the real house, not just any dwelling. A local woman approaches them, offering to pay them off if their concern is money, insisting they leave both of them alone. Lena stands firm, her presence unwavering, for a person who has been searching for something for a long time would surely be able to sense its proximity. As they ascend a staircase, Mincio calls out, drawing Lena's attention with a questioning look. He turns to face a new group of villagers, demanding to know what they are doing there. The villagers, led by a hooded figure, accuse them of wandering around by themselves. The hooded man suggests they should all go together, so they can protect each other. Mincio questions if their presence is considered causing damage, asserting that they left as soon as the villagers arrived. As the hooded villager continues to accuse them, Mincio and Lena find themselves restrained by two other men, their hands held firmly. Trying to de-escalate the situation, Mincio attempts to reason with the hooded man, urging him not to be so angry. Meanwhile, another villager, a blonde man, questions the rules, wondering aloud what they even are. The hooded man, however, remains unconvinced, asserting that beggars should live in places where beggars gather, implying Mincio and Lena do not belong. Mincio tries to explain their situation, suggesting they are merely trying to get by themselves and acting like they're much better than they are. The villagers continue to eye them suspiciously, with the hooded man stating that wanderers don't belong there and that they shouldn't blame them for their distrust. Mincio then addresses the blonde man directly, asking if he knows Uncle Ober, who is then identified as the very person he's speaking to. Uncle Ober, now identified, asks if they are looking for Leather Street, indicating he might be willing to help. A detailed map of the town appears, highlighting a path to Leather Street, as if to visually confirm the directions being given. As the villagers disperse, their lingering distrust hangs heavy in the air. One of them warns Mincio and Lena that if they are lying, they will not be forgiven. With the tension still palpable, Mincio and Lena begin to walk away, while the blonde man who had helped them earlier wonders aloud what kind of achievement he might get for his assistance. He imagines earning 10 gold coins. Their footsteps echo softly on the cobblestone path. As Mincio and Lena continue their journey, the blonde man still following a short distance behind them. Soon, they arrive at a small, rustic shop, where a single, well-worn shoe hangs as a sign, its leather darkened with age and use. Inside, a woman with long, dark hair sits intently at a workbench, surrounded by tools and materials, her focus entirely on the craft before her. Mincio observes her, a thought forming in his mind, wondering what she could possibly be doing. He quickly realizes, however, that despite the shoe hanging outside, she is not making shoes at all. Observing the various footwear displayed, he realizes that the woman isn't actually selling any of these shoes. Meanwhile, the shop itself was situated in a rather remote location, and the figure following them didn't appear to be a customer either. With a sudden push, the door swung open, revealing Mincio and Lena, both looking slightly startled by the abrupt entry. From within the dimly lit interior, the dark-haired shop owner calmly invited them, "Come in." Her voice, firm and direct, added, "Don't loiter around the front of the store." A young man, Ober, steps into a shop, calling out for attention. Where the owner, a dark-haired woman, greets him, asking what he wishes to buy. He looks at her intently, as she observes his feet, noting his lack of shoes. She then questions if he has any money. But despite her words, their hands intertwine. From the foreground, another man watches them, as the shop owner's voice echoes, refusing handouts and dismissing his hunger. He stands before the shop owner, his expression confident as he declares his ability to pay, should she require it. Her hands move across the counter, casually arranging a small pile of coins. She offers no immediate reply, her gaze lowered, leaving his words hanging in the air as he wonders if she is angry or simply weary. Instead, she pushes the coins back towards him, declaring that whatever trouble he might be in, she wants no part of it. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he retorts that he has even less interest in a child's money, though a silent thought wonders if he might at least have some of it. Reaching across the counter, she takes his hand, her voice soft as she speaks of water already flowing with the current, implying their fates are intertwined. As they turn to leave, he glances back at the shop, satisfied that he didn't make a mess of things. The rumble of their departure echoes, a familiar feeling, just like last time. Inside, the shop owner turns to the dark-haired fighter, scolding him with a sharp "Lena, keep your mouth closed." With a sigh of finality, the words hang in the air. They're all done. A single tear escapes the shop owner's eye, tracing a path down her cheek. As a memory surfaces, showing her sister, the blonde-haired girl, to someone, explaining, "As you can see, this is what my sister looks like." A small pouch exchanges hands, a silent transaction taking place. The shop owner's voice, laced with a mix of pity and accusation, remarks, "Such a pretty face, you must have had it rough," before turning to him with a sharp question, "And you want to take her heart?" Collapsing to the floor, her distress evident, she continues, "So, you must have had to bring a child around?" Ober, holding Lena protectively, defiantly declares, "No, Lena, I'm not leaving you." As he turns away, still clutching the girl, the shop owner's unspoken thoughts echo, "It's dangerous for a child to wander around without a home while I work." She pleads, her voice weary, "I just need to get some sleep and shower. Please let Lena stay here." A hand gestures dismissively as a voice retorts, "Why should it?" Ober's expression is one of mild amusement. He muses, "Help you help me, huh?" The shop owner's hand is visible as he considers, "Help you?" Her gaze is firm, awaiting his decision. Ober finally relents, suggesting, "There's an inn at the foot of the mountain." He then adds with gratitude, "Thank you so much. I won't forget your favor." The shop owner makes a small heart gesture with her fingers, her tone firm. "But I'm taking this, understood?" She offers, "I'll cook a good meal for you. Please rest," to which he replies, "I'll get settled in the room and come out when the meal is ready," and she confirms, "I'll be waiting." Kasha, seated on a simple bed with Lena resting in her arms, gestures towards the space, offering it to Ober. Standing opposite her, with Lena now behind him, Ober stumbles over his words, correcting himself as he thanks her and asks if there's anything he can do to help. As she extends a small pouch towards him, Kasia reveals her name, instructing him to call her by it. Ober acknowledges her, repeating her name respectfully. A relieved smile spreads across his face as he expresses his gratitude. Kasia turns away, her gaze distant, stating her intention to leave and clarifying that Lena is her sister, imploring him to take good care of them both. Her eyes narrow slightly as she utters a curt, "Okay." Ober, caught off guard by her abruptness, can only manage a confused sound. As Kasia walks away, Lena glances back at Ober, prompting Kasia to muse about what her sister is looking at, concluding that she is, as expected, just a child. Having been left with the young girl, Ober turns to her, a wooden bucket in hand, and instructs her to wash up. But as he begins to shed his own clothes, Lena recoils in surprise, exclaiming that he cannot simply undress like that. A hearty laugh escapes him, while Lena stands behind him, clearly annoyed by the misunderstanding. He holds up his discarded garments, a sheepish expression on his face. Looking down, he clarifies that was not what he meant at all. Lena, still a little flustered, announces she will wait outside while he washes up, leaving him with a questioning glance. A long sigh escapes him, his hand reaching out in a gesture of exasperation. Looking up, Ober muses to himself that he really needs to teach her proper manners, reflecting on how much of a handful this child is, despite not even being his own daughter. He often asked Lena about her age, but he couldn't help but wonder if she would truly grow into an adult in just 2 years. After all, it was only a year apart from her current self. He knew that the environment truly mattered for a child's development. Suddenly, Lena's voice cut through his thoughts, announcing that she was done washing. He looked up, a hint of surprise in his expression, asking if he could really come in. As she rushed past him, he let out an exasperated cry, calling out her name. Watching her, he sighed, acknowledging her spirited nature, but knew the difficult part of teaching her manners was still ahead. He couldn't help but wonder, why was she like this? Lena, with a surprisingly candid expression, explains that her brother Mincio had told her she was supposed to be embarrassed, yet she finds him to be so kind. Ober, acknowledging her point, agrees that Mincio is indeed kind, but gently reminds her that some things aren't meant to be shown to everyone, though it's perfectly fine when they are alone. Lena, seemingly unconcerned by the nuance, simply states her intention to wash up and asks if he can wait for a bit. A surprised "all right" escapes Ober's lips as Lena turns and walks away, leaving him momentarily speechless. He lets out a long, exasperated sigh, the weight of her unconventional upbringing settling heavily upon him. Later, stepping out into the sunlight, Ober reflects on the challenge ahead. A determined, yet slightly sheepish, smile crosses his face as he considers his own capabilities. He admits, with a hint of self-deprecation, that he isn't very strong, but the underlying resolve in his eyes suggests he's ready for the task of teaching Lena. A determined young man stands before an unseen challenge, a resounding crash echoing around him as he vows to work incredibly hard. Despite his bright smile, his journey has clearly been fraught with difficulty. With a heavy sigh, he walks away, muttering about being rejected once again. Yet, a flicker of resolve ignites in his eyes, a quiet determination hardening his features. He acknowledges his own dexterity, but this time, he declares he will change the scenario's ending. Despite his outward confidence, he privately laments his perceived shortcomings, feeling utterly useless without skills, magic, or even good looks. With a powerful clench of his fist, he resolves to find another path to success. His thoughts turn to a drastic solution, realizing he needs to marry into a wealthy family. And so, he kneels before a blonde young woman, his desperate plea hanging in the air. He considers his options, believing that even a basic talent would be enough to teach her the fundamentals. After all, with her striking looks, suitors would surely flock to her at first sight, leaving him to wonder what he could possibly do. He recalls the 2 skills he possesses from before, hunting, and another, yet unnamed ability. But even with those, there are no mountains near Gravel where he could truly hone his hunting prowess. And if he were to become a hunter, he would be forced to leave Lena to fend for herself. He desperately wishes to avoid such a fate. Standing firm, he questions if this is truly the extent of his capabilities. A new resolve hardens his expression as he looks towards the future. With a soft, rhythmic cadence, he walks alone through the quiet, cobblestone streets. A small, silver coin flips through his fingers, clinking softly as it catches the light. His footsteps falter, and he pauses, hands raised in a gesture of surrender or caution. A voice cuts through the silence, and he looks up, a slight grunt escaping him. 3 figures block his path, the dark-haired man stepping forward to ask, "Can we talk for a moment?" Before he can respond, the man's hand shoots out, gripping his arm with unexpected force. Dark, swirling energy erupts around him, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint as his resolve hardens. With a swift, powerful motion, he delivers a devastating punch, the impact echoing with a solid thud as he exclaims, "Good!" A tense standoff unfolds as the blonde protagonist and his companions face a group of shadowy figures, one of whom challenges him, demanding to know what makes him think he can wander the streets unarmed. The dark-haired fighter, sneering, continues to taunt him, questioning if that's the smell of money he detected earlier. Without warning, the aggressor lunges forward, grabbing the blonde protagonist's arm in a tight grip. The dark-haired fighter's words hang in the air, accusing the protagonist of having money despite his appearance. As the dark-haired fighter prepares to strike, his grip tightening on the protagonist's arm. But before the blow can land, the blonde protagonist reacts with blinding speed, delivering a devastating uppercut that connects squarely with the fighter's jaw. The force of the impact sends the dark-haired fighter's head snapping back, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. He collapses instantly, his body crumpling to the ground, as a shocked cry echoes from one of his companions. The aggressor, a burly man with slicked-back hair, hurls the blonde protagonist through the air, his face contorted in a snarl of pure hatred. "Screw you," he bellows, his thoughts echoing his contempt for this filthy beggar. As he lands, the blonde protagonist swiftly draws his sword, only for another aggressor to lunge, blade flashing, as the protagonist recalls his rigorous training for betrayal scenarios. The first aggressor watches, surprised, realizing he needs a weapon to keep up. But the blonde protagonist's eyes begin to glow with an inner light, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he thinks, "For a thing like you, I don't even need my swordsmanship." He unleashes a devastating, glowing punch, the impact blurring the air around them. Still reeling from the previous exchange, the blonde protagonist staggers, his hand instinctively going to his hip to draw a small dagger. Before he can fully recover, a second aggressor delivers a swift kick to his stomach, sending him crashing to one knee with a pained groan. With a fluid motion, he slides a long sword from its scabbard, the steel glinting in the dim light. He holds the weapon ready, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he considers his options. The second aggressor, undeterred, rushes forward with a dagger, vowing not to let him escape. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he meets the aggressor's gaze. His eyes begin to glow with a fierce yellow light, deciding it's best to finish the fight quickly. Abandoning the sword, he unleashes a devastating, glowing punch. The impact sends the aggressor flying, a pain scream tearing from his throat. Having just earned the alley cleaner achievement, the blonde protagonist moves through the shadowed streets, reflecting on the constant stream of petty criminals. He glances down at the small pouch in his hand, acknowledging that while the profit from these jobs is decent, it's far from substantial. Looking up at the sky, he muses that simply catching thugs can only get him so far in his ambitions. To truly accumulate wealth, he understands a different path is necessary. His steps falter as he pauses, a small, glowing object catching his attention on the ground. His gaze now fixed on a grand building before him, he resolves that he needs to join the Famiglia. A soft creak echoes through the quiet room as the blonde protagonist sits on the edge of a bed, when a dark-haired man approaches him, announcing that they are closing up soon. But before the words fully register, a sudden, jarring impact signals a swift, unexpected attack. A glint of steel flashes as the assailant presses a knife to his throat, demanding something from him. The dark-haired man shouts, "Who wants you?" While the protagonist calmly acknowledges the predictable turn of events, his expression unperturbed. As the attacker realizes this is no ordinary clerk, the protagonist's eyes begin to glow with an intense, emerald light, a clear sign of his awakening power. In a swift reversal, the protagonist now stands over the subdued man, who lies on the floor, calmly suggesting they talk things over. His eyes still radiate that powerful green light, emphasizing his complete control of the situation. With the dark-haired man now securely tied up, the protagonist returns to his bed, casually remarking that his lunch was good, the confrontation barely an interruption to his meal. It wasn't a coincidence that the Famiglia, a criminal organization, had grown to be the largest in the city, their influence stretching far and wide. Even owning the carriage rental business that served as a front for their operations, allowing them to smuggle illegal goods with ease. It was safe to say that the majority of the shops in the city were under the Famiglia's control, their grip tightening on the city's commerce. Mincio, however, seemed to be operating outside of their established network. A burly man with a square jaw questioned him, wondering if this was some new tactic to deceive. Mincio, holding a small pouch, simply replied that he didn't know what the man was talking about. The muscular man, unconvinced, warned him to put the item away or face the consequences. Meanwhile, in the West Alley, three thugs awaited their next target. As the dust settled from the previous night's confrontation, a dark-haired fighter stood over a fallen figure, a weapon still clutched in his hand, the silence of the room broken only by a soft thud. His gaze was sharp, assessing the situation with cold precision, muttering to himself that this should be enough for an initiation. Meanwhile, in a different location, a blonde girl looked up in surprise, as the blonde protagonist announced he would return tomorrow. Back in the quiet room, the dark-haired fighter methodically swept the floor, ensuring no trace of the struggle remained. He paused, his expression grim, reminding himself to make sure everything was handled properly. A final glance around the now empty space confirmed his work, noting with satisfaction that there was no blood left. Later, the blonde protagonist emerged from a doorway, a weapon in hand, asking if the task was complete. He began to remove his shirt, telling someone to just take it off. The blonde girl laughed beside him, as he apologized for his tardiness, explaining he was looking for a job. He finishes his call, remarking that the day had been a bit hot, looking back. His sister, Lena, expresses concern, asking if he had a tough day, but he quickly dismisses it, assuring her it wasn't hard at all. Turning the conversation, he asks what she did that day, and she quietly replies that she just stayed in her room. Noticing her subdued mood, he promises to go out and get her something nice, a gesture to lift her spirits. As she walks away, a soft is her only reply. And his eye glows with a faint yellow light as he thinks to himself, she seems down, and he resolves to get her something tomorrow. The next day dawns over the quiet town. Stretching, he considers his next move, realizing he needs to find a job for Lena. As he walks through the bustling streets, a single word echoes in his mind. But, still preoccupied with his sister's future, the blonde protagonist wanders through the bustling streets, a single question echoing in his mind. He approaches an older man, asking if he knows of any tutors nearby, but the man seems unsure, offering no immediate help. As they continue through the marketplace, the protagonist remains focused on his search. He then turns the question back to the older man, asking if he himself is looking for a tutor, who in turn asks if the protagonist knows someone capable. A wide smile spreads across the older man's face as he offers his services, proposing to mediate for a small fee and inquiring about the specific requirements. The blonde protagonist considers this, thinking that someone with good interpersonal skills would be the most suitable choice. He continues to refine his criteria, preferring an older person and noting that a high skill level isn't strictly necessary. The older man, seemingly picking up on his thoughts, gestures expansively, agreeing that someone who can simply teach the basics would be perfectly adequate. However, one final, unspoken requirement remains: the tutor must be a woman. He recalls the moment he found a tutor for Lena, standing in a quaint shop, observing a young woman with long, dark hair. Later, speaking with an older woman who had facilitated the arrangement, he inquired about Lena's progress, asking how his little sister was faring with her studies. The older woman smiled warmly, assuring him that the young lady was indeed very pretty, and she understood why he had sought out someone of her own experience to mediate. She promised discretion, vowing not to speak of the tutor to anyone, urging him not to worry. Handing over a pouch, he expressed his gratitude, confirming it contained the payment for both the brokerage and the tuition. With the deal concluded, the older woman departed, promising to see him again in 2 days as the door clicked shut behind her. Returning home, a dark-haired woman leaned against the wall, greeting him with a familiar, "You're home, Appa." He acknowledged her, informing her that he was heading out again. As he stepped out, the woman watched him go, calling out to ask if he had found a job. He stands in the doorway, a thoughtful expression on his face, considering the path ahead. As he moves through the quiet streets, a familiar figure trails discreetly behind him, maintaining a careful distance. Soon, the dark-haired fighter approaches him directly, confirming his suspicions. "It's him. Follow him." The fighter continues, reporting on a previous task. "Boss, I brought him here yesterday." Meanwhile, the subject of their conversation, a bald man, remains silent, his expression unreadable. The dark-haired fighter's hand rests on the hilt of his blade, a subtle gesture of readiness. His gaze sharpens as he adds, "I've heard about him, but he's quite petite." The blonde protagonist listens intently, his expression unreadable as he processes the information. A tall, bald knight stands before the blonde protagonist, a thoughtful expression on his face. After a moment of consideration, the knight extends a condition, stating that if the young man can gather 3 high-ranking individuals who acknowledge him as their master, he will impart his skills. The blonde protagonist, seemingly undeterred, confidently asserts that his skills are already formidable. A slight smile plays on the bald knight's lips as he places a hand on the young man's shoulder. With a gesture, the knight bids him follow, intending to personally assess the young man's abilities. As they walk through the dimly lit street, the blonde protagonist muses that his own body is a more effective weapon than any sword. The bald knight, intrigued by the statement, remarks on the young man's apparent noble lineage, suggesting he must hail from a knight's family. His hand rests firmly on the young man's shoulder, a silent acknowledgement of their burgeoning connection. As he descended the wooden steps, the dark-haired fighter called out to his subordinates, who immediately knelt before him, one of them exclaiming their loyalty, while he mused aloud, "I guess I'll be fine." The kneeling figures, still prostrate, offered a chorus of apologies. "We're sorry." But the dark-haired fighter dismissed their pleas, turning his attention to the blonde protagonist. "Forget it. I'm not here to scold you." He considered the young man before him, wondering if he was truly someone capable of wielding a variety of weapons, someone who could use wooden swords, shields, and two-handed swords. A thoughtful expression crossed the dark-haired fighter's face, as his eyes fell upon a simple wooden sword lying on the ground, a slight smile playing on his lips. Finally, he challenged the blonde protagonist. "Shall we see what you've got?" He stands silently, his gaze distant, as if contemplating the challenge ahead. The dark-haired fighter, observing him intently, questions his proficiency, asking if he's skilled with a sword, spear, or perhaps a bow. The blonde protagonist considers this, a thought forming in his mind that if he were to lose, he wouldn't escape this situation unscathed. The dark-haired fighter then advises him to go all out, even if it means getting a little rough. He reiterates the instruction, insisting that the blonde protagonist should simply give his absolute best. A blonde knight, holding a wooden sword, chimes in, noting that while the weapon is good for offense, it lacks in defense. Without a word, the blonde protagonist's leg shifts, and with a blur of motion, he begins to draw his sword from its sheath. The blade flashes, catching the light as it clears the scabbard, now fully unsheathed and ready for combat. He wastes no time, declaring his intent to attack first as his wooden sword descends with force. The impact shatters wood, sending splinters flying as a dark aura erupts from the point of contact. With a swift whoosh, the blonde protagonist continues his relentless assault, forcing his opponent to reel back. His wooden blade slams against the dark-haired fighter's shield, who grunts in strained defense. A momentary shift in his opponent's stance reveals a critical opening. Without hesitation, he exploits it, leaping over the dark-haired fighter with a swift, arcing motion. Before his opponent can react, the wooden sword is already descending towards his back. A gasp escapes the dark-haired fighter as he drops to one knee, the wooden blade now pressed firmly against his neck, signaling his defeat. Standing victorious over his defeated opponent, the blonde protagonist looks on, while the blonde knight observes the swift conclusion of the assessment. The dark-haired fighter lies defeated on the ground, acknowledging his loss with a quiet admission. As the blonde knight offers a simple, approving congratulations, the blonde protagonist stands tall, having secured his victory. Elsewhere, a bald man with a sinister smile declares, "You are now part of our Corolla Famigliat." Meanwhile, the blonde protagonist clutches his abdomen, a faint, old scar visible beneath his hand. The scene shifts abruptly. To Lena, who calls out with concern, "Brother, are you home yet?" She remembers a time when there was blood on Mincio's body, as he pulls up his shirt to reveal a deep, old wound. And with that memory, the image of a blood-stained knife flashes through her mind, a chilling detail from that traumatic past. Lena's face is etched with deep worry, her thoughts consumed by the painful recollection. A stern, dark-haired woman looks down at Lena, challenging her with the words, "Be a thug." Lena, visibly distressed, can only stammer, "What does that mean?" The dark-haired woman sips her tea thoughtfully, musing, "Well, they are people." Her hand casually grips a small, sharp knife as she continues, "Who fights with swords?" She gazes down at Lena, a knowing expression on her face, concluding, "Thought it didn't seem that hard, but it was as I thought." Lena, now holding a sword and looking frustrated, challenges back, "Is being a thug not hard? Is there nothing not hard?" Suddenly, an older woman appears at the doorway, calling out, "Lena." Lena, startled, responds, "Teacher." The teacher scolds Lena, who bows her head in apology, while the dark-haired woman watches from her seat, looking mildly annoyed by the interruption. The teacher's stern expression is clear as she demands, "Did you finish your homework?" She affirms her understanding, prompting the dark-haired woman to ask why she appears so sad. Hesitantly, she murmurs, a soft escaping her lips as she looks down, her thoughts heavy. Then, looking up at her mentor, she asks, "Teacher, what exactly is a thug?" The shop owner explains, "They are someone who steals." She continues, describing them as those who harm others, a definition Lena quietly accepts, concluding that a thug is indeed a bad person. A wave of distress washes over her, her eyes widening with a sudden, painful realization. Her voice filled with self-reproach, she whispers, "Because of me, brother is suffering like that." Her hands clench tightly at her sides, a silent testament to her internal turmoil as she adds, "I also." Looking up with newfound determination, she declares her desire to help her brother, a blue aura of resolve blooming around her. A soft blue aura emanates from her, reflecting the depth of her resolve. Meanwhile, in a different location, lodging was being provided by the Verbena Famiglia. The grand estate stood under the bright sun. Whispers began to spread, asking if the prince of the Apton kingdom was truly coming. At a nearby table, the blonde protagonist leaned forward, asking, "What?" "I heard." The dark-haired fighter confirmed, "I heard it." He continued, explaining the source of his information, from a friend who was a liaison in the north. The blonde protagonist pressed for more details, asking, "What's there?" Then added, "Really? A clan?" All of this was unfolding due to Mincio's achievements in the northern scenario. He had left a very regrettable impression on all who witnessed him. This was a truly significant event, a rare occurrence for a prince of one kingdom to visit another. It was a rare event for the prince of one kingdom to visit another kingdom. But why was he coming now? The blonde protagonist wondered aloud to his companion, as they sat in a tavern, mugs in hand. The shop owner, listening in, offered her insight. "I heard it's because of the war event." "The war event," the dark-haired fighter echoed, surprised, while the blonde protagonist simply uttered, "What?" He considered the implications, his gaze distant. Does it only appear to be a bifurcation scenario? A system interface materialized, displaying the current status of the scenario, with progress bars for Apton and Verbena factions. The system reveals that another scenario is set to begin in the summer, a war event. Yet, within the same year, the next one is slated to commence the following spring. This raises the question, will war also erupt in the regular scenario, or are these events entirely independent? If not, then the consequences would directly involve Lena and Leo, standing ready in their battle gear. These scenarios are unfolding in both the Apton Kingdom and Verbena Village. The blonde protagonist stands alone, deep in thought, a silent contemplation weighing heavily on him. He knows he needs to confirm whether a war will truly break out first. A procession of armored knights, bearing crimson banners, marched through a shimmering, almost ethereal landscape. This grand display heralded the arrival of Mincio, now adorned in a regal red cape and pristine white gloves, embodying a princely demeanor. His dark hair fell neatly against the rich fabric, a picture of composed elegance. Meanwhile, the blonde protagonist found himself amidst a throng of onlookers, their hushed whispers remarking on the prince's majestic presence and their first glimpse of him. Suddenly, a woman from the crowd lunged forward, grasping his hand with a desperate plea for the prince to take it, leaving him visibly startled. From a distance, Mincio watched the scene unfold, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he observed the commotion. The blonde protagonist, however, seemed lost in thought, his golden eyes reflecting a deeper contemplation than mere surprise. Mincio, turning away, pondered his strategy, wondering if his efforts to gain favor would truly work. He glanced back, a small image of the blonde protagonist in his mind, realizing perhaps his approach was a bit too direct. Amidst a bustling crowd, a voice cuts through the chatter, dismissing someone as nothing more than a punk, despite their popularity with the ladies. A week later, the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoes through a quiet street, as a carriage makes its way through the town. Suddenly, a pained scream rips through the air, as Mincio clutches his bloodied face, his eyes wide with shock and agony. He collapses to the ground, surrounded by a menacing circle of cloaked figures, their weapons glinting in the dim light. One of the attackers snarls, demanding to know how he dared to steal from Gorilla. A low groan escapes the blonde protagonist, his expression hardening, as his eyes ignite with a fierce, glowing yellow. The cloaked leader, oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, sneers, asking if he is alone, mocking him as a puny guy. But before the words fully leave his lips, the blonde protagonist moves like a blur, slicing through one of the cloaked figures with brutal efficiency, blood spraying into the air. The blonde protagonist moves with blinding speed, intercepting a knife-wielding attacker mid-strike, leaving a pile of cloaked figures defeated around him. Another blonde figure approaches, commending his efforts. "Well done, Leo. Drinks are on me today." The blonde swordsman, with long, wavy hair, casually sheathes his blade, remarking that he is simply doing his job, for he is not so easily caught off guard. He recalls being told to maintain a low profile, as the prince is currently in a good mood. Turning to Leo, the swordsman questions, "Why does it matter when the prince left?" Leo responds with a surprised, "What?" His eyes widen in disbelief as the realization dawns on him. The prince has already departed. Meanwhile, a delicate necklace with a shimmering blue gem lies on the ground, a silent testament to the recent struggle. A young man, his eyes wide with alarm, exclaims that the prince has already left. A small, glowing blue orb pulses with an ethereal light, hinting at the magical undercurrents of the unfolding events. Elsewhere, a dark-haired fighter confirms the prince's departure, describing the kingdom as being in total chaos. He continues, revealing a secret meeting with the prince's man, lamenting the difficulty of maintaining order. The blonde knight, standing with the dark-haired fighter and Lena, questions the king's judgment, suggesting he has been misled. Lena looks down, a quiet concern on her face, as someone remarks on her sheltered upbringing, unaware of the world's harsh realities. The whispers turn to Count Hermann Foray, a renowned swordmaster and politician, wondering if his son, Robert Foray, is involved. In the heart of the kingdom, a formidable figure stands silhouetted against a cosmic backdrop, his presence commanding. The kingdom whispers of Count Hermann Foray's son, Gilbert, a figure known to possess a formidable, almost monstrous, magical power. Meanwhile, in a scene from a bygone era, two regal figures sit upon a grand throne, their expressions unreadable. Back in the present, the blonde protagonist's brow furrows with concern, wondering aloud, just what happened? Elsewhere, the dark-haired fighter confirms the rumors, revealing that the prince had fled the kingdom in the dead of night, a disaster the bald man agrees is on an unprecedented scale. Taking a drag from his cigarette, the blonde protagonist's thoughts deepen, realizing the situation is far more serious than he initially believed. He had heard of the prince's sudden flight, but the true implications were only just beginning to dawn on him. His eyes glow with a faint blue light as a chilling question forms in his mind. Is this how the war starts? With blood streaking his face and his eyes still alight with power, he takes another slow, contemplative drag, the weight of the future heavy upon him. The stakes have been raised. As the kingdom grapples with the prince's sudden departure, he finds himself amidst the very elements now thriving in the ensuing chaos. The repercussions of the royal flight have reached even the deepest corners of the back alleys. The bald man turns to him, stating that it was his actions that empowered these groups, to which he simply agrees, exactly. With a determined stride, they move through the bustling streets. The bald man gestures forward, urging the group to move faster. As they break into a run, the blonde protagonist questions their destination. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the Burza Famiglia, a notorious group known for supplying illegal weapons, is making its move. The dark-haired fighter observes a map, as his organization enjoys a sudden boom in business amidst the widespread instability. However, the Corolla Famiglia, still harboring deep grudges from their slave trade and now desperate for weapons, decided to launch a direct strike against the Burza Famiglia. Amidst the chaos, the dark-haired fighter moved with brutal efficiency, a crimson aura flaring around him as he engaged the first wave of attackers. His movements were a blur of raw power, each strike fueled by the swirling red energy that enveloped him. Observing the fierce resistance, the bald man scoffed, wondering aloud if these fools truly intended to die here. His expression hardened, a silent command passing through the ranks. With a guttural roar, he lunged forward, a red glow emanating from his arm as he aimed a lethal strike at the dark-haired fighter. But before the blow could land, the dark-haired fighter intercepted it with a swift, powerful block, his tattooed forearm flexing as his weapon met the attack. A blinding flash of electrical energy erupted on impact, the force of the counterattack sending shockwaves through the air. He doesn't hold back, driving a powerful kick into the blonde protagonist's side. But the blonde protagonist, despite the impact, manages to intercept a brutal axe swing with his forearm, before delivering a swift, unseen counterattack that sends his opponent reeling. Blood streaks his face, but his green eyes glow with renewed intensity as he unleashes a devastating, sweeping blow. The dark-haired fighter collapses, defeated, as the blonde protagonist stands victorious. A moment later, the blonde protagonist faces the bald man, who offers a simple thanks. The blonde protagonist, having just overcome multiple opponents, feels a surge of power, a system message confirming his growth. Achievement, 10 thugs. You become stronger when facing thugs. The bald man then adds, "At first, I was worried you suddenly showed up, but my worries have been cleared." He reflects on the words, a reminder of his belonging. As a faint red glow emanates from his hand, a subtle sign of his growing power, and a new achievement registers in his mind, gaining favor with the Corolla Famiglia while inciting hostility from their rivals. His gaze sharpens as he walks through a bustling town, when a scowling man confronts him, demanding he come closer. Mincio's hand instinctively reaches for the hilt of a concealed blade. As the man expresses disbelief, claiming such a confrontation has never happened, while Mincio calmly challenges him, asking if he has something to say. The man's thoughts betray his true feelings about a new boyfriend, even as he denies caring about her at all. Blonde protagonist warns his companion not to bring certain troubles into their area, prompting the dark-haired fighter to question if he's referring to someone connected to her. He considers the question, then clarifies that he is, of course, talking about his ex-girlfriend. The dark-haired fighter, still perplexed, wonders why he's so obsessed with her, while blonde protagonist asks if he'd even bothered to ask Kasha. He then expresses his hope that she won't cause any more trouble, as the dark-haired fighter reiterates his confusion over the obsession. Turning his back, blonde protagonist walks away, leaving the conversation hanging. He muses that Kasha is a pitiful girl, and he'll stick by her, noting that she seems to be studying with a tutor these days, finally showing some motivation. The dark-haired fighter observes that she's finally getting motivated. Blonde protagonist closes his eyes, a bead of sweat forming, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a different location, a man in a dark suit stands in a doorway, addressing the dark-haired shop owner with a chilling familiarity. "Kasha, I'm here. Long time no see." Kasha pauses her work, her hands still on a boot, as a voice questions her. "They say you broke up with your boyfriend?" She turns away, her expression hidden, admitting quietly, "It was created by him, but I had no other choice." The blonde protagonist watches her, a flicker of distress crossing his features, his eyes widening slightly at her words. He then leans in, his hand gently reaching towards her face, confessing, "Besides, I kind of like you." His fingers cup her cheek, their gazes locking in a moment of unexpected intimacy, the air thick with unspoken feelings. Suddenly, a system notification flashes before his eyes, announcing an achievement, the man who melted Kasha's heart. He had gained slight favor with her. As the blonde protagonist reels from the unexpected pop-up, Kasha looks up in surprise, her attention drawn to someone else entering the shop. Her voice fills with disbelief and joy as she recognizes the newcomer. "Brother, you're here?" The dark-haired man embraces her tightly, a warm smile on his face, greeting her with a familiar, "Long time no see." Kasha, still in shock, can only murmur, "Brother." Kasha's brother, the dark-haired fighter, stands before Kasha and Lena, asking if they have been well lately, offering snacks as an apology for his absence. Kasha offers him a slight, silent smile. As Lena turns her head away, a soft rustle of fabric accompanies her question, wondering if anything happened while he was gone. Standing beside her, he simply confirms, "MHM." Kasha then shifts her gaze to Lena, inquiring about her studies with the teacher, to which Lena offers a non-committal, "M." Lena apologizes, her hands subtly clenching, explaining that she expects to be busy for a while. Even if she cannot visit often, she urges him to study hard, her hand resting on a bracelet. The blonde protagonist, having overheard the conversation, turns with a casual, "Okay." Lena, now looking directly at her brother, notices a fresh scar on his face, her expression filled with concern. The shop owner gently takes the blonde protagonist's hand, her expression filled with concern. He looks down at their joined hands, a soft patting sound accompanying her gesture. His gaze remains fixed, a faint clink of metal audible as he considers her words. He assures her that he is making more money than ever before. As he speaks, he gently pulls his hand away from her grasp. He promises her that things will get better, and that it will be soon. The shop owner watches him go, her shoulders slumping slightly in worry. She thinks of herself as a burden, wishing she could help her brother. Meanwhile, the dark-haired fighter sits alone on a counter, his head bowed in quiet contemplation. As the shop owner looks on, a familiar voice addresses her. Big sis. Lena, standing before her, inquires, "Are you going to work?" The shop owner, with a slight turn of her head, replies, "Running some errands." A moment of silence passes, filled with her unspoken thoughts. If there's anything I can do to help?" Lena's expression shifts to one of deep concern. The shop owner then reveals her true burden, explaining that her brother is being harassed because of her, prompting Lena to ask, why? Sitting alone, the shop owner's thoughts drift to her brother. She laments that she doesn't like seeing him broken and desperately wishes to help him in any way she can. Meanwhile, Lena, still troubled by the situation, wonders, even if you work and earn money, what will change? A quiet gasp escapes Lena, her gaze fixed downwards. The shop owner continues, urging her to focus on her studies, insisting that was the only way to surpass her brother. She then questions Lena's capabilities, asking what kind of work she could even do. Lena remains silent, her thoughts echoing the shop owner's words, convinced of her own uselessness and lack of funds. The shop owner waits patiently, then asks if she is finished talking. Her hand clenches, a deep worry etched into her voice as she considers the consequences if things continue as they are for her brother. Suddenly, a young man rushes in from behind, calling out to Big Sis Kasha. The shop owner, surprised by the sudden interruption, can only manage a soft, drawn-out sound of recognition. As Lena and the shop owner stand together, the young man, Mincio, reveals his simple yet profound ambition, declaring his desire to buy a house. Under the night sky, Lena confides in the shop owner, expressing her earnest desire to buy a house. The shop owner listens, a thoughtful silence hanging between them. As Lena continues, explaining her dream to live in a house with her brother, and that she wants to use it for something special. A sudden realization dawns on the shop owner. She then gently reminds Lena of a crucial detail. She has no money, and questions if she truly intends to buy a house. Lena recoils in shock, her eyes flaring with a bright yellow glow at the blunt question. The shop owner, with a sly grin, muses about the freedom of owning a house, before quickly apologizing for startling her. Ultimately, the shop owner reflects that Lena's dream did not come to fruition. A quiet hum escapes Lena, her gaze distant as if lost in thought. Still pondering, she absently touches her hair, a soft sound of contemplation filling the silence. The shop owner then offers a gentle, if somewhat cryptic, reassurance, telling her that whatever she chooses to do, she is capable of it, to which Lena quietly expresses her gratitude. With a decision made, the shop owner asks if she wishes to depart that very day, and Lena readily agrees, her voice firm with resolve. Without further ado, the shop owner presents a dark, flowing garment, instructing Lena to wear it. Lena accepts the new attire, her expression a mix of surprise and quiet contemplation. As night falls, the red glow of lanterns illuminates a quiet street, casting long shadows. Through the dim light, Lena, now cloaked in dark fabric, walks alongside the shop owner, their figures receding into the unknown path ahead. Still under the cloak of night, she follows the shop owner, their journey taking them further from the familiar. Disoriented, Lena looks around, a question forming on her lips. Where am I? The shop owner, however, is full of eager anticipation, pulling her along. Oh, where are we going? I'm so excited. Let's go. Lena resists. I'm not going anywhere with you. She flinches, startled by the sudden pull. As they continue their trek through the darkness, they approach a quaint, rose-covered building, its windows glowing warmly. Suddenly, a man emerges, his gaze fixed on them, wondering aloud, who is this kid? The shop owner steps forward, addressing him calmly. Can I know what's the matter, governor of the city? Lena remains silent, observing. As the city governor's presence loomed, a voice commanded them to go inside the building. They stepped onto a plush red carpet, adorned with vibrant roses, leading them deeper into a grand hall where the governor, accompanied by a bald man and another attendant, awaited their arrival. The air filled with the soft, melancholic strains of a harp, its music weaving through the rose-scented atmosphere. A sudden jolt of fear seizing Lena as the shop owner's hands rested on her shoulders, her eyes wide with apprehension. The governor's voice cut through the tension, announcing, "Here she is." A heavy thud echoed through the room, sealing their presence within the governor's domain. Later, the governor sat sternly at his desk, his gaze unwavering as he prepared to address them. The soft crunch of their footsteps on the carpet filled the silence as they approached him. And he finally spoke, his tone formal as he greeted, "Oh, Mrs. Kasha." Kasha addresses the city governor, noting his early arrival. She reminds him that she had specifically asked him not to refer to her as Mrs. Kasha. The governor, a man of habit, acknowledges her request, admitting it's a difficult one to break. Standing silently beside Kasha, a small, hooded figure remains cloaked in shadow. Kasha then reveals the child, announcing her presence to the governor. A look of surprise crosses his face, his eyes widening slightly at the unexpected sight. Kasha, observing his reaction, inquires if he believes the young girl is capable of working there. The governor considers her question, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. Finally, he responds, stating that regardless of where Kasha found the child, she cannot work there. Kasia, having heard the governor's refusal, tells Lena she is too young to work here. While the young woman herself suggests they speak to the owner, her gaze firm. Kasia is now physically pulling the governor, who protests, asking if the owner is here for permission, to which she confirms. Still pulling him, Kasia declares there are plenty of other places they can go. The governor calls out to her, trying to stop her, wanting to discuss the conditions. Kasia turns back, annoyed, stating there is no Kasia and asking what he wants from her. He explains that turning one of her slaves into a maid would only bring trouble, as only profitable customers frequent his establishment. He then points, adding that the condition is to pay Lena's salary up front as a contract fee. Kasia is taken aback, questioning if that means Lena can't even work, but the governor counters, offering to pay the contract fee himself, leaving her stunned by his unexpected proposal. The city governor scoffs, questioning why he should be the one to hire her, suggesting instead that he pay her salary out of his own pocket. Meanwhile, a voice asks, "So, can she start working tomorrow?" Lena remains silent, her expression unreadable beneath her hood. The governor continues, detailing the terms. A contract would be required, and she would simply earn enough to pay her salary before quitting. Standing protectively beside Lena, a dark-haired man in a red cloak interjects, declaring there's no need for her to be tied down to a place like this. The city governor, with a knowing smirk, challenges Lena directly, asking if such a task is truly beyond her capabilities. Her golden eye narrows, a fierce glint betraying her inner resolve. The dark-haired man pulls a rope taut, apologizing but stating he will be busy for a while. As they turn to leave, the city governor looks back with a smirk, asking if they truly believe he has time for games. Despite the governor's dismissive words, Lena's hands clench around a small, dark object, her resolve hardening. She knows she can do it. Kneeling before a cloaked figure, her head bowed in humility, she reflects on her brother's tireless efforts, vowing to give her absolute best. The cloaked man turns, his gaze meeting hers, a silent understanding passing between them. His sharp, light blue eyes hold a calm authority as he acknowledges her resolve, simply stating, "All right." With a formal bow, the man introduces himself as Breton Zauer, expressing his honor to work alongside her, a sentiment Lena echoes with equal respect. A memory flashes back, the city governor, his grip firm on her arm, pulling her close as she struggles. She falls to the ground, a fresh cut on her cheek, looking up at her tormentor with wide, fearful eyes. The governor's hand roughly cups her chin, forcing her gaze upward as he demands her identity, to which she meekly replies, "Why yes, I'm Lena." The memory fades as a hand reaches out, a soft click echoing in the present. A calculating man with short blonde hair stands in a dimly lit room, his expression unreadable. Holding a curved sword, he muses aloud, "Kasia, it seems the owner doesn't end up like you." Meanwhile, a hand carefully holds a quill over a document, as a voice considers the terms. If she signs a contract, she could get a higher salary. A subtle smirk plays across the blonde man's lips, his thoughts turning to the outcome. Good, at least it won't result in a loss. The owner will be pleased. A month later, under the quiet glow of the night sky, the long-standing conflict between the two familias finally came to an end. The bald man observes as the two powerful familias reached a peaceful agreement, avoiding a full-scale battle. With the terms settled, the Burja Familia began its withdrawal, leaving the dark-haired fighter to reflect on the shifting power dynamics. The Corolla Familia, spared from destruction, continued its operations, and the dark-haired fighter proudly took on the mantle of assault captain. The blonde protagonist considers the situation, suggesting they ask Lena for her input. A soft smile plays on Kasia's lips as she muses about finding a husband for Lena. The protagonist's thoughts immediately turn to Kasia. She sits in quiet contemplation, her expression thoughtful. A wide, confident grin spreads across the protagonist's face as he declares that despite her quirks, Kasia is a good woman. If things continue on this path, a different future might unfold. It's possible that Leo and Kasia could end up together once everything settles. Lena, looking down, calls out to her brother, inviting him to come in. With a bright, almost glowing smile, the protagonist responds to Lena's call. He stands, listening intently as Lena asks him a question. With a flourish, she presents a wooden box, exclaiming with a bright tada. Inside, a glittering pile of gold coins gleams. Lena giggles, explaining that it's money for him, a reward to buy whatever he desires. He stares, wide-eyed, at the unexpected bounty. A system message flashes, confirming an achievement manager notification. The income brought in by employees has increased. The gold coins spill from the overflowing box, clattering onto the ground. He looks down, utterly bewildered, questioning Lena about what she's done. A sudden, crushing blow echoes in his mind as the words, "Let's break up," reverberate through him. His face contorts in agony, sweat beading on his skin, and his eyes flare with a sickly yellow light as he clutches at his chest, the blue pendant on his necklace a stark contrast to his overwhelming despair. A voice, filled with disbelief and concern, questions Lena's actions, his anger rising as he demands to know what transpired behind his back. He clutches Lena tightly, a palpable sense of despair emanating from her as she hides her face against his chest, the sound of his grip tightening echoing in the tense air. He tries to reassure her, or perhaps himself, that he merely acquired some money, but his expression betrays his inner turmoil. His voice then shifts, a desperate shout for Kasha. With a sudden burst of movement, Kasha appears, her gaze sharp and unwavering. The blonde protagonist holds up a small, glowing chest, its red aura pulsing ominously, as he rails against the cursed money. While Kasha coolly questions his actions, Lena is still visible in the background, distressed. He turns his full fury on Kasha, demanding answers about Lena's involvement and what she made her do. He stares down at Lena, his voice laced with a cold accusation, demanding to know what she had done. Kasha, the shop owner, looks on with a worried expression, clutching the glowing, cursed object, and quietly explains that she only wanted Lena to have some money. His hand clenches into a trembling fist, a faint red aura emanating from it as his anger boils over. Lena, still held by him, looks up with tearful eyes, confused as to why he is so angry, while he, usually so composed, is now consumed by the mystery of the cursed money. He turns his furious gaze to Kasha, the glowing object still in her hands, questioning if she truly had to involve Lena in this. With a sudden, violent motion, he lunges forward, grabbing Kasha by the collar, pulling her close as Lena cries out in shock and fear. His face contorted in a snarl as he curses her. He stands over the shop owner, his voice laced with accusation, reminding her, "I asked you to keep it a secret, yet you made her work," the shop owner retorts, but he cuts her off, declaring his plans ruined because of her actions. His gaze is cold and unforgiving. The shop owner collapses to the floor, gold coins scattering around her, her voice a desperate whisper about her money. Tears well in her eyes, her pupils glowing an unnatural yellow as he presses her, demanding to know if she understands how he earned this money. He roughly pulls her up by the arm, but she cries out, defending Lena and insisting, "She didn't mean it. I went there myself," she screams, her voice raw. His attention shifts abruptly to Lena, his grip firm on her arm as he utters her name, his expression still furious. Tears stream down her face, her own eyes glowing yellow as she can only manage a single, heartbroken question. Overwhelmed by a sudden, inexplicable sorrow, the blonde protagonist clutches his head, his mind reeling with the thought of his brother's tears. His eyes, now glowing with an unnatural yellow light, reflect his desperate confusion as he questions why he is unable to leave, why he cannot go out. The words echo in his mind, a fragmented thought of what does this all mean. Nearby, another blonde-haired man watches on, his own face etched with a silent, profound shock. Collapsing to his knees, the protagonist pleads, demanding to know why such accusations are being leveled against him. Tears streaming down his face, he covers his eyes, vehemently denying any wrongdoing, insisting he did nothing wrong, absolutely nothing. His face contorted in anguish, his eyes glow with an even more intense, pulsating yellow, the tears now a torrent as his emotional pain becomes almost unbearable. A pendant hangs from his neck, reflecting the light of his distress as a single, heartbreaking question escapes him. Is his brother truly done with him now? Still consumed by a raw, visceral anguish, the blonde protagonist screams at the dark-haired man before him, his voice cracking with hatred. A heavy silence falls, broken only by the faint sound of movement as he turns away, seeking an escape down a desolate corridor. His footsteps echo softly, carrying him further into the gloom. But the dark-haired man intercepts him, grabbing his arm as the blonde protagonist's eyes flare with an unnatural yellow light, pleading to be left alone amidst the chaos. His glowing gaze fixes on his captor, demanding to know the meaning of this nonsense, his face a mask of tormented confusion. The dark-haired man holds him firmly, his expression unreadable as he questions the blonde's presence in the room, a hint of concern in his voice. Ignoring the question, the blonde protagonist's voice rises in a desperate shout, ordering him to step aside. Suddenly, a glint of steel appears as the blonde protagonist, eyes still burning yellow, produces a knife, leaving the dark-haired man stunned and questioning his actions. The dark-haired man stares at the reflection of the blonde protagonist in a nearby mirror, the knife held menacingly, his glowing eyes a stark contrast to his own bewildered face. The dark-haired man's jaw clenches, a low growl escaping him as he struggles to comprehend the situation, thinking this kid has truly lost his mind. As the commotion draws attention, a guard rushes forward, demanding to know what is happening. Ignoring the interruption, the dark-haired man warns the blonde protagonist to drop the knife before he harms anyone, adding that if it weren't for his father, he wouldn't even bother with him. With eyes glowing an intense yellow, the blonde protagonist defiantly reminds him that he had already told him to back off. The dark-haired man's arm remains raised, a clear barrier, as he reiterates his demand for the blonde protagonist to retreat. Ignoring the warning, the blonde protagonist lunges forward, knife flashing. But before the blade can connect, the dark-haired man swiftly blocks the attack with his forearm, the impact sending a shockwave of energy. With a powerful counterstrike, he sends the blonde protagonist reeling backward, a pained grunt escaping him. The blonde protagonist lies defeated on the cold ground, the dark-haired fighter looming over him, having swiftly ended their confrontation. Reaching down, he secures the blonde's arm. The blonde protagonist can only curse his own weakness, a frustrated cry escaping his lips. The dark-haired fighter pins him firmly to the ground. The blonde protagonist seethes, lamenting the absence of his dual swords, convinced they would have turned the tide. His face contorts in a mix of anger and helplessness, Meanwhile, the dark-haired fighter's subordinates move in, receiving orders to take the defeated man away. Suddenly, a familiar figure appears, observing the scene with a look of surprise. Kasha's voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know what is happening. Considering the situation, her gaze falls upon the dark-haired fighter. Kasha notes that the other apprentice seemed to know something. He challenges her, demanding to know if the person who passed earlier was hidden there, and why she chose to conceal them. Kasha offers a calm apology, explaining that the individual's conditions seemed dire. Suddenly, the blonde protagonist, his eyes glowing with a fierce, golden light, interjects, declaring it their problem and suggesting they step aside for a moment. The dark-haired fighter, enraged, slams his hand down, warning them against repeating such an act in his territory. He threatens to wipe out their entire guild and whatever they represent. Unfazed by his outburst, Kasha calmly asks why he is getting so angry. Taken aback, he stammers, then passionately reveals that the person in question, Lena, is his. Kasha simply observes the blonde protagonist, remarking that Lena probably wants him to work. She presses the dark-haired fighter, demanding to know why he made Lena work. His fury erupts, a sword pressed to the blonde protagonist's throat, as he screams accusations, wishing he had been told sooner. Kasha, however, is equally indignant, questioning if her speaking Lena's name first is truly such a grave offense. The blonde protagonist, still under threat, defends his actions, explaining he did everything he could to save his ailing father. The dark-haired fighter's anger seems to subside slightly, a quiet admission escaping him that he didn't truly mean his harsh words. Kasha's thoughts drift to a past decision, believing it would have been better to give him the medicine, even if it meant a shorter period of suffering. The blonde protagonist, however, remains unyielding, declaring the dark-haired fighter's personal situation to be of no concern to him. With a hand over his heart, the dark-haired fighter makes a passionate declaration, proclaiming Lena to be the most important person to him. A pained groan escapes the blonde protagonist, his face contorted in anguish. The dark-haired fighter, his expression grim, reveals that Lena has already departed, her fate sealed. He speculates that she is likely in the midst of signing a contract at this very moment. Indeed, Lena sits composedly at a grand desk, her gaze fixed on the documents before her as she signs. Back in the room, the dark-haired fighter explains that this is merely the final stage of negotiations, a contract that cannot be undone years later, yet Lena still waits for him. The blonde protagonist's eyes narrow, a furious curse escaping his lips. Before he can react further, the dark-haired fighter lunges, grabbing him by the collar with a surge of raw power. His grip tightens around the blonde protagonist's throat, a guttural cry of Kuga echoing in the confined space. Lena's ultimate fate has been sealed. His hands begin to glow with an ethereal light, a surge of raw power or desperate emotion emanating from him. The light intensifies around his outstretched palms, as if struggling against an unseen force. Then, a chilling message materializes in the void, stark and absolute. Thank you for playing Raising Lena. The words hang in the silent, star-dusted expanse. Amidst a backdrop of swirling, ornate patterns and glowing particles, a young woman in a simple red dress stands, her blonde hair flowing around her. The intricate designs continue to bloom around her, suggesting a magical or otherworldly presence. Suddenly, the blonde protagonist, his face etched with concern, calls out a name, his voice filled with urgency as he searches for Lena de Uriel, a tavern maiden known for her gentle nature, and her brother, Leo de Uriel, the tavern keeper. A soft, ethereal glow begins to emanate from the darkness, casting a gentle light into the void. As the light intensifies, a voice filled with regret echoes, confessing, "It's all my fault." A profound guilt washes over Mincio, his thoughts consumed by the memory of driving Lena away. Yet he knows there is no time for self-reproach. He reaches out, compelled to uncover more about Lena's past, desperate to understand the full story. The ancient texts reveal that Lena was merely a nickname for the royal princess, and that Leo's father was a knight dedicated to her protection. A historical illustration depicts a young Lena and Leo, both looking distraught, raising the question of whether they were exiled due to succession conflicts. Indeed, someone aided the prince and princess in their escape, leading young Lena and Leo to become beggars. The narrative continues, revealing how Count Herman's nobles became entangled in Lena's fate, as she grew into a manipulative force, influencing politics and war, ultimately leading to her death at the hands of a knight sent by Count Foray. A cryptic message declares, Aston is defeated. The final image shows two armored knights, one blonde and one dark-haired, standing ready for battle, a stark visual of the conflicts described in the historical account. The worst-case scenario looms, a dead end that feels inescapable, and he can't help but feel that Kasha has ruined everything. His frustration boils over, thinking of both Lena's life and his own, along with his crucial plan to gather information about the prince. With a fierce resolve, he vows to definitely settle this score. A stark message appears, confirming he has failed to clear Raising Lena. The records detail Leo's involvement, stating that Lena's settlements were greater than his, and how she briefly seized control of the political scene amidst the chaos, though due to an agreement, her revenge remained incomplete, leading to her death. Despite the crushing failure, a new determination sparks within him. He decides to restart again. The abstract glow fades. As the title of his journey appears, the Raising Princess to Overcome Death. Now, on horseback, he rides through a lush forest, his journey beginning anew. Even as he recalls Lena's words, a deep-seated anger stirs within him. He acknowledges the emotion, but quickly refocuses, knowing he must concentrate on the true Lena, not the past. In a memory, or perhaps a new beginning, he finds himself beside Lena, both of them gently gathering berries in a sun-dappled forest. A soft smile graces his lips, a rare moment of peace. Suddenly, a system notification appears, announcing the commencement of the third childhood friend scenario. A framed image of a young Lena appears, accompanied by a somber reflection. He was once so happy, unaware that history would repeat itself. Another image, this time of an older Lena, reveals a deeper truth. This is her second reincarnation, and she has been exempted from the cycle. The final framed image, showing Lena from behind, carries a heavy implication. What was a complete hell for him was merely the captain for her. All he ever wanted was a simple life, yet it felt impossible to escape the fate tied to the kingdom of Uriel. He pondered what it would take to make Lena the princess of this small village, recalling whispers that Saint Uzra once held a similar position. He was just an ordinary farmer then, but on that fateful day, the royal family of the empire arrived. Should he send Lena to the capital alone, knowing there was a saint there who could help? If she went, Lena would become a priest and fulfill her destined role. Yet, even with such plans, he couldn't escape the same troubles that plagued him. His brow furrowed in deep thought, the weight of his decisions pressing down on him. If only he could go along with her, to extinguish all the fires before they even started. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Leo." Mincio watches Lena, who seems lost in thought, asking what occupies her mind so deeply that she isn't paying attention. With a slight laugh, Lena apologizes, admitting she was merely pondering what they should have for dinner that evening. Mincio considers her words, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Suddenly, a voice calls out from outside the building, addressing him by his alias, Leo. Lena, hearing the call, steps to the doorway, peering out. She turns back, a hint of annoyance in her tone, requesting just another minute to finish her meal. As she places a hand on her hip, a bag slung over her shoulder, she voices her apprehension about traveling to the capital for the first time, questioning if it's truly all right. Mincio's gaze hardens, his thoughts drifting to his own identity, acknowledging that the true Leo he once was seems to have vanished. He reflects on having given up that former self, wondering what the old Leo would say, and if he would encourage Lena to become a priest. Lena wonders if he will worry about her decision. As Mincio's thoughts drift back to his past self, to Leo, he remembers a time when Lena, with earnest conviction, declared her desire to become a priest to help those who suffer, a revelation that left him speechless. Mincio reflects on how, back then, he was so consumed by his own aspirations, too caught up in his dream to notice anything else. He admits to himself that he didn't notice Lena's true feelings, especially since he couldn't even consider marriage. Snapping back to a more immediate memory or the present, he calls out to her, "Lena." Mincio then asks, with a casual air, "What's good on today?" Lena, still lost in her own thoughts, responds with a soft, questioning sound, a quiet hum of contemplation. A voice observes his wounded expression, then questions if he's trying to play a trick. As he looks down, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. In a memory, a younger Mincio assures Lena he's just happy to see her, and she, standing close beside him, promises not to let him down. A hint of confusion in his tone, he then asks what's going on. With a bright smile, he suggests they go for wild mushrooms. Lena beams back at him, her eyes full of warmth. Suddenly, a thought sparks in her mind, and she tells him to give her a moment. Impatiently, he grabs her hand, pulling her along with an excited, "Let's go." He wonders why she's acting so suddenly, noting that it's been a while since they last met. Lena, looking slightly flustered, tells him he's misunderstanding. He protests, a hand reaching for his back, as if to ward off an inspection. Turning his head slightly, he hears her insist, "Let me see your back," before admitting, I probably took too much." Lena's voice, playful yet firm, questions, "Too much?" then adds, There's something in it? I told you what I want." In his memories, Lena, his childhood friend, was always sharper and more perceptive than others, her hand still reaching for him. He thinks to himself, realizing he'll have to be more careful going forward. A wistful expression crosses his face, lost in the past. Perhaps, he muses, he should just give up. He can't simply go to the capital, he thinks, not wanting his mom and dad to worry. A faint smile touches his lips as he imagines how nice it would be to just keep living in the forest with her like this. A memory of Lena's words echoes, a familiar sentiment that always makes his heart flutter. A soft blush rising to his cheeks. Lena's voice, full of a gentle inquiry, asks if he truly wishes to become a priest, or if he would rather not. Her expression is earnest, awaiting his answer. He admits that something good would be nice, but hopes she won't give up on him. Lena leans in, her voice soft with surprise and affection, asking if he truly means it. He looks away, his hand gently held by hers, as he explains that he doesn't want to become a priest and wonders why she asks what's wrong. His grip tightens on her hand, the weight of his words heavy as he confesses he has to part ways with Lena. As they sit together amidst the vibrant greenery, Lena resting against him, the unspoken sadness hangs in the air, a quiet beat of their hearts echoing the moment. He begins to speak, a single word escaping his lips. As Mincio and Lina walk silently through the dark, whispering forest, the quiet broken only by the soft rustle of leaves. Then, his voice cuts through the stillness, calling out, "Lina, are you there?" Relief washes over the priest as he sees her, exclaiming, "It has been a while. I thought you were not coming for me." Lina, holding a small, intricate object, responds with a soft, "Ah," adding, "I was worried you might not show up." Mincio closes his eyes, a heavy realization settling upon him. The time has truly come for his departure. He turns to Lina, explaining, "The village elders and the deacons have summoned me. I must go, young lady." Holding a softly glowing orb, he extends an invitation. "We're on our way to the cathedral. Would you like to come with us?" Lina's eyes widen in disbelief, a question escaping her lips as she processes Mincio's invitation. He offers a gentle smile, while she remains lost in thought, her expression a mix of wonder and uncertainty. Suddenly, a stern voice cuts through the air, addressing Mincio directly. Ignoring the interruption, Lina's resolve hardens, her own question now a determined plea. Her hands clench tightly, a silent vow forming in her mind to overcome any academic shortcomings. Meanwhile, in a different setting, the older man from before stands with a red-haired woman, his voice firm as he dismisses the notion of someone becoming a priest. He continues, citing the lack of proper lineage as an insurmountable obstacle, while the woman listens with a somber expression. The red-haired woman responds with a sigh, acknowledging her efforts were in vain. The older man's face remains unyielding, his final word a definitive rejection. A close-up reveals the intricate details of white, flowing religious vestments, secured at the neck by a simple metal clasp, with a delicate beaded necklace and a cross-like pendant resting beneath. A young woman questions the armored figure before her, wondering why he cannot join them. Sir Goran, his expression stern, replies that he has served in the Knights for 3 decades, a lifetime of duty. Meanwhile, Mincio's thoughts drift to a distinctive mark, a tattoo he's certain he's encountered before. The intricate, geometric pattern of the tattoo wraps around his leg, prompting the young woman to wonder if it's merely an ordinary design, nothing more than a common marking. Mincio, cloaked and walking away, had always assumed it was simply a tribal tradition, a cultural emblem. The same distinctive pattern extends up his arm, a silent testament to its presence. But Goran, his gaze now filled with concern, reveals a deeper truth. The symbols belong to a religious order, not a tribe, and any display of a person's beliefs is their own doctrine, a personal choice. A vision of hands clasped in fervent prayer emerges from the ethereal haze, as a voice offers body and soul to Lord Gideon. The hands then reach skyward, pleading for the offering to be accepted and their family protected. A stark realization dawns, undeniable in its truth. His father clearly worships a different god. Lina sighs, her expression heavy with resignation, concluding that it simply cannot be helped. But the blonde protagonist, his form glowing with an inner resolve, vehemently declares his own doctrine. He isn't going either. Sir Goran turns to Lina, his voice sharp with disbelief, questioning if she truly intends to throw away such an extraordinary opportunity. The blonde protagonist, unwavering in his stance, reiterates that if Leo doesn't go, then he won't go either. Mincio, his expression resolute, declares his departure for the following morning, finding the decision to be the path of least resistance. Sir Goran, however, counters, wishing he could afford to wait for a change of heart, but emphasizing the lack of such luxury. He looks between Mincio and Lina, a sigh escaping him as he observes the young people before him. Mincio, still contemplating the situation, internally hopes that his departure isn't set for the very next day. Turning to Lina, Sir Goran suggests they move on, assuming others are waiting to speak with them. He hesitates, then decides to halt the discussion for the day. Elsewhere, a cloaked, elderly man with a long white beard and braided hair walks through a mystical forest, the air shimmering with glowing particles. A younger woman with long blonde braids accompanies him, both moving silently through the ethereal landscape. Mincio's face is etched with a profound sadness. As Lina looks at him, her voice firm but tinged with sorrow, insisting he must go. She reminds him it is his dream. But tears stream down Mincio's face, his resolve visibly wavering. The droplets fall, tracing paths down his neck. Lina then pleads, asking why she cannot stay with him, while Mincio challenges her, questioning if she is truly willing to abandon her aspirations for him, and what of the promise she made to give her all. Her eyes wide with desperation, Lina cries out her desire to be by his side. Her voice rising, she declares her wish to marry him, have a child, and be together for life. As they stand side by side, looking out into the night, Lina demands to know why they cannot. He stands before her under the moonlight, a soft sigh escaping his lips as their intense conversation continues. Their gazes lock, a silent understanding passing between them, before he looks away, admitting that it is still too soon for children. Despite the difficult words, she leans into his embrace, finding comfort in his presence. Their hands reaching out to each other, surrounded by a soft, ethereal glow. Their fingers intertwine, the glowing particles intensifying around their clasped hands as they share another tender look. Then, a quiet question hangs in the air. Shall we spend the night together? The words seem to weigh heavily on him, his his gaze drifting away, lost in thought. A young woman with short, light brown hair gazes downward, a profound sense of weariness etched across her features, as if contemplating the end of a long, arduous journey. Under the pale glow of a full moon, a solitary windmill stands silhouetted against the night sky, its blades still. The morning light breaks through the haze, illuminating a quiet, unassuming village. Later, the same woman stands beside a laden carriage, a small group of villagers gathered around her, their expressions a mix of concern and farewell. Her gaze drifts to the side, lost in thought as she considers the journey ahead. A soldier approaches, his voice firm as he asks, "Have you decided?" With a resolute expression, she meets his gaze, declaring, "Yes, I will go." As she turns to depart, a man calls out, "Then let's depart. Wait a moment." A young woman and an older man stand together, their gazes lifted as if called by a distant voice, or perhaps a memory, as the daughter thinks of her parents. Soon after, they walk away from the familiar village buildings, the young woman carrying a basket, the man by her side. As they pause, the father extends his hand, offering something small and precious, a gesture of support for her journey. She hesitates, her voice soft with reluctance, insisting it is unnecessary. But her father's expression is firm, his words a gentle reminder that this aid is for her safety, a provision for unforeseen circumstances. Then, her mother steps forward, adding her own offering, and the young woman looks between them, overwhelmed by their collective care. Her father's hand, worn from labor, presses coins into her palm, assuring her that the money was pooled by everyone to cover her travel expenses, and she should not feel burdened by their generosity. His gaze is earnest, a silent plea for her to succeed, to do her very best. Alone now, the young woman clutches the coins, her expression a mix of gratitude and the heavy weight of expectation, her journey about to begin. A quiet thought echoes in the blonde protagonist's mind, acknowledging the immense effort everyone has poured into her departure. She closes her eyes, lost in contemplation, a moment of pensive silence before the unknown road ahead. Suddenly, a familiar voice cries out, and Leo embraces her companion, the brown-haired girl, in a heartfelt farewell, a sudden, emotional impact. The blonde protagonist remains still, her boots planted firmly on the path, observing the tender exchange. Nearby, a small group of villagers watches with wide eyes, one exclaiming, "Oh my God," as the emotional scene unfolds. Even the priest, a solemn figure, clears his throat, acknowledging the gravity of the moment. Finally, the blonde protagonist turns to her companion, asking, "Shall we go now?" To which the brown-haired girl eagerly replies, "Yes." With a shared resolve, they begin their journey, stepping forward into the bright, unknown future. The sound of their departure echoes through the peaceful landscape, under a vast, open sky. As the sound of distant hooves fades, Mincio stands before Priest Leslie, addressing him with reverence. He inquires about the arduous path ahead, wondering how long it truly takes to achieve the status of a priest. The priest, with a knowing gaze, explains that ordination typically requires 5 to 10 years of dedicated study and service. Mincio considers this, then adds, acknowledging Lena's exceptional intelligence and theological knowledge, which might shorten her path to around 3 years. His expression remains thoughtful, as he processes the implications of such a commitment. The priest reiterates the considerable duration, and Mincio realizes that in the interim, he must secure funds for his journey and gather crucial information. He then offers a compliment, noting that Mincio's hunting skills have significantly improved. Later, Mincio sits alone, taking a long, deep gulp from a mug. He continues to drink, his thoughts likely consumed by the challenging path he has chosen. A sharp, involuntary sound escapes Mincio as he takes a deep drink from his mug, and a moment later, he laments that he should have brought some beer. The liquid gurgles loudly as he finishes his drink. He then looks up, his gaze drawn to something above him. A glowing, ornate will hangs in the air, prompting a question in his mind. "What do you think of Lord Barbados?" Mincio stares at the radiant object, deep in thought. As he pours water into his mug, a bitter memory surfaces. He doesn't trust Lena because of a past event. His expression darkens as he recalls his desire to become a crusader alongside her, a dream opposed because she was deemed a heretic. Yet, a new resolve hardens his features as he thinks of a crusader's path, planning to save Lena someday and visit her afterward, a silent question forming for his father. He sits at a wooden table, a heavy mug clinking softly as he sets it down. The clinking sound echoes in the quiet room, as he stands by a crackling fireplace, another figure seated silently at a distant table. He looks down, the clinking still resonating, lost in thought. A sudden memory, sharp and clear, pierces through his mind. "Let's break up." He stares, eyes wide with disbelief, questioning, "Me? By myself?" He turns to the figure, a silent scream tearing through the air, though no sound escapes his lips. A soft click, and his expression twists into one of profound distress. His hands grip the wooden mug tightly, a desperate question forming in his mind. Did he acknowledge me? A deep, despairing gasp escapes him, his face contorted in anguish. With heavy, measured footsteps, he walks away, a sack slung over his shoulder, the bitter realization settling in. I was too greedy. A memory surfaces, a voice from the past suggesting he should refresh himself a bit, as Mincio's feet stand on soft earth. Then, A familiar call rings out, a name echoing from behind him. He turns, a slight smirk playing on his lips, acknowledging the presence of another. Under the warm glow of a setting sun, Mincio stands, a small knife held casually in his hand. He faces Hans, who offers him a drink, their interaction seemingly amicable. As they walk away together through the forest, Hans dismisses any concerns, stating he will go then. But a flicker of suspicion crosses Mincio's face, his eyes narrowing as he watches the other man. His eye glows with a fierce red light, as a chilling thought forms in his mind. What should I do about that guy? The memory solidifies into a stark realization. In the last round of this scenario, he had betrayed them. He remembers a time when Lena was kidnapped and sold to the prince's household, a memory that still burns with injustice. Then, another face emerges from the past, the blonde-haired Hans, standing before him in a dimly lit room. The question echoes in his mind. Why did he betray them? He ponders if it was because Hans harbored feelings for Lena, jealous of Mincio's bond with her. But in the grand scheme of things, under the current circumstances, it doesn't truly matter. As he walks away through the forest, a chilling resolve settles over him. He will definitely kill Hans. A few days later, Mincio finds himself in a bustling market, approaching a stall where an older merchant sits while a younger one stands ready to serve, the sounds of commerce filling the air. A hand holds out 3 gleaming gold coins, the currency of this realm. Mincio declares the price acceptable, but the young merchant quickly retorts, insisting that such a deal cannot be found anywhere else. With a sudden, forceful gesture, Mincio makes his point, causing the merchant to flinch back. A sharp slap echoes through the air as the merchant, wide-eyed with shock, repeats his claim that the price is unbeatable. The sound of the slap lingers. Having secured the deal, Mincio holds the coins, reflecting on the fact that this is the first time he has ever managed to purchase something at such a bargain price. Fortunately, after wandering around for some time, he was able to trade with a merchant who offered a fair price. As the day progressed, the blonde-haired man called out to him, "Hey Leo." Mincio, however, thought it was still too early for what the man might have in mind. The merchant asked if he wanted to go to the tavern, but Mincio reiterated that it was indeed too early. He mused that his father's jewelry was always in demand, its quality top-notch, and others would take days to finish such a piece. As he walked away, the merchant called out again, "Leo, come back for a moment." Mincio, turning back, simply asked, "Where are we going?" He offers a knowing smirk, inviting Mincio to follow him if he wishes to discover their destination. Mincio, his expression a mix of curiosity and slight confusion, can only wonder what the blonde man is truly up to. As the blonde protagonist begins to walk away, glancing back over his shoulder, Mincio remains rooted to the spot, deep in thought. With another confident smirk, he assures Mincio that he has found a truly good place. Eventually, Mincio follows, walking alongside the blonde man, a hint of apprehension still lingering in his demeanor. They arrive at an establishment, its interior adorned with a striking, stylized painting of a woman, suggesting a vibrant, perhaps even illicit, atmosphere. Mincio's eyes widen in surprise, uttering a gasp of disbelief at the sight before him. The blonde man continues to lead the way, his cape swaying gently as he moves deeper into the building. Turning to face Mincio, who still looks utterly bewildered, the blonde protagonist questions his reaction, reminding him that they are there for a specific purpose. "Anyway, there is no Lena anymore," the blonde protagonist declares, dismissing the idea. Explaining, "It is dark inside and you can't see her face, so just think of her as Lena, you know?" Mincio laughs, finding the suggestion amusing, but his mirth is cut short as a sudden, unseen force slams into him, red energy radiating from the impact. The blonde protagonist's leg flashes out, connecting with Mincio's midsection and sending him reeling backward. Mincio cries out, airborne from the powerful blow. "Ah, why did you?" he gasps, bruised and bewildered. Before he can recover, another brutal strike lands, blood splattering from the impact. A raw scream tears from Mincio's throat. A blonde woman, her expression sharp with disdain, confronts Mincio, her voice cutting through the air. His eyes flaring crimson with rage, Mincio retorts, demanding to know how she dares insult Lena. But his defiance is met with brutal force, as he is violently slammed against a wall, blood splattering upon impact. He tries to speak, to protest, but his words are cut short as the assault continues, sending him reeling. A hand reaches out, trembling, a desperate, futile gesture against the overwhelming power. Now lying broken on the ground, the young man stares up, his face bruised and defeated, the system registering a grim achievement for his attacker: killing of civilians. A dark boot descends, pressing down on his prone form, a final, humiliating act of dominance. With blood trickling from his mouth, he manages a pained whisper, lamenting his lost plans for new clothes. Mincio, startled by a sudden commotion, looks up to see a figure standing over another, a glint of steel in their hand. His eyes widen in horror as he registers the crimson stain, a single word escaping his lips: blood. The scene before him is undeniable, a chilling declaration echoing in his mind. Murder. It's a murder. Driven by panic, he turns and flees, his feet pounding against the ground. His mind races, a single thought dominating his terror: he was too reckless. The gravity of his actions settles upon him, the consequence stark and immediate. If he gets caught after killing someone in the village, he'll be executed on the spot. He glances back at the village, the setting sun casting long shadows, before continuing his desperate escape. Reaching a small building, he pauses, realizing he must leave the village as fast as possible, a thoughtful hum escaping him as he considers his next move. His hand reaches into a chest, deciding to take only the essentials for his journey. He moves with a quiet determination, his hooded form a shadow against the muted light. His footsteps, soft and measured, carry him onward. The imposing city gate draws closer, a beacon of desperate hope. He passes a smaller figure without a glance, his mind fixed on escape. A fleeting sense of relief washes over him, having successfully slipped past the city gate guards. But then, a stern voice cuts through the air, a guard declaring the Lord's command. The chilling news reaches him. A murder has occurred, and the city gates are to be locked. He glances back, seeing the massive gates begin to close, a distant figure shouting in alarm. With a desperate burst of speed, Mincio flees as the shouts of "Come back" echo behind him, the gates sealing his fate. Under the pale glow of a full moon, a lone figure moves through the night, a chilling realization dawning on him. They had found him. Nearby, two men stand guard, their forms silhouetted against the dark structures of the city's outskirts. One with long blonde hair and a sword, the other with dark hair and a staff, as the blonde-haired man asks, "So then? I heard of the murderer who so foolishly challenged the city guards. They didn't even last a day." From a hidden perch, Mincio observes the pair, wondering if they are bandits, and decides he must pass by as quietly as possible. He leaps from his vantage point, a dark blur against the night sky, landing softly on the ground, only to find himself surrounded by a swarm of small, shadowy creatures that stir at his presence. Their agitated forms scattering around him as he curses under his breath. Damn it, what was that? Back at their post, the blonde-haired man and his companion react to the sudden noise, the blonde asking, "You heard it, too, right?" His companion replies, "That sound right now?" From a distance, the blonde-haired man remarks, "Yeah, it came from over there, I think." His companion, a dark-haired man with a beard, adds, "I don't see anyone. Maybe it was a mouse." The dark-haired man, his expression thoughtful, decides, "I'll go see." His gaze sharpens, a hint of concern crossing his features. Meanwhile, Mincio, having landed in the dark, realizes he is not alone as small, shadowy forms begin to stir around him. Overwhelmed by the sudden swarm, he cries out as they strike him. Back above, the blonde-haired man and his companion look down, their attention drawn by the commotion. The dark-haired man, axe in hand, questions, "Who's there? How do you know about this place?" Mincio's eyes narrow in the darkness, a flicker of determination replacing his initial shock as he thinks, "They are weaker than I thought." Well, he drops to one knee, weapon ready, concluding, "They merely look like powdered villagers. It's reasonable." A desperate plea echoes through the cavern, begging for mercy, but Mincio simply considers the situation. From a higher vantage point, the blonde protagonist observes the commotion, commenting on the apparent weakness of the figures below, dismissing them as mere powdered villagers. His dark-haired companion questions the assessment, as one of the villagers prepares to strike, a crude weapon clutched in his hand. With a fierce cry, the attacker lunges forward, aiming a desperate blow. But before the weapon can connect, a blinding flash of red energy erupts, and Mincio's eyes glow with an ominous power as he effortlessly intercepts the assault. A low growl escapes him, his gaze piercing through the shadows. The attacker is sent reeling, collapsing to the ground in agony, his desperate pleas for mercy now genuine. Mincio lifts the defeated man by the neck, a quiet admission of a near misjudgment escaping his lips. Standing over his subdued opponent, a glowing dagger now in hand, he resolves to trust only his own judgment, finding others untrustworthy. Blood splatters across the scene. As Mincio, a grim determination etched on his face, vows to protect his village, no matter the cost to himself. He recalls a past attempt to explain himself to his father, lamenting that in this era, magic has not advanced enough to prevent such sacrifices. The weight of past events, perhaps the very price of revolution he spoke of, hangs heavy in his mind. As he understands that the magic once meant to protect villages has dwindled, leaving only flight as an option. He realizes this moment could be the true beginning of his journey, solidifying his resolve to grow stronger and protect those he cares for. His thoughts turn to Lena, for whom he would continue to run, when suddenly, his senses alert him to an enemy presence nearby. As he whirls around, a voice pierces the silence, accusing him of killing their comrades. Without hesitation, he draws his sword, ready to face the unseen assailant. As he stands ready, a chilling command echoes through the air, ordering his death. Before he can react, a brutal impact sends blood splattering, the assault continuing relentlessly. But Mincio, with a flash of electric blue, conjures a shimmering barrier, deflecting the blows and emerging victorious, having slain 10 bandits and secured the mountain hut. A carriage makes its way through a serene, snow-covered landscape, the bare trees reaching towards a pale sky. Inside, a young woman slowly opens her eyes, a soft voice nearby asking, "Ah, you're awake." Mincio looks at her with a gentle expression, informing her that we've arrived in Lutetia. Lena's eyes widen slightly at the sight of a magnificent, sprawling structure, a place she'd only ever heard about, thinking, really? This is the place I've always heard about. The grand edifice stands tall, its intricate architecture shimmering under a soft, ethereal glow, revealing itself to be the headquarters of the Holy Cross Church that oversees every church on the continent. Mincio then clarifies his intentions for her, stating, Lena, you will be entering the Educational Institute on my recommendation. However, a hint of uncertainty crosses his face as he adds, but I don't even know if I'll be assigned yet. Lena reassures Mincio that everything is fine, expressing deep gratitude for bringing her to the Holy Cross Church. Mincio reflects on Lena, seeing her as a truly sincere girl, a promising young woman with a solid foundation in theology, having studied it since childhood. He acknowledges her deep understanding, a testament to her lifelong dedication. A faint smile touches his lips as he affirms his assessment, convinced of her potential. His thoughts linger on the promising young woman, her image filling his mind. Later, Mincio lies in bed, a soft rustle of sheets accompanying his restless thoughts, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. He wonders if his current situation is a dream or reality, as a blonde figure appears before him, declaring herself a servant of the goddess of prosperity, sent to help him. Mincio, still processing the surreal encounter, expresses his relief, glad to see the divine messenger. With a decisive step, he rises from the bed, ready to face whatever comes next. The ethereal glow of the vision still lingered, a profound blessing that felt almost too much to bear, yet he knew he must offer his deepest gratitude for everything. As the dream faded, Mincio lay curled on his bed, a silent testament to the emotional weight of his recent experiences. His thoughts drifted to the Professor Ophelia who had recommended him, and the people of the village, even his own parents, all intertwined with the sacred imagery of a cross on the wall. Tears streamed down his face as he wondered aloud how Leo was doing, a deep concern etched into his expression. Later, cloaked and seemingly having traveled, Mincio found himself in a bustling kitchen, greeted by a burly man behind a counter who offered a simple welcome. The man continued to chop ingredients with practiced ease, the rhythmic thud of his knife filling the air. He then paused, looking up at Mincio with a curious gaze, asking what he was selling, gesturing to the items Mincio carried. Mincio, looking down, was then directly asked about his money, to which he simply replied that he had none. He remembers being made for fun, only knowing how to make money from play. These are big things, he thinks, as a merchant laughs, claiming that since potions will melt them down anyway, the price will be low. Still, the thought lingers. If he's only good for making money, then why is he still alive? The merchant, meanwhile, continues to haggle, insisting there's no rule that says there has to be enough, pondering the situation. He then challenges Mincio directly, demanding to know his price. Mincio, looking surprised, states his asking price, 200 silver coins. The merchant's face contorts in outrage, shouting that Mincio must be crazy, as he wouldn't even get that much money if he sold them legally. Holding up a single coin, he insists that even if it's still valuable, Mincio can't possibly come up with such an exorbitant price. Mincio looks down at the coin, preparing to clarify that he's not actually looking for silver coins. Still at the counter, Mincio explains his unusual request, stating that he is not in need of money. The cloaked merchant, clearly agitated, demands to know why he should agree to such a strange deal. His voice sharp with indignation, he accuses Mincio of having no conscience or shame. Mincio calmly reiterates his offer, promising to give the merchant all the items if he agrees to the terms. Suddenly, a man with shaved sides and a ponytail interjects, letting out a surprised "ah" as he seems to grasp the situation. The merchant, still focused on Mincio, insists that he only deals in silver coins, not whatever Mincio is proposing. The man with shaved sides smiles knowingly, suggesting the merchant simply needs to see and decide for himself. He gestures towards Mincio, implying that Mincio should reveal his true intentions. As Mincio finally presents his unusual request, the merchant stares, a single word escaping him in disbelief. Before the merchant can fully process it, the man with shaved sides, who had prompted Mincio, draws his sword with a sharp command, urging them forward. Now standing beside a magnificent white horse, the merchant attempts to highlight its virtues, trying to make a sale. However, he quickly admits to its significant flaw. It was born with one leg shorter than the others, making it slightly uneven. This defect, he laments, is precisely why no one has been willing to purchase it. Turning to the man with shaved sides, the merchant's frustration boils over, demanding to know why everything he receives from him is always defective. The man with shaved sides, however, remains unperturbed, calmly assuring the merchant that the horse is perfectly fine for their purposes. Despite the reassurances, the horse's uneven gait is still evident. Its head twitches nervously, a clear sign of its agitation. The white horse stands, its gait noticeably uneven. Observing the animal closely, Mincio lets out a soft exclamation. As the merchant's expertise subtly grows, the scene shifts to a distant, ornate building. He acknowledges the horse's flaw, noting its distinct limp. Yet, a reassuring hand settles on his shoulder, and the intermediary insists it is not so severe that it cannot be ridden at all. With a sigh of resignation, the merchant agrees to the terms, accepting the horse. Beyond the stable, news of a brewing war casts a shadow over the kingdom of Ator, plunging it into disarray. The kingdom, already preparing for conflict, now faces a dire emergency, as its prince has fallen gravely ill after receiving poor treatment. Within a grand, arched chamber, a figure in a dark hat ponders a crucial question, wondering if the Church of the Sun God truly abstained from the war. He confirms the agreement, his voice firm. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, Saint Muriel sits regally on her throne, a figure of serene authority. The man in the hat, standing before her, questions the relationship between the Holy Kingdom of Belida and their own Belida, wondering if their good relations still hold true, especially given the Holy Kingdom's long-standing neutrality in Ator's affairs. He mutters about the barbaric nation, his brow furrowed in concern. Then, his voice rising, he asks why the priests couldn't be mobilized, and if the Cross Church might be secretly behind the Kingdom of Ator. Saint Muriel calmly refutes the accusation, stating that the Cross Church of the Kingdom of Ator also did not participate in the war. He vehemently denies her implication, insisting that their Kingdom of Belida possesses many paladins and priests. Muriel, with a slight frown, reminds him of Belida's unwavering loyalty to the Church, her expression hinting at a deeper understanding. But he persists, his voice filled with accusation, stating they were invaded unilaterally, and directly asks if she allowed the Kingdom of Ator to be invaded. As the man in the hat presses his accusation, Saint Muriel responds with unwavering conviction, declaring that she is merely following the will of God. His gaze sharpens. The man in the hat challenges her further, questioning if God truly commanded her inaction, and pointing out that the Holy Kingdom's failure to act is nothing less than an admission of guilt. He scoffs at the notion, muttering that if God truly interfered in such petty affairs, he wouldn't know what to make of himself. Muriel, however, simply reiterates her stance, stating that she doesn't know either, and is merely following. The man in the hat's expression darkens, realizing that for a saint of the Cross Church to speak with such detachment carries significant weight, as a true saint would not lie. Muriel then offers a concession, inviting him to discuss military affairs, but firmly stating that she will not side with either party. A bitter understanding dawns on the man in the hat, as he realizes she simply doesn't care about the Kingdom of Ator. With that stark realization, he declares his departure. Within the sacred halls, the divine truth is proclaimed. The Lord has descended upon the Holy Kingdom, and all its people are his cherished children. This is the core tenet of the Church of the Cross, which reveres 5 gods. Even as the evil god guides wicked deeds for reasons unknown, the Church's teachings remain steadfast. The time has come for the evil that has descended upon the kingdom to face judgment, so that all may fulfill their duty, for human strength is valuable, but one must always be mindful of the proper time and place. Saint Muriel explains that the Lord has taken pity on them and their companions, guiding them through a winding but natural course, a statement met with utter confusion. She closes her eyes, her expression serene, as if the cryptic words hold a deeper, unspoken truth. Where does the will of the gods truly lead? 2 months had passed since he began his journey with his horse, Woody, and his thoughts often drifted to Lena, wondering if Chiha was holding up well. He resolved to help her too, urging himself to work hard for Chiha's sake. However, his path was complicated. Even as he rested beside Woody, the weight of his situation pressed upon him. He was a man constantly on the run, a wanted man who desperately needed to prove his innocence and cross the border. He had to find a way. A stark memory flashes through his mind, a single phrase echoing in the silence. Let's break up. The thought is followed by the distant, muffled sounds of a bustling camp, its white tents and wooden carts scattered within fortified walls. Looking up at the vast, cloudy sky, he remembers the words, or perhaps speaks them to himself. I'm sorry, but I can't go with you. A wave of profound distress washes over Mincio's face, his expression a silent testament to the weight of his decision or memory. As the blonde protagonist walks away, 2 figures discuss his refusal, wondering if it wouldn't be better to convince him to join them as a mercenary, and questioning his need for money. The issue at hand is clear. Crossing the border without proper identification is impossible. He simply tells them to look elsewhere. With his back to them, he continues his journey. He reflects on his predicament, knowing he doesn't even have a guild permit, let alone the registration required for a mercenary, and there's no way he'd bring his sister and father to the guild with him. Ahead, a massive stone gate looms, marking the border. He continues his trek towards it, a cart pulled by 2 horses following closely behind. A sigh escapes him as he realizes it's the illegal way again. Having accepted the necessity of an illegal crossing, he continues his journey, the rhythmic thud of hooves accompanying his steps. He finds his family waiting, a sudden gasp escaping one of them as he approaches. Before they can speak, a burly man rises abruptly from the shadows, his voice booming. Hey. Other figures remain seated around them, their presence a silent threat. The man's gaze is sharp as he questions, Are you the one who refused to find mercenaries? Without a word, he turns and walks away, simply instructing them to follow. The path ahead is clear, it's just an illegal border crossing. He stands before the burly man, who reiterates his demand, claiming he doesn't have enough money for whatever was previously discussed. Despite the resistance, the blonde protagonist acknowledges the need to get past him, a soft jowla sound accompanying his resolve. He holds out a few coins, declaring that this meager sum is all the money he possesses. From outside, Lena, standing by a horse, questions if he truly doesn't have a little more to offer. The burly man, flanked by his companion, insists that the blonde protagonist simply throw in a bit more money. With a resolute gaze, the blonde protagonist challenges him to see for yourself. The burly man looks down, offering a final ultimatum. Take it or leave it. Mincio, observing from the background, muses that they might have to wait for others to arrive. Turning his head slightly, the blonde protagonist then asks if the burly man believes he can simply run away on horseback. With unwavering resolve, he states he will hand over the money as soon as they reach the other side of the border, refusing to walk the entire distance. He grips the hilt of his sword, his voice firm. As the burly man's gaze narrows, a hint of calculation in his eyes, and a soft sigh escapes him, his expression weary. The burly man's gauntlet hand slams down, a heavy thud echoing. As he looks up, his eyes meeting the burly man's, who warns him with a low growl. If you try running funny, you'll regret it. A slight gasp escapes him as he takes in the man's imposing presence. A new voice cuts through the tension, the man with shaved sides offering reassurance. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your money. The war had brought a grim prosperity to those who dealt in weapons, filling warehouses like this one with crates and barrels. As he watches over his workers, who diligently move the illicit goods. The war had created a booming black market, with weapons flowing freely into the hands of those who could pay. Naturally, the crime rate soared, and the illegal weapons trade became completely out of control. The Holy Kingdom's weapon exports had skyrocketed, and certain families were profiting immensely from this situation. The man with shaved sides pauses, deep in thought. As the blonde protagonist approaches, offering a polite "good day, sir," and a small, heavy pouch. Taking the bag, he gives it a quick inspection, asking, "Nothing strange here, right?" The blonde protagonist quickly reassures him it's just food and cheap ornaments, earning him a swift pass. As the rhythmic thud of hooves echoed, Leo, astride his white horse Woody, approached a grand stone gate, a companion walking alongside him. With each step, a system message flashed, announcing an achievement unlocked for his first trip abroad, granting him a slight increase in movement speed near borders as Woody's hooves continued their steady beat. He leaned forward, a gentle smile gracing his lips, wondering if Woody was as happy as he was to be in this new place. The blonde man's face lit up with genuine joy, his horse seeming to mirror his cheerful expression. He gazed towards the horizon, a distant kingdom visible in the mountains, noting that their destination was now just a little further. A hint of melancholy touched his thoughts, as he considered the impending sadness of having to part with Woody. Yet, a hopeful resolve quickly replaced it, knowing he would see his beloved horse again in just a few days. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts, as a young woman with light brown hair appeared, her eyes wide with surprise, asking what he was doing there. A formal greeting is exchanged, hands clasped in a gesture of respect or authority. Mincio considers the protocol, wondering how he should properly greet the figure they are about to meet. The announcement rings out. An inspection is now in progress. The white-robed figure is instructed to dismount, preparing for the formal inspection ahead. Mincio and his companions watch, acknowledging the command with a silent nod. The white-robed figure stands beside their horse, awaiting the next step of the process. The masked guard approaches, their gloved hand meeting the figure's bare one in a firm clasp. With an unwavering tone, the masked guard declares that no exceptions will be made, directing the inspection to proceed. A subordinate of the masked guard then asks what their next course of action should be. As he walks through the city, two figures observe him from a distance, one questioning their actions, knowing the consequences of failure. From behind, a gruff voice cuts through the air, giving a direct command. The scarred leader's face hardens, his resolve unwavering. Before Mincio can react, one of the attackers lunges forward, weapon drawn, but he swiftly begins to ready his bow in defense. A voice booms, demanding immediate surrender and threatening further aggression if resistance is shown. The leader, undeterred, shouts his orders, intent on taking down their target and making a swift escape. The air crackles with sudden, explosive movement. Surrounded by multiple assailants, Mincio deftly wields his bow, fending off their coordinated attacks. He moves with incredible speed, evading another strike. He rides through the forest, his face etched with a desperate resolve, knowing there's no turning back from this path. "We can go back like this," he mutters. But with a swift motion, he draws his sword. Its blade catching the light as he looks to the heavens, calling out, "God!" Standing firm on a circular stone platform, a brilliant aura erupts around him, channeling into the glowing sword he holds aloft. "Remember the wicked," he declares, his voice ringing with conviction as he brings the radiant blade forward, then slams his foot down, unleashing a devastating wave of energy that sends his attackers hurtling through the air, caught in the blinding, explosive force. A sudden, jarring sound echoes through the air, causing Mincio to instinctively react. Meanwhile, one of the burly ambushers shouts, warning his companions of something descending rapidly from above them. Before anyone can fully comprehend the threat, a powerful impact shakes the very ground, sending dust and debris exploding outwards. Mincio, now cloaked and resolute, raises his arm and issues a sharp command, signaling his own counterattack. His masked assailants, their eyes glowing with malevolent red light, turn their attention towards him, ready to strike. But Mincio is faster, his hand gripping a sword that pulses with brilliant, divine energy, ready to meet their charge. With a swift, decisive motion, he brings the glowing blade down, a burst of red energy and blood erupting from the impact. Mincio stands victorious over a fallen foe, the lingering red energy on the ground a testament to his power. The burly man watches, stunned, as another of his comrades lies defeated, the ambush turning into a rout. He stands firm against the masked assailant, who, despite the overwhelming power displayed, arrogantly declares that Mincio's previous attack was merely a single hit, before lunging forward with a cry to die. But Mincio's glowing blade descends with swift, brutal efficiency, slicing through the attacker. A crimson spray erupts from the impact, the assailant's hand recoiling violently. The force of the blow sends the figure tumbling backward, defeated. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Leo urges his companion onward, shouting for Woody to keep moving as they gallop through the forest. He glances back, a grim realization dawning on him. This battle is unwinnable. The sheer power of the enemy's weapon is terrifying, he thinks, capable of taking on half of those thugs alone. With no other choice, he resigns himself to fleeing, even if it means missing his dates. As the escape continues, a radiant red cross symbol, glowing with intense light, appears. Within the opulent halls of a grand estate, an attendant offers a formal welcome, stating that room and board are provided, but guests are free to venture out in the evening if they wish. Outside the magnificent structure, a robed figure stands sentinel at the entrance. As the blonde protagonist prepares to depart, another attendant reminds him, "If you're going out overnight, be sure to." His eyes closed and a hand covering his mouth, the blonde protagonist appears utterly drained. The attendants exchange a glance, one of them letting out a small gasp as the blonde protagonist interrupts. He offers a quick apology, explaining that the long journey has completely exhausted him and asking for their understanding. With a weary expression, he clarifies, "I regret that I cannot join you. I'm afraid I'm too tired." The female attendant, understanding his plight, reassures him, "No, you don't have to." Having declined the evening's festivities, the blonde protagonist is led through the grand halls of the building by two robed attendants, one of whom remarks that he was too young to have done anything about a past event, then offers to show him to his room. As they walk, a narration describes the structure, explaining that it may seem humble, but it is a place full of light and one of the oldest buildings in the church. The attendant turning to him with a gentle smile. He asks if the protagonist likes it, who replies that he feels like he could sleep for a week there. The attendant expresses his pleasure, offering further assistance, but the protagonist quickly declines. With a hand placed gently on his shoulder, the attendant then suggests that the other robed figure, referred to as father, must also be tired and should go rest. The blonde protagonist, his face now visible, acknowledges the suggestion and prepares to depart. A dark-haired man's hand trembles with rage as he grips the blonde protagonist's arm. His grip so tight that blood begins to well up from the skin. The man's face contorts in a snarl as he screams, "You damned princess." But the blonde protagonist, his expression pained, can only manage a desperate plea. "I didn't kiss her." Suddenly, Lena pulls him into a tight embrace, her arms wrapped around him as if to shield him from the world. As they hold each other, his eye begins to glow with an intense yellow light. The embrace deepens, surrounded by softly glowing particles that drift around them. Bathed in a bright, ethereal glow, their figures are illuminated against the ornate background. Delicate, glowing flowers bloom across the scene, emphasizing the tender moment. As a gentleman, he couldn't refuse the princess's request. But this wasn't supposed to blow back on him, affecting not only Princess Katrina, but even the knight with the tattoo. He hears her voice. "I'm sorry, Leo," she whispers, as the memory of the glowing roses fills his mind. Following the loss of the princess and the apostolic, the princess was taken away by the son of Sword Master Meridian Castle. Thanks to her, the political world was thrown into complete chaos. This led to his banishment to a place even his father didn't want him to go, Lacrifire. He reflects that this is the most forbidden place, and the reality is, he's stuck here. A memory flashes, a stark declaration echoing in his mind. "Let's break up." With heavy footsteps, he walks away from a grand structure, a dark robe flowing behind him as he clutches a book. His gaze is sharp, reflecting a complex mix of emotions, his blonde hair framing a determined expression. A faint, almost imperceptible smile plays on his lips, a silent acknowledgement of the path he has chosen. The grand castle looms in the distance, as a lone figure walks away, its imposing walls fading behind him. A helmeted guard, hearing the distant sounds of departure, pauses, a quiet escaping him as he looks towards the castle. Suddenly, the blonde protagonist is airborne, plummeting through the forest canopy, a startled cry of "Double what is that?" echoing as he falls. He continues his uncontrolled descent, a desperate stop, tearing from his lips as he looks down at the rapidly approaching earth. A horse gallops with powerful strides, its rider urging it onward with a steady pressure. Suddenly, the horse rears in alarm, as figures emerge from the brush, spears glinting in the light. From a nearby building, more attackers appear, their shouts echoing as they prepare to fire upon the fleeing rider. Arrows whistle past, but the blonde protagonist skillfully guides his mount, narrowly avoiding the deadly volley. One finds its mark, a sharp pain blooming in his back as blood splatters across his cloak. Despite the wound, he glances back, his voice firm as he reassures his horse, Woody, to keep going. He pushes his companion, knowing they need just a little more distance to truly escape. The sky above offers a moment of serene blue, a stark contrast to the chaos they just fled. Finally, the rhythmic sound of hooves on soft earth signals their entry into a dense forest, leaving their pursuers behind. Still, the shouts of his pursuers echoed behind him, their voices filled with frustration as he outpaced them, a blur against the fading light. The open sky stretched above him, a testament to the distance he had already covered. Looking back at the now empty path, he knew he had done well, leaving no trace for them to follow. His horse, Woody, had played its part admirably, carrying him far from the ambush. Now, facing towering mountains, he understood that his journey would continue on foot. Days blurred into a week as he pressed onward, finally crossing the border into new territory. His next goal was clear. He needed to find Lena. A full week had passed since the ambush, and his resolve remained unshaken. He wondered if his current predicament was somehow connected to Hans, a thought that brought a pang of unhappiness as a system notification confirmed he had killed 0 civilians. He found himself strangely unhappy, despite the system confirming he had killed no civilians. As he continued his trek through the dense forest, he knew being hunted by paladins was far from a normal situation. Monk Legley had confirmed as much. Paladins, like prophets, grew stronger by defeating evil, and the mark on his hand would eventually disappear over time. Until then, he simply needed to hide near the barbarian tribes. It was the only alliance he could secure, the only option left to him. A flicker of doubt crossed his features. He wasn't sure if he could truly trust them, but he had no other choice. His heavy breathing echoed through the quiet woods as he pressed onward. He scans the dense forest, a question echoing in his mind. Where on earth could the barbarian tribe be? His gaze finally settles on a distant settlement, his hand instinctively gripping an arrow, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he realizes he's found it. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a lecture on the achievements of the great Saint Udine is underway, with students advised to read page 123 of their textbooks for advanced preparation. The instructor concludes the session, announcing that class is dismissed for the day. As expected, ancient theology proves to be the most challenging subject, a thought that crosses Chiha's mind as she reviews the oral teachings from Monk Legley on her tablet. As a professor calls out his name, Daniel, a young student, is reminded that he needs to work hard to catch up, having seemingly started again. The robed professor stands tall, a heavy, cross-emblazoned book clutched in his hand. Observing the student's gaze, the professor notes Daniel's admiration for the newly unveiled mural. Daniel, captivated by the artwork, inquires if it depicts Saint Azura's legendary defeat of evil. Intricate patterns adorn the floor beneath their feet. Impressed by the professor's immediate recognition, Daniel exclaims his admiration for the man's vast knowledge. The professor, acknowledging the compliment, reveals he has extensively studied the family of Saint Azura, hinting at deeper lore. Suddenly, a blonde woman interjects, sounding exasperated as she asks if they are going to recount all this information yet again. A blonde man stares down, his thoughts interrupted by a sudden realization. That child is. He muses on Saint Azura's repeated failures in meditation, then addresses Daniel, inviting him to return later. Explaining he has a private lessons room, he reiterates the invitation, to which Daniel readily agrees. The blonde man glances around. Before walking away, a book held casually in his hand. Later, Daniel sits at a desk, sighing as the blonde man stands nearby. A subtle smirk plays on the blonde man's lips. Mincio, seated with a look of mild disdain, makes it clear that he expects a certain level of deference, stating that he is not one to be trifled with. A soft sigh escapes him, his expression shifting to one of weary disappointment. He laments the decline of proper manners, observing that such greetings are a rarity in these modern times. His thoughts drift to the current state of affairs, concluding that the standards of etiquette must have plummeted. As he gestures dismissively, another soft sigh escapes him, the sound echoing in the quiet room where a dark-haired figure sits in the background. He leans back, a thoughtful, almost mischievous glint in his eyes, his expression unreadable. Finally, he concludes the interaction, declaring the day's proceedings to be over. He moves through a bustling hall, his dark robes flowing around him. A voice calls out, "Hello, miss," causing him to pause, as a blond man approaches from behind, identifying himself as being from the kingdom of Valia. He turns, his expression unreadable, asking, "Did you call out to me?" The blond man's eyes widen slightly, a thought flashing through his mind about how much prettier she is up close, while Mincio simply states, "I'm glad." The man then boldly extends an invitation. "May I have the honor of inviting you out to dinner?" Mincio's thoughts drift to the implications of someone from the kingdom of Valia making such a swift proposal for dinner. He internally questions the appropriateness of such a quick invitation, even for someone like himself. Footsteps echo, marking the passage of time or a slight shift in their stance. The blond man, perhaps sensing hesitation, clarifies, Isn't it a bit early for dinner? If we leave now, we can arrive at the capital's restaurant by lunchtime." Mincio's hand subtly clenches within his sleeve, a new thought forming. This is the first time I'm seeing this. Mincio, still maintaining his composed demeanor, acknowledges the situation. He confirms, this is indeed their first encounter. The blonde suitor, seizing the opportunity, extends an invitation for a meal, hoping to deepen their acquaintance. With a slight pause, Mincio agrees, clutching a thick, leather-bound book to his chest. His mind races, contemplating the sheer volume of information he needs to process from the tome, and the potential repercussions if his true identity were to be discovered. As the suitor begins to walk away, Mincio's internal monologue continues, concluding that a direct refusal would be impolite given the circumstances. Their footsteps echo softly as they move through the grand hall. The blonde suitor, unaware of Mincio's true gender, seems to resign himself to the unexpected turn of events, deciding to simply go along with the flow. This was the territory of the Waina tribe, a place rich with wooden logs, perfect for cultivating mushrooms. The Waina tribe had built their villages here, traveling to cool and dry places. Mincio approached one of their structures, asking if he could borrow a sickle. Receiving the tool, he offered his thanks. The villagers watched him with wary eyes, noticing the strange symbols that seemed to float above his head. But they made no move to chase him away as he departed. Later, Mincio sat alone, meticulously crafting a rope. A voice from nearby questioned his purpose, asking why he was making a rope. As Mincio knelt in the forest, demonstrating a technique, a young tribe member watched intently, asking about the purpose of his actions. The young man tilted his head, questioning if hunting wasn't typically accomplished with a bow. Mincio patiently explained he was setting a trap to catch rope, a concept that clearly baffled his companion, who wondered how one could even catch a trap. With a practiced motion, Mincio demonstrated the technique, showing how it was typically done. Having shared his knowledge, he apologized for his haste, explaining that he was busy and would have to continue later. With the sickle still in hand, Mincio pressed deeper into the verdant woods, his focus unwavering on the task ahead. The dense canopy filtered the sunlight, creating a dappled path as he moved with quiet determination. His gaze remained sharp, scanning the surroundings for the materials he needed. Mincio moves through the dense forest, his sickle ready, the sounds of the wilderness echoing around him. Suddenly, a young voice calls out from behind him, "Hyung." He turns, a slight frown on his face. "Following me?" The young boy, with a hopeful smile, asks, "Can I watch you hunt?" Mincio's expression hardens slightly, but no. He explains that with too many people around setting traps, the animals would easily get spooked and avoid their snares, making the hunt impossible. The boy's shoulders slump in disappointment, muttering, "I wanted to learn how to hunt. Just go back. I'll be back in a bit." But then his frustration flares. "I'm not a kid. I'm not a appa." Ignoring the outburst, Mincio simply turns and continues deeper into the forest, leaving the boy standing alone. He sits quietly in the dappled sunlight of the forest, a moment of stillness before the day's work truly begins. Soon, another man joins him, both of them looking down at something unseen on the forest floor. Before Mincio turns his gaze forward, a thoughtful expression on his face. The next day arrives, bringing with it a new set of tasks and considerations. A rustic wooden house stands nestled in the clearing, and inside, Mincio lets out a frustrated sigh, admitting to himself that he doesn't want to do something. Later, he shares a meal with the same long-haired man from the previous day, remarking that he has already eaten several times. Lying down, a new thought crosses his mind. There's rarely anyone checking the traps yet, so perhaps he should gather some more. A soft knocking echoes from the wooden door, and a young man with a headband, holding a basket of food, stands in the frame, announcing, "This is..." Inside, Mincio rests, his eyes closed in a moment of quiet reprieve. The young man, his expression brightening, then offers, "Come in." A simple necklace adorns his neck as he steps over the threshold, his feet carrying him further into the room. Soon after, both Mincio and the young man are doubled over, coughing violently, the food he brought clearly inedible. Mincio turns away, still struggling to clear his throat. Later, sitting together, the young man asks Mincio, "So, you want me to teach you how to hunt?" Mincio hums thoughtfully, considering the young man's request, wondering what he would even do with hunting skills, pointing out that his tribe grows mountain herbs, a skill far more valuable. The young man, however, finds growing mountain herbs incredibly boring, complaining that he has to look at them all the time. Mincio retorts that he looked more at the young man than the herbs, questioning if he thinks mountain herbs are a pump. He then muses that Lena Einar thought the same thing. Without another word, Mincio turns and tells him to follow. He promises to show the young man what hunting truly is. The two walk together, Mincio leading the way. Meanwhile, a historical note reveals that King Tatlia II, also known as Felix, was originally the third prince. He was considered so weak that no one ever expected him to ascend to the throne. A flashback begins, showing a younger blonde man in formal attire conversing with a dark-haired woman, as he reflects that by then, he had reached adulthood. He continues, explaining that he was talking with her, even though his focus was on Tatlia's culture. The dark-haired woman offers a polite smile, thanking him for the conversation. As she prepares to leave, the blonde man extends his hand, asking Lena if he might have her hand for a moment. He gently takes her hand, remarking that it suits her well. Lena quickly pulls her hand away, apologizing and stating that she cannot accept his gesture. Her expression filled with regret, she confesses that her heart has already been given to someone else. The blonde man's smile falters slightly as he replies, he wasn't giving it to her, merely curious how it would look on someone who was being sued. Lena gasps, her eyes wide with shock, offering another apology, now tinged with confusion. A young man's voice echoes, asking if she would mind wearing an item for a few days to offer her opinion. Explaining that he intends to give it as a gift to his sister, but Lena, dressed in a simple black robe, hesitates, admitting she is unsure. Mincio, the young man, clarifies that he cannot give his sister a valuable item, to which Lena quickly responds, assuring him it's not expensive as she acquired it from a market vendor. His expression remains thoughtful, as he holds up a delicate piece of jewelry, describing it as a simple yet elegant bracelet. Lena watches him, her own expression unreadable, while Mincio's thoughts drift to her, considering her to be such an unusual woman. Later, he walks away from the grand building, only to pause and call out to Lena, asking if she is heading inside. Mincio calls out, his voice echoing slightly in the grand hall. Then he continues, observing the other young man. Are you heading inside too? I see you wearing a bracelet. He quickly clarifies. No, this isn't mine. Daniel's dark eyes widen slightly, a subtle shift of concern or surprise washing over his face as a faint sound escapes him. Before he calls out, his voice laced with urgency, Gilbert,